Hi, and welcome to the AdaKay Show. I am AdaKay Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the AdaKay Live Show, and I'm so blessed to have you here. Well, here we go. We're going back into day 5 of the Ali versus Ali trial. And before we do that, we got a little bit of housekeeping to do. If you're new here and you go in and you like the video, please give me a thumbs up and hit I liked. I would greatly appreciate it. And if you subscribe to the video, go in and put I sub. I'm setting this up as we go. And if you shared, you put I shared. Make sure I spell it right and do it just like that. And of course, we are playing bingo today. So type in I bingo. This is, well, it won't let me do it. Come on. Don't make me sing the song as I spell it. And here's the I bingo. If you do all of that, then what's going to happen is you will be entered into the end of the month drawing, and it will be for some merge. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miss June, first in chat. Tinkatude, second in chat. Out and about with Diane, third in chat. I'll try and stay up for this. It'll be 2 a.m. Sydney when it's, whoa, my sorry, babe. 2 a.m. OMG. Hi, Christy Robinson. Good morning. All you lovely people. Hit on the like button. Well, thank you, Martha. Thank you so much. I did put the bingo card up in the what do you call it? Pinned it. I pinned the bingo card, and we're going to share the bingo card right here. There we go. Miss June has been our bingo card creator. She's done a fabulous job. I really appreciate all of her hard work and effort. Everybody give her a round of applause. Give her some hands. So I'm going to mark my free space. Overruled, sustain. Please be seated. Take the oath. Anything further? Witness be excused. Type of injury, sidebar. Height and weight, counselor off soft spoken. To be fair, talk into the mic. You're free to go or stay. Objection. Timberline High School. Observation. Yes or no, teachers correct, right? You testified earlier. Any issues to address? Bring the jury. Welcome back. Welcome back. Review your report. So that is our bingo card on the docket. So I thank you again for the bingo card, Miss June. You simply rock. I almost need another monitor, y'all. I know it's crazy. I got 4 monitors and I can use one more. I could use one more. Okay, I can delete that. All right, guys, what we're going to do now is I am going to give you some, share the docket with you today. Where did it go? Uh-oh. Don't tell me I lost it. Where did it go? I hate it when you lose things. And I did. No! We'll see if I can get it back. Let's see if I can get it back. I have to sign in again. Okay, so while we're doing that, we're going to be talking about 2 things today. One, we're going to talk about is the Stephen Stearns trial. Why aren't you doing what I need you to do? Let me sign in. Okay. What? Okay, so the Stephen Stearns, they are going to have a hearing at 12:30, I think, my time. And then we are going to be all day in this hearing. Why am I having to do all this? I'm having to do all this signing in stuff again. I apologize. In a program that I saved all of my stuff that I pulled up this morning to talk to you about. And guess what? I got to redo it all. Oh, well, 60. Okay, there we go. I'm signing in. Wonderful. Yes to all apps. Hold on, registered device. What? Thank you. Why do I have to go through this all over again? Here we go. Okay, let me get it up and going. Okay, so we're going to talk about Stephen Stern a little bit. I'm going to update everybody about that case. And then I'm also going to go back into the alley. That we're going to go through that trial. And then, well, okay. And then, sorry. I'm just really, really, really frustrated because I had it all lined up. Now I've got to get it all done again. Where are we taking it? Okay, it's still working. Give me a second. I got to shut the door. By the way, everybody, I'll be showing you on a little bit. Amanda adored her hat. I gave her her hat. And I'll show you later how wonderful it looked on her. Okay, let's get up to the Stephen Stearns trial. Let's get a little bit up in there. Hi, Robbie! One Sunny Day, music by Brian 2024. Yes, he is expected to plead guilty, but I'm going to give a quick overview. Not everybody knows about his case. Stephen Stearns is currently the center of a high-profile criminal case in Florida involving the disappearance and redrum of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. So let's talk about that. Well, there was actual abuse. Stern faces dozens of charges, including actual battery, molestation, put an M in front of it, and the possession of CP Investigators found over 1,500 inappropriate videos and photos on his phone, many depicting the mistreatment of Maddie Soto. The abuse is believed to have occurred over several years. Now, he unalived her. That's the charge, is that he unalived her, and that's a first-degree redrum charge. Her body was discovered on March 1st of 2024 in the wooded area about 40 miles from her home, and she had been strangled. Yes, we did, y'all. A timeline of events, February 26th of 2024. Stern claimed to have dropped Madeline off at school, and that was the day that she did go missing. Then on March 1st of 2024, Madeline's body was discovered. Stearns appeared in court in a pretrial hearing on July 14th of 2025, and on July 21st, in a plea hearing is scheduled just one day before his trial is to start in the actual abuse charges, which was set to begin for tomorrow. So he is high defender of faith. Everybody do the likey, subscribey thing, please. Legal proceedings. So the plea hearing could potentially alter the course of this trial because it's not 100% positive, but it is suspected that he is going to rescind his verdict and plead guilty. Prosecutors are seeking the end of life penalty in this redrum case, and the actual abuse trial is scheduled to begin tomorrow. And when we were prepared to cover both at the same time. So that is where we are. Now, we're going to transition. And do you know what? I have not good at this. I need to start doing my transitions. I got to start doing transitions. So it'd be easier because I've got to start doing timestamps. So now we are going to be going over and discussing all of the stuff concerning Ali. I want to go Ali Oxenfree. I don't know why it just rhymes that way. I know I shouldn't be that way. Thank you, mods, for all your hard work in Discord. I am now in live communications should you need me. Just saying. Okay, so the criminal case is Washington versus Ihsan Zahraa Ali, or in other words, Ali. It's an honor redrum. It happened in Thurston County in Washington State. The charges are as follow. For the attempted redrum of their daughter. Ihsan Ali was caught on a cell phone video allegedly choking his daughter during a confrontation at the high school. He reportedly threatened her with honor unaliving. Prior to this incident, bystanders involved are pulling him off and striking him in the attack in order to stop him from rendering harm. I'm going to stop there for a second, and I wanted to address something. I kind of saw something on another channel, and I was really thinking about it. I really started diving into the honor redrumming, and for me, I don't get mad at me, y'all. Do I believe he tried to harm or unalive his daughter? Yes. But I'm not sure it was an honor redrumming in the sense of, and the only in the sense of, those are usually done in private. They're not done publicly like this was. Now, one of the things that happened that's not really been talked about yet is that he didn't snap until the boyfriend put his hand on his daughter's shoulder. The moment he put his hand on his daughter's shoulder, that meant that was a dishonor, and she was no longer, that dishonored the family. She's no longer pure. It's a big no. So for me, I think that is what made him snap, and he tried to unalive her. I don't think it was planned to unalive her right there. I don't think that would have been their plans. I think if anything, they would have taken her back to India. And if she did not marry the guy, they would honor redroomed her there. Hence why she was terrified to go back. Okay, music by Brian. Okay, well that's not the one I saw. I heard let me get this comment up. I heard a lady from CTV say she didn't think it was an honor red room either because it was in public. However, I have looked up several cases that occurred in public. Sometimes they do, but I'm just saying it's not the norm. It's not the norm. And usually there are multiple men, family members there. I'm not saying they don't. It's just not the norm. Good morning, Miss Ronnie, my fabulous Queen Maud. Yeah, they didn't want it tainted. You're right on that. Definitely. I'm just saying I'm not 100% sure it was a planned, thought out on a red drum. Do I think it was a snap decision at that point? Very likely. Oh, that's okay. Iraq, not India. Sorry, my bad. Did I say the wrong thing? Iraq. I will have to forewarn you guys, I've had a headache since 3 this morning. I do know why. Ever since the disaster in Kerrville, I live in Kerrville, Texas, all of the stuff is drying out, and we have so much debris, so much dust. I mean, they're moving so much stuff. In some areas, it feels like a dust bowl, and my allergies are just not a happy woman right now. Yeah, I agree with you. Music by Brian. I don't think it was a planned on a red room. I think is what I'm trying to say. I think if they were going to plan it, it would not have been in front of a school. But anyway, so that is where they are on that. Thank God for the bystanders intervening. So in trial, day 1, opening statements from both prosecution and defense, testimonies from the bus driver, multiple police officers and witnesses. Day 4, medical testimony and forensic and family nurse practitioner. Defendant presented their first witness as an emergency physician out of order. They did it out of order. Okay. What? The court in Denton County, May 16th, pending. Oh, Denton County Court of Law 2, Texas, filed May 16th of 2024, pending personal injury. Helena's mutual insurance, Ali involved a one of the, okay, that was interesting. All right, let's go to the key witnesses. The parents did show up at the school to snatch the daughter. I don't think strangling her because he was, yeah. Well, in their world, if a guy it doesn't matter. Most males don't even, male family members won't touch the daughters very often. And you had a unfamiliar male touch his daughter, that right there, that alone is an honor red rooming in Iraq and some in Saudi Arabia too. So that was, he was there to snatch the daughter, but I think the unaliving part of it and the choking part may have been triggered due to him touching, the boyfriend touching her. Okay, let's talk about the witnesses while we wait. We got about 10 minutes. Fatima Ali herself testified, and I'm not taking this in order, described the October 24th attack outside of the high school, said she was supposed to leave for Iraq for an arranged marriage but ran away, testified that her father choked her near the bus stop, making her fear for her life, became very emotional during the cross-examination and asked about inconsistency in her past statement. John Dincola is the bus driver. He witnessed the attack and he tried to intervene, described the victim's eyes as rolling back in her head and and her inability to breathe, and he pulled Ihsan Ali's arms apart to stop the choking. Mary Wagner, she's just a witness, civilian witness, called 911 during the attack. They drove by and saw the attack happening. Described the victim as being very disheveled, terrified, and confused, and saw the victim run towards the school after escaping. The student witnesses, now there are multiple students, but because they were minors at the time, most of them are not now. Some of them were. They did not show their faces. So multiple testified about seeing the attack. One said that the victim completely went limp and her face turned white. They described the total chaos and panic amongst the students trying to help. The victim's boyfriend's father testified about the protective order against Zahraa Ali, provided context to prior threats on the family. Officer Justin Beltram, the school resource officer, spoke, and he spoke with the victims and her boyfriend right after the attack. Described the boyfriend as overwhelmed and emotional with minor injuries from intervening. He broke his hand. Ali went to the hospital. They said that she basically had gotten an injury to where there was oxygen in part of her body where it should not have been, like a pocket of oxygen. So they left her there for monitoring. She said she was having a little hard time breathing. Her throat was sore, and said that it was difficult to talk. So that kind of stuff. So she stayed in the hospital. So several of the testimonies in the Ali trial carry some serious legal and social implications, especially given the nature of these charges and the content. So I wanted to look at a little bit of that. So the strength of the prosecution case is here. Hey, Zach, good to see you today. Yes, now she was not able to say that she was leaving. Yeah, she didn't get to share that part. The multiple witnesses, students, bus driver, and civilian, corroborate the victim's account of being choked. So that is a strength for the prosecution's case. They have the video. Now, it's not as clear. I mean, you can see them on the ground, but it's not like super clear as to where each hand was. But it did appear that she was being choked, and you had all these witnesses that said, yes, she was being choked. The consistency and the emotional impact of the testimonies will bolster the prosecution's arguments that this was a premeditated act of violence. I'm on the fence about the premeditation. Now, if I'm just looking at the evidence presented in trial, I might be 100% on that boat. But I'm not too sure he went there with the intent to unalive her at a school. I'm not too sure I'm there yet on that. Do I think after seeing her with the boyfriend, and he did touch her shoulder, he did physically put a hand on his daughter, I think that may have made him snap, in my own humble opinion. There was a 911 call plus the video evidence, which is irrefutable. You can't ignore this at all. That is, I think, paramount. You know, I'm not against people recording a crime happening while it happens. But this was done on the bus camera. So yeah, but I am against, like the other trial, when you've got 20, 30 people sitting there with the video cameras out, no one trying to help. That's when I get in trouble. So what is harming the defense? Well, the defense may argue cultural misunderstandings, misrepresentation of the events, but the graphic nature of the attack and the multiple independent witnesses' accounts make that difficult. The victim's emotional testimony, despite some inconsistencies, is likely to have been credible due to the trauma involved. Now, the father, from what I'm gathering from the father's attorneys, Um, her father did not snap after seeing the boyfriend touch her. Her father was on a mission. And that's another side of the coin. That's your two sides. Did he snap? What did he go there angry and ready to just kidnap her back, get her in the car and fly her out? Or did he go there angry and with the intent of an honor redrum? Which? That's the side of the coin. There's two sides of that coin. And then the other side is did he go there to retrieve her, and then when the boyfriend was with her and he saw him touch her, did he snap? I don't know. I'm just saying people of that culture, from what I saw, and it was not a court TV one, which I need to go watch that, are saying that for a lot of fathers who a girl is betrothed to another man and is to be married in an arranged marriage, and a non-family member, i.e. a boyfriend, that is against the will of the families, touches her, that defiles her, that is worth an honor redrum. So we'll see. Hi, Evil Queen! I would snap too with this particular type of fellow putting his hands on my daughter. Yep, that'd be true. Okay, so potential for the severity of punishment. If the defendant will most likely face a lengthy prison sentence for attempted redrum related to the charges. Well, here's my thing. I think his maximum is like 10 years per count. I have to look. Social and cultural impacts. In this case, has drawn tons of natural attention. I'm sorry, I'm reading my notes. In the issue of the honor redrum based violence in immigrant communities, meaning there's a lot of cultural differences with people who come from other countries, and they don't always agree with our laws, and we don't agree with their way of life, their beliefs, and their laws. And a lot of them do have violence, i.e. honor redrumming as a part of his culture. May lead to policy decisions about how schools and law enforcement and social services handle such threats. I think that needs to be looked at. This also has, in some areas and in communities, and even within our community as on YouTube, created some tension in cultural and religious communities. There has been some very heated debates about this topic since this trial has hit. But on the other hand, it may empower the victims and the families that are being abused to come forward. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Zach. Yes, I am in my native mode right now. In my native mode. In my native mode, I am. So I wonder how I was thinking about the jury this weekend, because the problem is that we were supposed to go live on Sunday again. Joe Schmo was going to come on, but Joe Schmo is literally driving right now to Arizona, and he just couldn't fit everything in. And I needed a mental health. I've been still dealing with some of the families with this tragic event that happened in Kerrville. And so we're just gonna lay this down until the first, and then we're gonna really pop in on members only live on the first, and we're going to be getting information. On Friday is Lori Daybell, and I've got the inside scoop with Joe Schmo. He will be in court, and we will be having some inside information from them. Both parents need to be locked up. That's what they did wrong. No excuse. I agree. So the emotional impact of the victim's testimony was interesting to me. What was highly compelling, the victim Fatima, if I'm saying it right, Ali, described being choked by her father and fearing for her life. Her emotional state and visible distress during the testimony could strongly resonate with the jurors. I mean, how many of the jurors are parents? And can you imagine your daughter sitting there talking to you about being choked by your parent? I mean, if I would have a hard time not just finding him guilty right then and there after seeing the video. To hell with everybody else. I saw the video, you're guilty. That's the way I would see it. Uh, Multiple independent witnesses, student and bus drivers and everybody. I think that is, if I'm on the jury, I think that's going to hold a whole lot of water. And there was pretty much consistency across the board on their testimonies. A lot of there might be slight variations because people, different angles, different positions, and entering into the scene at different times. But overall, there was a very high amount of consistency, more than I've seen in other cases with multiple witnesses on a case where there's a fight involved, like our last case. So, the one thing that I was thinking about is how many of these jurors understand what an honor red room is. So I wonder if they heard the honor red rooming or the arranged marriage, how many of them would understand the cultural impact of that on this case? And I think there is. And I think that um, on one hand, I wish the judge would have allowed them to know that information. But I think on the other hand, if they did, it would definitely prejudice the jury. And then if there was an appellate, it could become a big appellate issue. I'm no lawyer by any means. This is just my personal, in my humble opinion, kind of statements. That's right. For this month, all super chats and stickers and everything will be donated. By the way, I've got to allocate the name the person used on this channel, but if you're watching and you mailed me a check, I love you. God love you. You are simply amazing. It was not what I was expecting by far, and it will be split equally between the disability needs and that of the fire department. And you will be, just so you know, be getting quite a bit of stuff for some disabled people. I will be sending you a personal thank you note in the near future. You were simply amazing. And all of you have blessed us so greatly here in Kerrville. For those who are just joining, I live in Kerrville. I have been working as a chaplain. I'm an emergency services volunteer firefighter. I'm a volunteer firefighter for Fort McGavock, and I'm also a chaplain, emergency services of Texas. And I have been working this event, or this disaster response, or DRs, we call them. And I got to tell you, so blessed by the support that the world has given our community, but also so blessed in the fact that our community has pulled together, and it's been awesome to see the love and the support. While the court instructed the jurors to avoid bias, the perceived motive is where the problem would be. So punishing a daughter for defying a family's expectations could be viewed especially as premeditated. I think the jury at this point, if the jury doesn't know a whole lot about the culture, then they're going to think, oh, he tried to unalive her because why? She didn't want to go to Iraq. Okay. I mean, I don't think, if you know a lot about the culture, then you may suspect the arranged marriage situation. As for the jury sentiment, I think they have sympathy for this victim. I think it's because she was vulnerable. She's young. She was up on the stand and had the courage to testify. I think that's wonderful. I think they may be a little outraged at the violence and the level of violence that this father took in attacking her. and I believe that they would be confident in the evidence because it's a video. You can't do anything else, man. Oh, okay. I'm having a problem with my Facebook stream. Why am I having a problem with my Facebook stream? I don't know. Anybody else know? I want to thank everybody. Oh my gosh, you didn't know. Hold on, I got to let somebody know. Somebody didn't know what had happened to Doug. For those of you who don't know, my brother-in-law passed away, or really brother. I called him brother. I'm adopted, so I don't have any. He wasn't my blood, but he was my spiritual brother who passed away suddenly. Tracy's husband. Tracy's husband. What is going on with all this? Okay, Heike, I'll look at that. But anyway, unfortunately, he did pass away pretty instantly, and he was just playing his bass guitar in a band in Lukenbach, Texas, and literally just dropped dead. We don't know if it was a massive stroke or if it was a heart attack. We don't know yet. But I am going to share this screen with you. This is the beautiful hat on the fabulous Amanda. This is my dear friend. This is my dear friend Amanda, and this is the hat that you saw me making. She's simply a beautiful, beautiful woman, and I was so blessed to give her that hat. But well, thank you for the sympathies. Yeah, 7 months, 8 months from the day of his wife passing. Not to the day she passed, November 30th, but her services for her memorial was December 17th. He passed away July 17th. So, yeah. Yeah. That's another reason why I struggle going live this weekend. I have to deal with that. Yeah. It's been a rough weekend. It was a rough week. Okay, we do have
and 24-1-132534 state.
Is it me or does the court sound better?
Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe.
Does that sound better?
On behalf of the state, Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali, representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. We are before the court on a continuation of trial. This morning, I received Mr. Leary's proposed jury instructions. And so I have those, and Mr. Leary handed me my bench copy because I was out here, and then he had emailed it to my judicial assistant, who has since forwarded it to me. And Ms. Stone, you have received those instructions as well.
That's correct, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, you indicated that you might have some additional instructions to offer to the court as well, and I just wanted to inquire on that.
Your Honor, I'm still working on those.
All right, so tomorrow?
hopefully. Although I am going to say that I did receive an instruction from the government late yesterday, so I'm still in the process of putting this together.
All right, Ms. Stone?
Beautiful
That's correct.
photo,
That's the
love.
Instruction that the state indicated, I don't recall what day last week. Last week, it might have been Thursday, Wednesday.
Okay, I'm going to pause here. Eva Queen, would you like to come on during break, voice or camera, and talk about this? Because I only know what I've been told by a friend of mine, and I've only known what I've done by research, so I'm by no means an expert. And I would love to have your insight on this. I can send you a link. You don't have to show your face. You can do voice only. It's up to you. No pressure.
Wednesday, sometime on Thursday, maybe.
I am fully
At
gained,
exchange between
and my voice is all the way
3508
down.
504, with it consistent with the information charged in Mr. Ali's case. So we did provide that yesterday to defense counsel. I don't think it's in the right format for the court, so we have to fix the formatting for the court. That's all.
All right, and so when will it be provided to me?
This afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I am 100% gained across the
All
board.
right.
Their
And I will
live,
just
my
indicate
computer, and my
that
thing.
On
I
Friday,
can't go any
I
louder.
have, I did put together the start of the draft instructions, using what I had from the state and what I had from Mr. Kading. I identified just my own notes, what I thought was missing. And I will be working on adding Mr. Leary's proposed instructions as well, so that hopefully once I receive the other proposed instructions that people know they're offering as we sit here now, that I can at least get those instructions in a draft format. What I never like to see is when I have provided the draft instructions to the parties the day before we're going to talk about them and no one has looked at them. And so they're reading the instructions instead of us being able to go to the places in the instructions where there is an objection by anyone or exception. That's the most efficient way for us ultimately to address the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues before we get started?
I think just a forecast to the court, the state has Dr. Kim this morning, and then Officer Chavez. Ms. Zoe is doing Dr. Kim, then we're doing Officer Chavez. The state has Officer Bell here as well to testify this morning. I indicated to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading yesterday that the state intends to introduce some portions of Officer Bell's body camera. There was a discussion, very short discussion late last night about an objection to that. There was some conversation this morning based on the case law associated with that. I think the objection as to the admission of the body cameras itself as a whole, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Leary, but my understanding is that objection itself is withdrawn, but he may have objections to certain portions of that body camera. So I anticipate that the parties are likely following Officer Chavez to ask for a break to see if that is something we can resolve between the parties prior to Officer Bell testifying. I can tell the court we have taken Sergeant Newcomb off of the list for today. So following Officer Bell, we have Officer Howard and then Dr. Gilbert, and those are the state's witnesses for today.
And you anticipate Dr. Gilbert this afternoon still
Yes, Your Honor.
at 1:30,
Yes, Your Honor.
or is close there too?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who is doing the exam of Officer Chavez?
I'm doing Officer Chavez and Officer Bell, and Ms. Zoe has the remainder of the witnesses for the day.
All right. Mr. Larry?
Just to kind of complete the record, Your Honor. So I did provide a case in the statute to the state where it appeared to me that the requirements of the statute weren't complied with, thus making the body worn video inadmissible. I was provided with an unpublished case that I had not seen this morning that I think runs contrary to my argument, so I'm not making that argument. However, I did not communicate with the state about issues in the section that they're playing, because I didn't think it was going to be admissible. So we are going to talk on break about concerns that I have, see if we are in agreement for editing, and if not, we'll go to the court. I would have done it beforehand, but I didn't think it was coming in at all. So, but now I'm not making that argument.
All right. Thank you for that information as well. After we conclude with Dr. Kim and Officer Chavez, I will take a recess and we'll address those issues. And if the parties are unable to reach an agreement about what that video exhibit is going to look like, then I will hear argument.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Keating, do you have any preliminary issues before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Leary, that was something the state raised, which was also one of your preliminary issues. Do you have any others?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring the jury in.
All right, bring the jury. We're bringing in the jury.
You can have your witness come in, please.
We will be breaking away, just so you know, we will be breaking away for the Stephen Stearns hearing. I don't like doing that, but we will be doing it today. And then depending on how long that goes, then we'll come back into this.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We hope you had a good weekend and a good Friday since we were not here on Friday. We will continue with the presentation of evidence at this time. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would like to call Dr. Kim.
Dr. Kim, come forward, please. I'm going to place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes,
Please be seated.
thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, thank you. I'm doing well.
And Dr. Kim, if you could, the microphone can,
Oh.
you can adjust it, and then you can also move your seat closer to the microphone. And just speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone.
Okay, great.
If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure, my name is Sungwon Kim. Kim is spelled K-I-M.
What is your occupation?
I'm an otolaryngologist.
Okay, and what is a otolaryngologist?
Otolaryngologist is a physician that practices head and neck surgery.
Okay, and where is your place of employment?
Oh,
I
that's
practice
same.
in Olympia, Washington. Do you need the address?
No, what do you practice at a specific medical facility?
Yeah, I'm actually in a private practice. I work at ENT Associates in Olympia. I am affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay. And what do you mean by you're affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
That means that the hospital grants me privileges to practice medicine and perform surgeries at that institution.
Okay. What is your education background?
I went to college at UC Berkeley, and then I got a master's degree at Georgetown University. I got my medical degree at George Washington University. Do you need specific dates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. How long have you been a otolaryngologist?
Including residency, I would be at my 18th year now.
Okay. When you say including residency, Dr. Kim, what do you mean by residency?
Residency is the 5 years of training that I had to do before I could practice on my own.
Okay. And residency, does that, I take it comes after graduation from medical school?
It's a good question. Yes. So I went to 5.
The standard medical residency starts at 3 years. He did 5. Oh my gosh.
years of residency at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Okay.
for 5 years to train to do what I do now.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist?
Well, I practice general head and neck surgery, which means for the most part I do ear tubes for children, tonsillectomies. I'm also the primary head and neck surgeon. Specifically, I do thyroid surgeries and other endocrine surgeries around the throat, as well as cancers of the tongue, tonsil, voice box, everything clavicle and up except for the brain.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist, you mentioned you're also associated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital. Do you also get called to examine patients who have been, say, admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Yes, that's part of my conditions for having privileges at St. Peter's Hospital is for me to be able to take call. I take call on average about every 5 weeks for a week at a time.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities, do you sometimes review CT angiogram scans or x-rays that are done on patients that have been admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the purpose of reviewing CT scans or x-rays?
Any kind of diagnostic imaging is to help us find out what the underlying cause of the disease process is, and to hopefully eliminate, if not improve, the outcomes.
Okay. And back.
Yeah, guys, I was a doctor's wife. I know they have different residential term or residency terms. I just wanted people to understand that average is 3 for like your family practitioner, internist. I think it's derm. So there's a lot of them. The baseline is 3 years, the baseline. And then the more specialized you get added years. So, but 5 years is a tough haul in residency. I'll be honest.
Back in October of 2024, did you review scans that was done on a patient by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes, I did.
And why were you asked to review the, well, let me ask you this question. Who asked you to review the CT angiogram scans?
I don't recall, but it was one of the emergency department physicians that called me and asked me to review the scans, as there were what he described as abnormalities that he wanted me to take a look at.
Okay. When you say abnormalities, what do you mean by abnormalities?
He gave me a quick story about a young patient who had a traumatic event to her neck. Specifically, I believe he called it a strangulation event. And there was free air, that means air underneath the skin, that was tracking along the trachea, and into and around the superior mediastinum.
Okay. And did you in fact review these scans that was done on Fatima Ali?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, diagnosis were you able to provide after reviewing the scans?
It was clear that the patient had paratracheal air or subcutaneous air around her trachea that extended down towards her superior mediastinum. And I said as much. I also confirmed, the radiologist read about this. I also confirmed that there wasn't any vascular injury, which is what we worry often with strangulation injuries. And I specifically said that the amount of air, again, if I remember correctly, I specifically said the amount of air in her neck was not a large amount.
Okay. And then you indicated there was air in the, I believe you said paratracheal. It was that on the left side or the right side?
I gotta be honest, I don't recall 100%, but I believe it's in the right.
Could have been in the left side.
It could have been, absolutely,
Okay.
but I don't recall.
Okay. And what is the paratracheal space?
So the trachea is your windpipe here. Para means next to, so it's the space around, it's a potential space around your trachea, which is a windpipe here.
Okay.
And the witness is demonstrating on his own neck as he was describing that last testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, have you heard of the term subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is subcutaneous emphysema?
Subcutaneous emphysema is having air underneath the skin in places where it generally is not found.
Okay. And in this case for Miss Ali, you indicated there was free air in the tracheal space. Was the air in the free air in the tracheal space underneath the skin?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can subcutaneous emphysema be dangerous?
Yes.
And how can it be dangerous?
It can be very dangerous if you develop what we call tension pneumothorax or tension pneumomediastinum. The tension portion means that whatever caused the air to go underneath the skin or around the tissues where it doesn't belong can continue putting air into that region without it being able to be released. So the air can continue building up inside the chest or the neck until it squeezes vital structure so they stop working.
Okay.
I would just indicate that the witness is again using his hands to demonstrate what he is verbally providing in his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, what is the, you mentioned the word mediastinum many times now. What is mediastinum?
Okay. I'm not a cardiothoracic surgeon, and I don't generally operate in this region. But the mediastinum is the area around your heart, specifically involving the great vessels of your heart, as well as the trachea, and superiorly on the top, as well as the airways that go into your lungs, called the bronchi, or the bronchus for one.
And for the record, Dr. Kim, as you were explaining what mediastinum was, you were demonstrating with your own body.
I was. Do you not want me to do that? Is that easier?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to testify. We just have to describe what's happening in the courtroom so that the written record will reflect what's happening.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And Dr. Kim, was Miss Ali also diagnosed with pneumomediastinum?
She was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is when air is around and in the mediastinum where it generally does not belong.
Okay. And with regards to pneumomediastinum, can that be dangerous as well?
Absolutely.
And how can it be dangerous?
Specifically, the tension portion of it, of whether or not the air continues to build up and it has no ability to be released.
Okay.
So if there is enough air inside and around the pneumomediastinum, it can squeeze in the great vessels as well as the airway, such that it will stop being able to conduct airflow through, as well as being able to push blood through the great vessels.
Okay. And when you say great vessels, what do you mean by great vessels?
The aorta, which is the major blood vessel that comes out of the heart that feeds all of your body, including your brain, as well as the pulmonary artery, the pulmonary vein. These are all blood vessels that allow blood to return from the lungs into the heart, so that we get proper oxygenation.
Okay. And for the record, you are,
Sorry, yes,
it's okay. You're demonstrating with your own body as well again. You indicated, you testified, Dr. Kim, that pneumomediastinum can be dangerous due to tension placed on the great vessels.
Yes.
For the great vessels to work normally and properly, is it fair to say that there should not be tension placed on them?
Absolutely. I want to be clear though, I'm not a cardiac thoracic surgeon. This is not specifically my specialty. However, I did go to medical school, and it's very clear that avoiding tension and pressure along the aorta is more compatible with life than without.
Okay. And then with regards to the your diagnosis, where you indicated that Miss Ali had air in her left tracheal space, can strangulation cause air to be present in the left tracheal space?
Yes. Well, so many things can cause pneumomediastinum. It can happen spontaneously. Generally happens more to like thin, tall men in their 20s and 30s. But it can happen even during childbirth if you're straining hard enough, let's say, or trauma,
Okay.
which I believe is what happened here.
Okay.
If you put enough force that prevents air from escaping, then you can expel air from the windpipe or some other part of the airway into the mediastinum.
Okay. You indicated if you put enough force to prevent air from escaping. Force on where?
So generally for strangulation injuries, is generally around the neck, preventing the airflow from coming out. That way it causes increased intrathoracic pressure, and sometimes that pressure goes out at the area of least resistance.
Okay. And the area of least resistance, where would that be?
So I don't know. I didn't look, but it's likely going to be the trachea, in between what's called the tracheal rings, likely is what would happen.
Okay.
But
Also, in the last response, before what the doctor just testified to, he was again using himself to explain his testimony.
And Dr. Kim, you indicated that you did not look. When you say you did not look, do you mean in this case you did not do a further examination of Miss Ali?
That's true. I did not do a further examination of Miss Ali, but the looking that I had to do required an operative management. That means I would have to take her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and put a camera into her throat, into her mouth and throat, and look into her trachea with what's called a rigid bronchoscope.
Okay. And with regards to and I'm going to ask you some more questions about that in a moment, but you testified that she had basically free air in the left paratracheal space. What is the let me ask you a different question. What is the aerodigestive tract?
The aerodigestive tract is, so it specifically addresses your mouth that goes all the way down. So the digestive tract goes from your mouth all the way down into your stomach, from what I deal with. So it's your mouth, your pharynx, which is your throat, your larynx, which is your voice box, and then down into your esophagus. That's the digestive portion of it. The aero portion of it is your nose, your mouth, your pharynx, which is, so this, it's shared, that's why we call it air digestive. And then it goes into your larynx, in between your vocal cords, in your larynx, and down into your trachea.
Okay. And again, for the record, you were demonstrating the explanation of aerodigestive tract with pointing to different parts of your own body.
Yes.
And based on your training experience, can a tear in the aerodigestive tract cause the free air that was present in the left paratracheal space from Ms. Ali?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you talked earlier about sort of when there's air building up, it sort of just ends up going out in the portion of the body that's least resistant, that's of least resistance. With regards to when you say the least resistance, do you mean sort of the aerodigestive tract for a tear to develop?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can strangulation cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Absolutely.
And how does that happen?
So there's multiple ways that occurs. Generally, the way I've seen it most is the strangulation causes a fracture of what's called the hyoid bone up here. That is a free-floating bone that's above your voice box. Again, I'm pointing to my body to show you guys where things are. This hyoid bone, when it fractures, it can tear and cause a tract to form between your throat and into and around your subcutaneous tissue, specifically along your larynx and your trachea.
Okay. Besides a fracture to the hyoid bone, are there other ways that strangulation can cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Mm-hmm. Just like when you strain hard enough during labor, it can cause you to tear a part of your trachea enough that you blow air through and down around your paratracheal space into your mediastinum. The same thing can occur if you are have an extrinsic force that pushes on the trachea hard enough that if you build up enough intrathoracic pressure, you can also tear a part of your aerodigestive tract in that way.
Okay. And the building up of the pressure, is that in essence when somebody is in the process of is that in essence when external forces press on your trachea, you're struggling to breathe?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, what is the best way to determine whether Ms. Ali in fact had a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Well, there are a couple ways. I mean, there's multiple ways. We discussed one already, which is I could have taken her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and taken a look inside of her trachea specifically. And I could have also looked in her esophagus with something called an esophagoscope. That's an option. We decided, well, I can talk about that later, but that's an option. Option number one. Option number two is you could get a study called a swallow study or a barium swallow study. We wouldn't use barium per se. We use another medium called gastrographin, which is much less irritating along the mediastinum. The thing we worry about for potential violation of the mediastinal space is that we can put more stuff inside of it that can cause her to have a terrible infection.
Okay.
So, and the last study is really getting what's called a CT scan of the chest. All of these, and there may be more that I don't know about, but those are the ones I know about.
Okay. And with regards to sort of doing, I want to talk to you first about option number two, doing the swallow study. Why did you perform that in this case?
No, none of the three things I discussed were not performed. We're not performed. The reason why we decided against performing a gastrographin study is that, or the swallow study, excuse me, with gastrographin. The reason why we decided against performing that specific procedure is one, is that it's a lot of radiation. So it's essentially the study is performed by you sitting in front of an X-ray machine, and you swallow a bunch of gas or graphene, and then we watch it with with essentially an X-ray machine. It looks like a movie. You can actually see it as it goes down and see if it leaks out into her chest or mediastinum.
Okay.
And one of the big reasons why I didn't want to do that was because the amount of free air that was inside of her paratracheal space and mediastinum was not very much. I would call it a mild amount of air. I, number one, anticipate this will likely get better on its own with conservative management. And number two, I did not want to irradiate a 17-year-old female as it may, although unlikely, may increase her risk of developing cancer in the future.
Okay. And what about the first option, which you indicated taking her to the operating room and putting a scope?
Okay, that's a great question. So again, it's trying to, just because we can do something, we generally just don't do it. In this case, the risk benefit of that would have been high. Specifically, the active intubation alone, where we put a tube down the throat into the airway so that we can see whether or not she has a tear inside of her trachea, may make things worse because we'd be blowing more air and increasing intrathoracic pressure in an area that I was concerned already has a small tear.
Okay.
So looking would have given us a good answer, but it could have made a condition tremendously worse and put her life at danger. If there was something that we could have done about it, that would be more a more reasonable plan of action. But given that in most cases, even if we find the tear, we don't repair it generally. We allow it to repair on its own.
Okay. And with regards to, if I'm understanding you correctly, if there was in fact, whichever of the three options you testified about, if you had in fact pursued one of the options, even if you had confirmed that she had a tear in her aerodigestive tract, the solution would have been just sort of, I don't want to call it a wait and see game, but sort of wait and see and have the tear heal on its own.
Yeah. Yes, I believe doctors call that watchful waiting.
Okay. All right.
We were watchfully waiting. My great concern for her was whether or not she would have fevers overnight, chest pain, or shortness of breath. If that was the case, then we would call the cardiothoracic surgeons and have them emergently place chest tubes into her chest to relieve her of any fluid and or air from her chest.
Okay. And with regards to the concerns that you had developing a fever, shortness of breath, are those symptoms of tension pneumomediastinum?
So the fever portion is actually mediastinitis, which is a different process. So although I wasn't very concerned about this, there was a chance that her esophagus had torn a little bit. And then if saliva from her mouth as she's swallowing gets into her mediastinum, then she could develop problems with chest pain and fevers. And that could cause her, then I would be very, very anxious that she would have a very serious and potentially life-threatening problem.
Okay.
Okay, I need to answer this question. Who is this person? Music by Brian. I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and we have deaf people that will watch this YouTube. And that beautiful woman up there, her name is Diane. She's an interpreter for the deaf and one of my best friends. And so she assists me and helps some of the other viewers be able to follow this case. Say hello, Diane.
And he's probably asking because I spaced it for a moment. I just went, boop, and I'm sorry because I'm so very, very tired.
Oh, that's okay. And let's do this. For those of you who don't know, her sister had a massive heart attack, and she's also one of my better friends. And she had a heart attack so bad and so serious it blew a hole in her heart.
Yeah.
But she lived. And she's going to rehab today. She's doing wonderful.
Yeah.
And her name is Margie. And Diane's going to be going to Alaska soon.
Yes, but I'll still be here. I'm gonna be in
When are you leaving for Alaska, babe?
August the 2nd, but I don't get there until late at night, so I probably don't leave here until like 5 o'clock, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to let her get back to interpreting music by Brian 2024. When I'm not migrainey Ada, I will get on and interpret with her, but right now my brain can't function.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I need to get something from the living room.
Okay, I'll remove you and I'll see you when you come back. Okay,
And
guys.
with regards to
hello.
you testified earlier, doctors call it watchful waiting.
Yes.
In this case, was watchful waiting done in Fatima's case?
Watchful waiting was done in Fatima's case.
Okay. And did you put her on any restrictions though after you reviewed her CT angiogram scans?
Specifically, I asked the pediatrician to have her not eat or drink anything when I saw the CT scan. The reason why I asked the pediatrician not to have her eat or drink anything was, one, although my concern was low that she had a tear in her esophagus, I didn't want to make that worse by having her eat a hamburger, let's say, and getting a piece of bread or some type of food particle stuck inside of her mediastinum. Number two, if she got worse, that if she required urgent operative management, that we wouldn't have to worry about her having food or water or anything else inside of her stomach for us to do a surgical procedure.
Okay. And just want to make sure I understand your testimony. You indicated in this case that she had free air in the left paratracheal space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and no procedures was done because you were, as you testified, watchful waiting. You were doing watchful waiting.
Yes.
And despite doing watchful waiting, you still had the concern that she could develop
Mediastinitis?
Yes, mediastinitis or tension pneumomediastinum.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, sir.
So you said that pneumomediastinum is not something you generally deal with? Is
That is
what
correct.
you say? Okay. And you know that it can be caused by several different things.
I do.
Okay. For example, blunt force trauma,
Blunt force trauma is one of them.
having weight put on your body,
Having weight put on your body is possible.
right? And then we get into things like Macklin effect and all of that. That's from medical school. You remember those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Macklin effect is yes.
Okay. I was just curious if you're aware of all of the ways it can be caused.
Are you kidding me? Are you acting like a doctor now?
Yes.
Okay.
Macklin effect. May I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Macklin effect. Generally, you can see air along the like the peribronchial vascular structures. The CT scan did go down to the superior mediastinum, but I don't recall it evaluating her entire chest. I don't believe it did. Again, this is a while ago. It generally does not, and I don't recall if there was air along her peribronchial space there.
Okay. And so just to be clear too, when you're dealing with pneumomediastinum, you're not always entirely sure what causes it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the wait and see attitude you take is to kind of see if it's something that's ongoing or something that may resolve quickly on its own.
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, you saw the air, you said, let's take a look and see what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Watchful waiting.
All right. And so there was no indication of any, well, by the next morning it had resolved, right?
By X-ray, it had, yes.
Okay, which was at 8:39 in the morning, something to that effect.
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but sometime the next morning it had already resolved,
yes.
which means all the air was gone from inside there.
The modality of diagnostic imaging that they chose was a chest X-ray, which is reasonable given her age, and you don't want to get a CT scan of the chest given the amount of radiation that she had. The gross air on chest X-ray, you're looking for dramatic worsening, which I did not see. Chest X-rays are much harder to find minute amounts of air. So a CT scan would be more appropriate for that. I cannot say if it all resolved based on the chest X-ray, but I would say that it was better on chest X-ray.
And so when something is getting better, that typically means in this case that maybe tension pneumomediastinum is probably no longer a major concern, right?
That is very true, yes.
Very true, because that means that there's not a structure that's leaking air continually into the chest cavity.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Well said.
All right.
You did your homework is what he just meant.
Now, typically in a case like this, where it's something that we'll say resolves quickly, is there any lasting effect from the incident of pneumomediastinum?
Generally, I'm struggling with this question because as I'm not an expert in pneumomediastinum, I would say that I don't know what the answer is, but I would anticipate that it's likely no, you won't have long-term effects.
Perfect. Okay, and again, just to clarify, the lack of food and water was for two purposes, essentially. One, we don't want to make things worse by getting a piece of hamburger stuck in there,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And two, if there is a problem that we're not seeing right now, we want to be able to immediately address it, right?
I was looking for specific worsening, and so to clarify, yes, if she was worsening all of a sudden, then she would need immediate attention. Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, where we have a beginning of pneumomediastinum, we have the air in the lungs, it's possible that it resolves the next day.
Yes.
It's also possible it could get worse.
Yes.
And in this case, it did not get worse, right?
It did not get worse
Okay.
based on the chest X-ray the following morning.
All right. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Kim.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. I mean, I
Hey,
assume
I'll
that
be
it's every doctor's dream to come in and testify.
No,
right?
this is actually pretty terrifying and horrifying to me. So thanks for saying that.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty, and I'm sure it can be horrifying for many people.
Oh yeah.
But this shouldn't be too bad. So, okay. So at the start of direct, you testified that you didn't see vascular injury. Did I hear that
Yes.
correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that vascular injury is a common result of strangulation cases. Is that, did you say that?
I want to. The answer is I did say that.
Okay.
So it's not very common, but it's what we look for because it's dangerous.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. May I?
Absolutely.
Okay. The amount of force it takes to restrict, and this is an area that I'm actually expert at, the amount of force it actually takes for you to
Good
choke
to know.
somebody to prevent venous flow, that means blood from your brain going back into your heart, is not very much, about 4 pounds per square inch or so. The carotid artery is a little bit higher, so preventing blood from going from your heart up to your brain is a little bit higher. And if I remember correctly, I want to say it's about 11 pounds per square inch or so. That's about a really firm handshake you can get around the neck. Sometimes the amount of force it takes for you to strangle somebody and even break the hyoid bone is so much that it causes carotid injury. Specifically because of that, the emergency department has, and I did use my hand to demonstrate what part of the neck I was talking about. The emergency department has a protocol for strangulation injuries to look specifically for carotid injury specifically, as it can cause terrible problems with neurovascular damage. It'll look like a stroke sometimes. You can have carotid blowout, all these other terrible things that can occur. I did not see that on the CT angiogram.
Okay. So what you did see was this loose air,
Yes.
correct? And that was the only thing that you saw that was of significance to you in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you were called in.
Yes, sir.
And so what we're talking about is, as you described, free air inside, and your chest is a closed universe, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's no release valve,
No, there is not.
or at least not a very effective one. Fair?
Yeah, over time, it'll slowly absorb.
Okay.
But yes, there's no obvious release valve.
Okay. And so you talked about it's dangerous if it develops tension in various parts of your chest and your neck area, correct?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that is because it's kind of a one-way. So if there's a tear and it's an open tear, that air is then going in and pressure is building, correct?
That's correct.
And your body doesn't have the ability to actively, quickly release that air.
Exactly.
Okay.
Generally, the rate of absorption is much, much slower than how quickly you can build up the air inside.
Okay. And so we didn't, in this case, see any of that ongoing buildup of air. Fair?
That is fair.
Okay.
May I expound on that?
Sure.
The CT scan was done, I believe, a few hours afterwards.
Okay.
The amount of air I saw wasn't great. There wasn't a lot of air inside of her.
So let me interrupt. So when you say wasn't great,
So,
what does that mean? Like danger, or not
Right.
a great amount?
so it wasn't that it was a small amount of air,
Okay.
right? So when I do neck surgeries, I can cause pneumomediastinum, okay? Just because I open up the neck, I'm operating along the trachea and such, right? When I see that on a chest X-ray or a CT scan the following day, I'm not generally worried about it because I know that there's no more air going inside the body, right? So for her, I thought, well, she may be already absorbing some of this, and that's the reason why we're seeing definitely air, but not a large amount. I was a lot less worried about tension pneumomediastinum at this point.
Okay. And so we talked about kind of things that can go wrong, right? And that's why you're watching her, correct?
Mhm.
Why she was admitted,
Just have to have a verbal
Sorry.
response.
Sorry. Yes.
and that's why she was admitted overnight, correct?
Yes.
And what you then talked about is just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the watchful waiting in the morning, if you had seen fever, chest pain, shortness of breath, you then go to we're gonna take those additional steps to research it, correct?
Very good. Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to pay attention. So I mean, there's no need to scope. I mean, if it's going to resolve on its own, we don't need to scope,
Right.
correct? We don't need to do the swallow study.
Right.
And we don't need to do a CT scan of the chest,
No.
correct? Because of the amount of air, correct?
Yes.
And she wasn't showing signs of further distress.
Right.
Okay.
She was asymptomatic at this point, from what I understand.
He is minimizing this to the nth degree. He is royally minimizing this.
Okay. All right.
No big deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kim, when Mr. Kading, the first defense attorney that asked you some questions on cross-examination, he asked you about the different other possible ways that can cause pneumomediastinum. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay, and I believe one of the things he mentioned was that, in essence, having pressure placed on you, like on your chest, could in fact cause pneumomediastinum.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Based on your training experience, in a situation, if somebody is, for whatever reason, holding their breath, and all of a sudden sudden pressure is being placed on their chest, can that cause pneumomediastinum?
From what I've read, that it can, yes. So any kind of chest trauma.
Okay.
So a sudden force to the chest can cause pneumomediastinum. Yes.
Okay. And for the sudden force to the chest to cause pneumomediastinum, in the situation where the person is holding their breath, does it, for pneumomediastinum to occur, does it require the person to essence still be holding in their breath when the sudden pressure is being placed on their chest?
If there's no, the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
I haven't seen studies on that, but the way it occurs is that the glottis is your vocal cords and your larynx. Again, I'm pointing to my body. And when it shuts, that allows you to, that prevents any kind of air from escaping your lungs. If you hit your chest hard enough at that point, you're going to increase the interthoracic pressure. And without this release valve opening up, the air sometimes has to go somewhere, and it can pick a weak area, an area of least resistance, if you will.
Okay. The release valve you're talking about, based on your training experience, for most people, would the release valve in essence open up if they're open up, unless there was something else that was causing it to be shut?
Yeah, it should open.
Okay. And so based on your training experience, the release valve you're talking about, if somebody was holding onto their breath, is it fair to say that they would in essence release and exhale once the sudden pressure ends up being applied to their chest?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 18th of 2024, when you first reviewed the scans that was done on Ms. Ali, you testified that the next day you didn't have any concerns due to the fact there was the presence of free air was in essence had disappeared. But on October 18th, at that time when you first reviewed the scans, did you still have the concern? Did you in fact have the concern that she could develop tension pneumomediastinum?
Oh, absolutely. If I thought that she didn't have any chance of something life-threatening happened to her, I would have said you can just discharge her home. But I was absolutely concerned for a potential life-threatening tension pneumomediastinum. Yes.
Okay. And then what about the concern for mediastinitis? I believe that was the correct pronunciation. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I finally got it right. Was that also a concern on October 18th when you first reviewed our scans?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I specifically that's one of the big reasons why I recommended not to eat or drink anything until the following morning.
Okay. And you indicated that the following day when you saw the, in essence, free air had disappeared from her aerodigestive tract and then also from her mediastinum. That was the next day after reviewing the subsequent scans. Is that right?
That is correct. I want to be clear. The free air, she probably still had a little bit there.
Okay.
The chest x-ray is not specific enough, sensitive enough to detect really minute amounts of air. So when you say disappeared, it makes me a little uncomfortable. It probably didn't disappear. It was probably just much less.
Okay. But on October 18th, when you first reviewed her scans, did you at that time have the concern that she was possibly still leaking air?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you twice have mentioned the hyoid bone in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a small bone in your throat?
It's above your larynx. I'm again pointing. This is your voice box here. Men generally have Adam's apples. It's just above that. It's a free-floating bone, one of the few free-floating bones you have. Mm-hmm. And it looks like the letter C. And it just floats, connecting some of what's called your strap muscles that allows you to swallow better.
Okay, and I believe you said that sometimes gets broken during a strangulation event.
Yes, sir.
It was not broken in this case?
It was not broken in this case.
And you said it took How much force? 11 pounds of force was it?
11 pounds of 11. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's 11 pounds per square inch.
Okay. All right. But only 4 pounds per square inch to cut off the blood flow.
For the venous return, that means the blood flow from the brain returning back to the heart.
Okay.
Which again is a little less than a firm handshake.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any further cross-examination?
Thank you for being here.
Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This day would call Officer Chavez. May I step out?
You may. Members of the jury, if you'd like to stand briefly while we're waiting for the next witness, you're welcome to do so. Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please be seated. Looks like everyone is seated again, so you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Chavez.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Tori Chavez, C-H-A-V as in Victor, E-Z as in zebra.
Thank you. And Officer Chavez, I'm going to ask you to move just a little bit closer to the microphone if you don't mind. And if you need to adjust it, it moves. Okay. Officer Chavez, are you employed?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed with the Lacey Police Department.
Okay. What do you do for the Lacey Police Department?
I'm employed as a police officer on the patrol schedule.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
I was hired in September of 2023, and I received my commission in June of 2024.
And is that all of your time in law enforcement?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe your training and experience, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts with an emphasis in Japanese language. I completed the Washington State Basic Law Enforcement Academy, which is 720 hours. Training, including criminal law, criminal investigation, collisions, first aid. I've also completed a 8-hour deaf awareness workshop, a 32-hour course in drone operations, and recently a 16-hour interview course.
And as a patrol officer, what do you do? What are your duties?
My duties are I'm assigned to a specific area of Lacey, whether it's north, central, or south. I'm responsible for answering calls of service. Could be anywhere from just answering phone calls for public service, answering questions about Lacey municipal codes, Washington state laws, doing investigations into burglaries, thefts, also in doing.
I can't get over the look. I can't get over the look. She should be in the movie with Wednesday. What is it? Addams Family. Is this an Addams Family cop? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, but dang.
Traffic enforcement.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department then in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working or on duty on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School on that day?
I did, yes.
Is that at 6121 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I believe so, yes.
And did you go to that location?
I did.
Who did you, if anyone, go to that location with?
I went with my field training officer, Officer Bell.
What is a field training officer?
They're responsible for making sure that once we graduate academy, we meet the requirements that the Lacey Police Department has for new entry-level officers. So with him, he was my phase 3, which would be towards the end of the training that the department gives new officers.
And when you say you went there with him, does that mean you share a vehicle? You
Yes.
go in pairs? What does that look like?
At that point on that phase, I was the driver of the vehicle and he was sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
And do you know about what time you arrived?
I think it was approximately 2:24.
And what upon, well, first of all, which direction are you coming from?
I was coming from Rebel Road, so I was going to be traveling eastbound on Mullen Road.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed moderate to heavy traffic. It appeared that school had just let out. There's the high school on the left-hand side of the road if you're going eastbound, and then there's another elementary school farther down the road. So there's a lot of cars coming and going from that area, school buses, things like that.
When you say another elementary school, is that on the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side?
It would be the right-hand side of the road.
Okay, so across the street and a little bit farther down from the high school, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you said you observed medium to heavy traffic in the area due to school ending and those two schools. Is there anything that specifically drew your attention as you were arriving?
Yes, there was a group of people standing on the sidewalk on the Timberline sides at the left-hand side of where I was facing.
Okay, and where were there any markers or landmarks, so to speak, on that left-hand side of the road where you saw that group? Something to orient the
Yes.
jury to?
So there was the intercity transit bus stop at that location. And then just east of that is the entrance to the school's
Okay.
parking lot.
And where did you see that group of people in relation to that intercity transit bus stop?
They were roughly gathered around where that bus stop pole is.
You said where the pole is?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other officers on scene yet at that time?
Yes, I did. I saw one other officer.
Do you know who that officer was?
Officer Hang.
Where did you see Officer Hang?
He was in the like bark or dirt part of the school grounds. He was bent over or kneeling and holding somebody down.
Okay. Were there any other individuals with Officer Hang?
There was an adult male.
And was that adult male an officer or a civilian?
He looked to be a civilian.
Okay. And you said they were holding someone down. Was the person they were holding down an adult, a child, or something else?
Appeared to be an adult.
Adult, male or female?
Male.
And was that person an officer or a civilian?
It was a civilian.
And you said there were a crowd of people there. How would you describe that crowd of people? Is that were those adults, children, or something else?
They appear to be primarily high schoolers.
Okay. What did you do next as you were arriving? Where'd you go?
I pulled my vehicle into the left turn lane to go into Timberline High School. I had my red and blue lights on. I exited my vehicle and approached to where Officer Hang was kneeling on the ground. And then at that point, we asked what he needed to assist him.
Okay. And what was your duty then in terms of assisting?
I was to gather the witness statements from anybody that had seen what had occurred prior to my arrival.
Okay. And where did you do that?
I did that at the intercity bus stop.
Okay. And who were you gathering witness statements from?
I got their names.
Well, I'll get there.
Okay.
Who were you getting witness statements
I
from?
was getting witness statements from the high schoolers that were at the bus stop.
And do you remember specifically who you spoke with at the bus stop? Where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
I first approached the teenagers that had stated that they had seen what happened.
And again, without repeating anything anyone told you, where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
When I initially made contact at the bus stop.
Did she provide you a statement at that time?
She did not know.
Was there a bus coming at that point?
She stated that she needed to catch a bus. Yes, I did not see one at the time.
Okay. And did you get her information to take a later statement?
I did, yes.
Okay. At some point during your investigation, well, let me back up. At any point during your interaction or your time on scene, did you come in contact with anyone by the name? What about Haneen Ali? No contact.
That would be in the parking lot proper of the Timberline High School.
Was that before or after you made contact with? And when you observed Zahra and Haneen Ali, how would you identify how they appeared in terms of what they were wearing? I mean, who was wearing what?
Haneen was wearing I believe it's a headscarf called a hijab. She was wearing a black like raincoat or overcoat, a blue button-up shirt, and black pants.
Okay. And what was Zahra wearing?
She was also wearing a hijab and a long ankle-length like overcoat, something that was black with some sort of leopard print dress or long covering underneath.
At some point during your investigation, did you become familiar with the name of? Okay. At what point of your investigation do you recall you became aware of Fatima Ali?
Well, when I spoke with Haneen and Zahra, they had mentioned their daughter.
Okay. And were you able to determine based on a conversation with Zahra who Fatima was in relation to Zahra?
Yes.
And who was Fatima in relation to Zahra?
Zahra said it was her daughter.
Were you able to determine what the, were you aware at some point of anyone by the name of, based on your conversation with Zahra, was any connection between Isaiah and Fatima?
Yes.
What was that connection?
From my understanding was that Isaiah was Fatima's boyfriend.
Do you recall during the course of your conversation with Zahra Ali, whether she made any statements about Isaiah specifically?
Yes.
And what did she say about Isaiah as it related to her daughter?
She stated to me that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind and that he was a danger to her.
And were you speaking during the time that you had contact with Isaiah, or excuse me, with Zahra and Haneen? Were you speaking to both women, just Haneen, Zahra, or something else?
I was speaking to both.
And was Haneen relaying to you what she believed had occurred that day as well?
Yes.
And was that conversation with you in English?
It was.
And during your interaction with Haneen, did Zahra provide details?
She did.
What did that look like? Meaning, did they speak individually? Did they provide a group statement? What did that interaction between Haneen, Zahra, and you look like in terms of pace or smoothness of that conversation?
It was relatively choppy. When I would direct questions at Haneen, Zahra would interject or they would start talking over each other, so it was a little difficult to follow at times. When I would ask clarifying questions, Zahra would often interject with her recollection of events.
Okay. And was that communication with you from Zahra with you also in English?
It was.
During the course of your interaction with Zahra Ali, did she indicate to you whether she had observed Isaiah punching her husband?
She did.
Did she indicate what that looked like?
She made gestures with one of her arms in a punching motion, or like a rapid punching motion.
Okay. So what did she say about her observations of Isaiah punching her husband?
She said when she arrived, she saw Isaiah hitting her husband.
And did she indicate if her husband was on the ground at that time?
She did not.
And did you ask them to clarify where they were when they made the observations about Zahra hitting her husband?
I did.
And what was the response?
The response was both of them answered at the same time. Haneen stated that
Without introducing what Haneen said, please.
okay. Zahra made a gesture based off where she was standing towards the school and was saying that they fled in that direction. They being Fatima and Isaiah.
How did Zahra appear to you when describing what was happening, what she said she observed happening to her husband when she arrived?
She was upset. She would pace back and forth. Her hands would either be clasped in front of her or wringing her hands. She would break down in sobs occasionally, but I'd never observed any tears or reddening of her face or anything like that.
Okay. Did you, did Zahra make any statements about what she believed or what she was relaying Isaiah had done to her?
Yes,
Did you observe any visible injuries to either woman, either Haneen or Zahra?
I did not.
How did their clothing appear to you? Meaning, what condition or state was their clothing in?
It did not appear disheveled. I didn't notice any marks of dirt, smudges, creases, anything like that.
When you, at some point during your interaction with Zahra and Haneen, did you give them any instructions or directives about where they could go or what they could do with while on the scene?
I did, yes.
And how would you describe their responsiveness to those directives?
At times they appeared not to hear what was said, or they were slow to respond in the affirmative of not doing what I asked or doing what I asked.
Okay. And so during the course of the time, was there any request from Zahra to speak with her husband?
Yes.
Okay. Was she immediately allowed to do that?
No, she was not.
And what did that interaction look like? How would you describe that period of your interaction with Zahra?
She became upset. She continually repeated that she just wanted to speak to her husband, and began kind of pacing around or trying to move past where myself and other officers were standing at the time.
And did other officers have to intervene to stop her from going to her husband?
Yes.
What was Haneen doing during this period of time without repeating anything that she was saying?
She was following Zahra.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was also upset. She was slightly more calm in her tone and pitch when she was speaking with me, but she was visibly also upset.
And when you say upset, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by upset? I know that is a general term, but what does that look like?
Her voice would raise in pitch. She would kind of sob, speak rapidly, breathe rapidly, pace around.
Did they continue to try to get to Ihsan Ali despite officers' instructions?
Yes.
Did you eventually allow Zahra to speak with Ihsan?
Yes.
And what about Haneen?
She as well.
And did you hear any of that conversation?
I heard the conversation, but I did not understand it.
What do you mean?
It was not in English.
During the course of your interaction with Zahra Ali, did she ever ask you about the health or welfare of Fatima?
She did not.
Did she ask you about Fatima at all?
She asked to speak with her.
And just speak with her?
Yes.
At any point, did you observe whether Zahra ever attempted to return to the school?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about that?
She says that she wanted to speak with her daughter.
For how long?
Initially, she just repeated, I want to speak with my daughter. She's my daughter. And then when I repeatedly told her that she was not allowed to do so, she said she just needed 1 minute.
What was her initial response when you told her that she could not do that?
She became upset. Eventually, she went and took a seat on one of the curbs where the parking stalls were and began rocking back and forth and repeating a phrase I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, repeating what?
A phrase that I didn't understand what she was saying.
Okay. Did you tell her whether she was being seen by fire or medics?
Yes.
And at that point, did she ask about the physical condition of her child, like whether she was okay?
She did not.
Officer Chavez, how did you find out that Fatima had been choked or strangled by Ihsan?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for legal conclusion. And then also calls for hearsay and hearsay.
Sustained as to form of the question.
Officer Chavez, at any point during your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she mention her husband's interactions with her child?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
So when you arrived on scene,
Mr. Ali was laying on the ground? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that by the time you got there, pretty much the entire incident up to that point, you got from other people, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the people that you talked to were the kids that were around there, right?
Correct.
All right. And now I think it might have been you. Let me ask, was it you that tried to get the written statements from those kids?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't have any forms?
That's correct.
Okay. So you never got any written statements?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, at that point, things were pretty fresh. I assume you hadn't seen any videos or anything?
I had not. No.
Okay. So all the information that you were going on was based upon what people were telling you?
Correct.
Thank you. No more.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
All right, so if I understand correctly, you get dispatched to this call?
Correct.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
Maybe 10 minutes.
And you were roughly the second officer that you saw on the scene?
Correct.
And Officer Hung had Mr. Ali detained on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And you walked up and said, basically, what do I need to do?
That's correct.
And that's kind of typical protocol, right?
Correct.
See if there's what the other officer needs. If he had needed assistance, you would have provided it. Fair?
Correct.
But he didn't ask you to help, correct?
Correct.
And so you saw students standing around, and logically it then made sense to talk and find out who knew what
Correct.
and get their information.
Correct.
Did you separate the students to talk to them individually?
I did not know.
Okay, so they're all talking in a semicircle around you,
Correct.
and you're taking notes?
Correct.
And you also have your body worn video activated, is that fair?
That's
And is it on throughout the entire process?
It is.
Did you review that prior to testifying today?
I did.
And that's what it's for, right?
Correct.
And so did you have concerns about kind of witnesses hearing what other witnesses said and having it impact their observations and ability to provide independent descriptions?
In the moment, no.
Okay. How about later?
Well, now that I'm no longer in training, I could see the benefit to trying to separate or isolate each individual witness, yes.
And what benefit would you see by having people separate?
Making sure that the witnesses aren't borrowing words from other witnesses.
And so understanding the timeline, so you arrive, you see a fellow officer, you see Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
You do not see Zahraa Ali initially, correct?
No, I did not.
And so you're taking time. Do you recall how long it was you were talking to Caleb Fisk, Eric Price Jr., Athena Rich, and Zayla Carter?
No, I don't recall how long I was.
But you were kind of talking to them at the same time sequentially. This is a large conversation, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And it wasn't a brief conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also gone back to your patrol car to see if you had witness forms, and you didn't have them, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you come back. At one point, Zayla Carter says, "Hey, I got to go catch my bus," and you may have indicated that you would follow up with her, or
Correct.
somebody would, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you see Zahraa Ali and Haneen Ali coming back from the school, correct?
No.
Okay, you didn't know where they came from, fair?
Well, correct. Yes.
So you didn't see him initially, but after this passage of time, you then have interaction with Zahraa on Hanin, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you had not had contact with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And did you say that you did see her at the school?
I did not know.
Okay, so at no point did you see her at the school.
I did not know.
So that's affirmative?
Correct.
Okay, I just, for the purposes of the court report, I want to make sure we're on the same
Yes, sir.
page. All right. And so you subsequently learned that there was an incident, that the reason for the call was an interaction with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you were there talking about and investigating, correct? And so after this passage of time, your attention is then drawn to Zahraa Ali, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described her as upset, correct?
Correct.
And so emotionally upset. Just by looking at her, you could tell that something was going on, correct?
Correct.
And that she was pacing back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Wringing her hands, correct?
Correct.
And sobbing.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you didn't see actual tears, but in terms of kind of somebody who is very distraught. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she had asked to see her daughter. And so did you know from other officers or from some other source as to where Fatima was?
Yes.
And that was, in your understanding, at the school, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so she asked you for permission. Hey, can I go back to the school to see my daughter? And did you check with others, or did you just tell her no?
I told her she was not allowed to at this time.
Okay. And so when she heard that, she was so upset, she then sat down on a curb, started rocking back and forth. Is that what you described?
Correct.
Okay. So then at some point, she is asking to talk with her husband, correct? And he is detained at this point with other officers, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple officers who were talking to her about whether she could talk with her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you heard those conversations?
Correct.
And there was a discussion to her like, at some point, yes, we will let you talk with your husband, but just not right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she continued to be very upset as to what was happening and what was going on, correct?
Correct.
You did not take a statement from her, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't sit down and say, hey, I want to interview you. I want to get the facts as to what happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so the statement, like, she didn't describe her husband's interactions with their daughter, Fatima, that you didn't ask her, I want you to tell me what happened, what led up to this, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your interactions with her were primarily, hey, can I go see my daughter? Which you said no, correct?
Correct.
Can I see my husband? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And then her kind of continued grief as to everything that appeared to be going on. Is that fair?
Sounds correct.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Chavez,
Yes, ma'am.
you indicated that you took those statements and you reviewed that prior to today. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you took those statements from Caleb Fish, statements all exactly the same.
The majority of it was the same, but each one would add a little bit of a different take on it.
Is it fair to say based on their own vantage point?
I would say so.
When you, how long, if you know, how long would you estimate your contact was with Zahraa during the course of your time on scene?
Would say no less than 15 minutes
Collectively.
collective.
Okay. And during the course of that, did she provide you a statement? Meaning, did she come to give you a statement?
Sustained.
During the course of your time with her, Did she voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
Sustained.
During the course of the time that you interacted with her, did she attempt to give you details about the events? It's about Zahraa Ali.
I understand that. Members of the jury, it is 10:28, and so we are at time for our morning recess. I will tell you that we do anticipate that this is longer than a 15-minute recess, 20, maybe 30, hopefully 20, but longer than 15 minutes, and then we'll have you back in. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Okay, guys. We're going to pause here because this case is now in session, and we held a minute because I'm dealing with internet stuff. It's affected because of the disaster that's happened here, and I've been dealing with some internet issues. Luckily, I think it's running smooth. I've been able to avoid it. We don't have any sound right now. I don't know why we don't have any sound, but they don't have any sound. Okay, he's reading something. Yeah, they don't have any sound yet.
State of Florida filed a notice of intent to seek the penalty.
Great, another horrible
on
court
June 7th,
audio.
2024. The state formally going to be withdrawing that notice of intent to seek the penalty of death.
After the acceptance of the pronouncement.
Thank you.
What the hell?
Should that announcement?
Our microphone's not on?
Florida, the proposed sentence will be the maximum sentence allowed by law. I'm going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand.
Trying to find another.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to enter into this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I have two plea forms in my hand. One document looks like this. Second document looks like this. They're each plea forms for your respective cases. They each have a signature. That signature is the same on both plea documents. That signature is next to my finger. Can you tell me if that is your signature?
It's hard to tell from here.
Will you provide these forms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendant?
Yes, it is.
What your signature and a set of initials after each of the 26 paragraphs on each document, those initials being SS, tell me is that you have had an opportunity to read these documents. Do you have any difficulty reading and writing the English language?
I have no difficulty.
And your signature indicates that you are aware of each of the 26 paragraphs and all of the terms and conditions of these two documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have a secondary document. It is an addendum to the plea form. That document is 4 pages long. It appears to have the same initials on the bottom of each of the pages, as well as a signature at the conclusion of the case along with your attorney, Ms. Borden and Ms. Smith. I'm going to ask the deputies to please provide this document to you, and I'm going to ask you to verify that this is your signature.
Yes, it is.
What your signature on this document tells me is that you have had an opportunity to read this document, go over it with your attorneys, and you understand the 13 additional conditions of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Each of the plea form goes over what your trial rights would be. In 2024 CF 1293, you are charged with the allegation of first-degree premeditated murder. In 2024 CF 632, you are charged with 60 counts.
Thank you, Ada.
The first 9 counts being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 10 through 13 being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 14 through 20 being lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 21 through 60 being unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images.
Your Honor, counts 1 through 8 are sexual battery on a child under 12.
My apologies. Counts 1 through 8 are capital sexual battery on a child under 12. The plea form contemplates in 2024 CF 1293, 1 count of murder, first degree, capital offense. Plea form on 24 CF 632 contemplates counts 1 through 8, 9 through 13, 14 through 20. With the representation that the state of Florida is withdrawing their notice of intention to seek the penalty of death upon acceptance of this plea, the maximum potential sentence on 24 CF 1293 would be life in prison without possibility of parole. Has the maximum sentence been explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 24 CF 632, counts 1 through 8, the maximum potential sentence would be a mandatory sentence of life in prison without possibility of parole. 9 through 13 would, and 14 through 20 would be first degree felony allegations with a maximum potential sentence of up to life in prison. You understand those maximum potential sentences on that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to have a jury trial as to each of these allegations? And at the jury trial, the state of Florida would have to prove those allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. At that trial, your attorneys would be with you. They are experienced, board-certified criminal expert trial attorneys. They would be cross-examining witnesses, examining the evidence against you. You would have a right to present your own witnesses and your own evidence. If you had witnesses that did not want to come to court, you could have asked me to make them come to court with a subpoena. You could have spoke at your trial, or you could have exercised your right to remain silent and not spoken. That would have been your decision after you talked those decisions over with your attorneys, and your jury would have been instructed not to consider your decision to remain silent in any way in rendering the verdict. You would have had a right to have your trial recorded.
Thank you,
And
Ada.
appeal any errors that occurred in the process. Do you understand you are giving up all of your trial rights if the court accepts this plea? Because I will be imposing the sentence that you have agreed with the state of Florida to be imposed upon you, and we will not be having a trial on any of these matters. Do you understand those things?
I understand.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, counts 9 through 13 are first degree felonies punishable by life, as the court indicated. Count 14 through 20 are actually life felonies.
These are life felonies with a minimum mandatory of 25 years. Is life a
Which account are you talking?
required sentence, or would that be a punishable by life offense?
It's a life, punishable by life offense. I just wanted the record to be clear. The court indicated first degree felonies, punishable by life. I just wanted the record to be clear that 14 through 20 are life felonies with 25-year minimum mandatories.
So the plea form indicates that these are first degree felonies. These are actually either capital offenses or punishable by life offenses. Do you understand that, Mr. Stearns?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you or pressuring you into make the decision to resolve your case this way?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone made you any other promises other than what has been presented to you as the agreed upon sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or mental issues that cause you not to understand the decision that you are making?
I am not.
Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen, that entry of this plea would subject you to deportation proceedings?
Yes.
And if you ever before had been convicted of a sexually violent or a sexually motivated offense, entry of this plea would have subjected you to involuntary civil commitment at the conclusion of any incarcerative sentence. Do you understand that's the state of Florida law?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, do you have any competency concerns regarding Mr. Stearns' fitness to accept this plea agreement? Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stearns, based on your responses to the court, based on your indicating that you have reviewed this decision with your attorneys, based on your initialing of the plea form and your acknowledgement that you understand all the terms and conditions, rights and obligations on these plea forms, including the addendum, the court is going to make a determination that you are alert, that you have had an opportunity to discuss this with your attorneys, that you are making this decision freely and voluntarily and without coercion. The court accepts your plea. Let me see the attorneys.
Sorry, my bad. I don't know what's going on with the mom. I don't know why she's not being charged. Maybe they'll charge her after this. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Why was she not charged with something? I mean, my gosh, for it to go on this long, she didn't know anything. I know people said that about, I get it. People don't know, but this just doesn't fit. I understand. I just don't understand why. This here is Stern. Stephen Stern. He just pled guilty to dozens of X charges and Redrum of Madeline Soto. Yeah. Well, if they gave her immunity, what good is immunity? All right, let me ask you this. What good is that immunity when he pled guilty? What good is that when he pled guilty? Hello, Jed. Thanks for joining. But see, here's the thing. In order to have this kind of immunity, she has to testify. They cannot be prosecuted unless if they go and testify, and the evidence and any of that evidence derived from the testimony assists the government. But they can go back and prosecute because she didn't testify. He pled guilty. They could potentially charge her, yes. But yeah, it's speculative, I think, at this point. I don't know who said that they actually gave her immunity. I've not seen anything that validates that claim. Well, that's part of the problem. You can't prove knowledge when it's hard to prove knowledge unless you have text or something in writing or print or recorded voice that showed that she had knowledge, but they don't have that, I don't think. Yep. So what are they arguing now? Yeah, we watched one of her interviews. Hello, G14. Thank you for joining.
Court has had discussion with the parties regarding the plea of no contest as to 24 CF 1293, first degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto. Mr. Stearns, how do you plea to first degree premeditated murder in 24 CF 1293?
No contest.
And as to counts 1
That's
through
not
3,
that's not a guilty.
capital sexual battery of Madeline Soto while she was under the age of 12. Counts 9 through 13, sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18. And counts 14 through 20, lewd or lascivious molestation. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Prior to sentencing, does the state care to offer any victim impact testimony?
But here's the thing. He can't appeal. He can't do anything. He's done. Once sentencing is handed down, that's it. He can't appeal.
Your Honor, the first will be a written statement from Madeline's maternal grandmother.
Correct. You're correct. It doesn't mean no contest. Okay, we're going to deal with this and then listen. No contest just means that you know the evidence is overwhelming, but you're not admitting to guilt. I understand, but if you're admitting to guilt to other things, I mean, I don't know. Does it though? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I'd have to check that out. I don't know. We'll check that out.
Today, I stand before you with a broken soul. I am Madeline's grandmother, but to her, I was not grandma. Madeline always called me Mama. She decided that since she was little, And that's how I felt with her, like a second mother who loved her with all my heart. Madeline was a happy little girl. She loved going shopping with me. That excited her so much that it felt like everything around us turned into color. I remember her face lighting up when we went to the stores, holding hands, laughing together in those moments. We connected, and I felt like she knew she was loved, protected, and valued. At night, we loved to play. It was in those moments, just before bed, that she laughed the most. Sometimes it's hard for me to close my eyes because I still hear her laughter. It was free, sweet, and sincere laugh, a sound I will never forget as long as I live. But that laughter was silenced by a horrific act, the very man who betrayed her trust, her innocence, her body. And if that wasn't enough damage, he took her life. And with her, he killed a piece of our souls. Since then, life has never been the same. Our family is empty and broken. There are days when the pain is so great that I feel like I'm drowning. And every time I think of everything she could have been, everything that was stolen from her, it hurts even more. Because Maddie wasn't just a victim. She was a little girl with a beautiful future, with a unique light, with so much love to give and receive. Today I am here because Maddie can no longer speak, but I can as her grandmother. As someone who loved her with all that I am, I come to ask for justice for her memory, for everything she lived through and should never have lived through. Justice so that no one else has to go through such a horror. I will never forget Maddie, her voice, her laughter, her eyes, her dreams. All of that lives in me, and so it will live forever. My beautiful girl, one day we will be reunited and we will never be separated again. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for listening to me with deep pain and eternal love.
This is a statement from Angelica Negro Guerrero. My name is
Negra.
Angelica Negro Guerrero. I lived with Maddie and Jennifer
You don't know how to pronounce that? That is not how you pronounce that.
in the same house for about 2.5 years. Today, I take the liberty of expressing myself not just as a roommate, but as part of the family, as Maddie told me several times. How can I explain how this tragedy has impacted my life? There are so many emotions. I am an immigrant and I have lived in this country for 4 years. I left my country, Venezuela, alone with just a suitcase in my hand in search of a better future. Venezuela has been going through the worst moment in history, run by people blinded by power and money, people who have stolen the future of so many. I've always been against injustice, abuse, corruption, and evil in general. I couldn't picture myself living in a country where I had to witness every single day how a small corrupt group destroyed countless families and the beauty of my nation. And that's exactly why it has been so devastating for me to experience something so tragic, so close to me after coming here with a hope for a better life. I ended up living under the same roof with a man who took a life of a 13-year-old girl, and with that shattered an entire family. What is the point of having dreams, plans, and opportunities if there is no life? If there is so much evil in the world? How can I explain what I felt and how this has affected me, especially considering that this same man took nude photos of my body without my consent, violating my privacy? I felt invaded, outraged, degraded, anguished, and absolutely shattered. I constantly think that my life was in danger too. I could have died. I am also a victim. And the only reason I'm here to write this is because God is great and I know I'm under his protection. This has affected my emotional, physical, and financial stability. I haven't been able to live with strangers ever again. Right now, I rent an apartment by myself. I pay it with all my effort just to feel safe and at peace. If I already had trouble trusting people before, now it's even harder. I can't imagine even handling a neighbor too close because it gives me anxiety. I tried to get psychological help to move forward, but this is something that will forever remain in my memory and continue to affect me deeply. To this day, I wish I could wake up and realize none of this ever happened, that this was just a nightmare. I wish I could still be spending time with Maddie, making her arepas with cheese and butter like she loved, and practicing our languages together. me learning English and her learning Spanish. I'll never forget the words she always told Jennifer. Mommy, I would love to learn Spanish so I can talk a lot with Angelica. I think about all the time, and I wish it had been me who spoke English fluently back then. Maybe she would have opened up to me about the hell she was going through with that horrible man. I want justice for Madeline and for all the girls and women who have lived through something similar. I want him to pay for all the pain he caused her and the beautiful family I love with all my heart. I send all my love to the sky to Madeline so her soul may find peace. Angelica. This is from Zamina Zambrano, a cousin to Maddie Soto. To the Honorable Court, we write this letter with broken hearts still aching from the devastating loss of our beloved Maddie Soto. The pain of losing her is something no family should ever have to endure. But the nature of her death, the cruelty, the abuse, the inhumanity has inflicted a level of trauma and sorrow that words can scarcely convey. Maddie was more than a victim. She was a daughter, a granddaughter, a cousin, a niece, and a cherished soul in our close-knit and loving family. To know her was to love her. Her spirit, her kindness, and her light remained with us, even though her life was so brutally taken. She was not only murdered, she was discarded like she was nothing, thrown into the wilderness. That image haunts our minds and wounds our hearts every day. Our grief has been compounded by the public scrutiny and the cruelty of strangers who speculate and judge without knowing the depth of our loss or the strength of our bond. We are a large family rooted in love, faith, and mutual support, and this tragedy has shaken us to our core, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Many of us suffer sleepless nights, constant anxiety, and depression. The trauma has left scars that will last a lifetime. We turn to God for comfort, and we trust that divine justice will ultimately be done. But we also place our faith in this court to uphold what is just and right. Maddie deserves that. Our family deserves that. We beg you to consider the profound impact this crime has had, not just on one individual, but on an entire family and community. Please ensure that the individual who committed this horrifying act is held fully accountable. Justice for Maddie cannot bring her back, but it can ensure that her life and her death are not dismissed or dishonored. Let there be no leniency for this cruelty. Let there be no question about the value of her life. Let justice be done. Sincerely, Jimena, please, on behalf of the Zambrano.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada. Ma'am, can you tell the court your name?
My name is Lacey Nunez. I was Madeline's aunt.
Can you spell your first and last name for the court report?
Letizia, last name Nunez, Nunez. To Maddie. When I was 7 years old, a beautiful newborn baby was brought into our lives. And I remember being so excited because I was going to be an aunt. You gave me a sense of responsibility from such a young age because I wanted nothing more at that time than to help take care of you, play with you, and overall just make you a happy baby. You're truly missed every single day. I miss your laugh. I miss your smile. I miss your big, beautiful blue eyes. I miss doing the little things like picking you up from school, helping you with your homework, even though we both hated doing that. I just miss you and your presence. But that unfortunately was taken from us. I have so much hatred in my heart, specifically for the creature that's sitting in this room today. And no matter what happens or what justice could be brought, it kills me that it doesn't bring me back. I would give up my life if it meant having you here with us. Even though I was your aunt, you always felt much more like a little sister to me. Doing your hair for the father-daughter dances that my dad would take you to, letting you pick out clothes from my closet, doing your makeup and making sure it was very light because your natural beauty was worth more than any makeup product money could buy. I just miss you every single day, and it's left a hole in my heart from the day you've been gone. Your innocence was taken from you, and since clearly that wasn't enough for a certain someone, so was your life. You were the bravest little girl I've ever met, full of love, light, laughter, and as any positive thing I could think of, you were all of those things. I'm so blessed to have spent 13 years with someone so wonderful, and you're going to live on through all of us. Not because of what happened to you, because that didn't define who you were. I'm going to make sure my future kids know who you are, and make sure my grandkids know who you are, and so on. Today I sit here before everyone, and all I can say is that despite what anyone thinks they know, you were so loved by each and every one of your family members, and I know you felt you left this world knowing that. I know it would pain you to see what people have to say about your loved ones, but what I think of it all is that, and what I'd want you to think up in heaven is that it's all just noise. And I find comfort in the fact that we, your family, know you were beyond loved and beyond cared for. I'm so sorry we found out too late. But despite everything that was happening to you behind closed doors, you still remained one of the happiest human beings I've ever met. Someone who loved us deeply and made us all smile. Trying to find light in this horrible situation is very difficult, but one thing I am grateful for is that your last day on this earth was everything you wanted and more. You got the birthday you asked for, your best friends were able to be with you, we cooked the food you specifically asked for, and overall I have the memory of sitting outside by my pool looking at you and your friends and just thinking I'm so glad she's having a great time. And look at how grown up she is. How she's blossoming into such an amazing young woman. I could go on forever, but I just want to leave this here by saying I love you so much, and I miss you endlessly. Everything I do from now on, any accomplishments, any decisions I make, anything that happens in my life, I'm going to do it for you and in your honor. I love you, Madeline Sophia Soto, and I hope you're resting peacefully now.
Can you tell the court your name and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Natalie Rosero, Nathalie. Thank you, Your Honor, for having me here today. I've known the family for over 15 years. I am best friends with Maddie's aunt and was roommates with Maddie and her mom during the time her life was ended. All of our kids are the same age, so we always try to keep them united and spend as many holidays together. I have years worth of beautiful pictures, birthdays, Christmas, and Easters we all spent together. Those are the moments I try to hold on to as I stand here today. I'm here to express what the past year and a half has been like in my experience. From the moment we found out that Maddie went missing, life has never been the same. Those first 48 hours we set out to look for her, we spread flowers, went knocking on door to door, going to every business down John Young Parkway from Kissimmee to Sand Lake, asking for the public's help. All while seeing my best friend and her family have emotional breakdowns, feeling completely helpless and terrified for Maddie, thinking how could anyone just take her? It turns out we spent almost 3 days looking in the wrong location because Stefan lied to us about where he last saw her. Your Honor, that's the first time in my life I've ever felt true hate for anyone. The following days were filled with more sadness and distraught. We went from searching for a missing person to looking for a body. I had been searching for her as if my son was missing, so it was very difficult to accept that. We spent the rest of the week canvassing St. Cloud until they eventually found her body. Although there was a moment of relief that at least her body was found, that was the last sense of relief I've felt since that day. I was confident I had the power of discernment, but I couldn't even see the evil living in the same house. As details of the sexual abuse and her death came to light, you start to question everything. I even questioned my own faith. Having a full night's sleep became a luxury I could not afford. I was too anxious to sleep, constantly wanting to wake up from a nightmare. It wasn't until I started wishing death on him that I realized I needed help. I started going to therapy to try to deal with the grief and anger of losing Maddie the way we did. I also had to navigate my son's emotions as he finds out the cruelty that exists in this world. Holidays are not the same. The void is loud. It's hard to trust people. I am very guarded. I am hoping that when everything here is said and done, there can be some type of closure, even though Maddie's life can never be replaced. That is the only reason I am here today. As decisions are made, please keep in mind that she wasn't even my child, and I feel this way. I cannot imagine the pain, trauma, and deception that Maddie's family has experienced. I do not wish this pain and suffering on any other child or family. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stephanie online would like to address the board.
We're joined by an online presence. Stephanie, you may unmute your microphone and let the court know how this has affected your family and yourself.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spell them, please?
I can see that her microphone is still muted.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, hi. I'm sorry. To the court. Maddie brought a light into my life that I would never be able to describe. With her outgoing personality and her infectious smile, her infectious laugh. She was so kind-hearted, adventurous, and loving. Now that she's gone, everything's changed. The silence where her laughter used to be is deafening. The hole in my heart is bottomless, and the pain is indescribable. My family's life has been shattered. What we've endured and what we will continue to endure for the rest of our lives is a kind of pain that I do not wish on anyone. No family should have to lose a loved one in this horrible manner, especially at such too young. Her life was taken. Her future. I should say, never see her fall in love, get married, or build a future that she deserved. With her. This while in her.
Who is this?
You return it. I can finish reading it, Judge.
Stephanie, I can't hear.
I apologize.
You may continue. We can
This
hear you.
This vile and heartless crime has not only affected and traumatized my family, but so many other families as well. It has also impacted her friends, all of those who knew her, as well as the whole community. There are nights where I can't sleep, nights where I wake up gasping for air, haunted by what Maddie must have gone through. I am consumed by grief. I carry such an anger that it eats away at me on a daily basis. A depression I never thought was possible. The emptiness touches every moment of every day. And everywhere I look, I see her. I hear her laugh in my memories, and then I remember she's gone, and it destroys me all over again. To know what Maddie went through and how terrified she must have been is unbearable. The thought of her suffering haunts me. The cruelty of what was done to her will never stop echoing in my mind. I asked the court for something that I know I could never really have, justice. Because real justice would mean that Maddie would be here with us and not you. You still get to wake up every day, something you cruelly stole from her and from us. The way you discarded Maddie as if she was nothing and her life had no value is a true reflection of your evil. The suffering you caused her should be given back to you tenfold. You do not deserve peace. You do not deserve mercy. You deserve to carry the weight of her pain every single day, just how we will carry it for the rest of our lives. And let me be perfectly clear. Where you go after this life will not be where Maddie is. She is in a place of peace surrounded by love. You, on the other hand, will never know peace. You will never see her again. You're not going where she is going. You're going to hell. Thank you, court.
And Stephanie, can you tell the court your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Soto.
Thank you.
Stephanie Soto, did you get it? I'm sorry.
Ms. Soto, we can hear you. Thank you for your statement.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spelling?
Kimberly Vialta. Your Honor, I stand here today to give you a little insight of how loved and how losing Maddie has destroyed my family. Although Maddie was not my blood, I considered her my family. And I loved her like my own niece. Maddie was a kind and bubbly child and was growing up to be the most amazing young lady. She loved arts and crafts, Taylor Swift, and sour gummy candy. I had the honor and privilege of spending many holidays and special occasions with Maddie over the years, and I will cherish those memories forever. I do not have joy or happiness left in me because this monster took that away from us when he killed Maddie. Every day I feel like life is not worth living anymore because such a heinous evil exists in this world. There is not a day that goes by where I do not think about all the pain and suffering that Maddie endured. This monster took advantage of her trust and her innocence. This parasite robbed us of every moment we could have had with Maddie. And our lives will never be the same. A life sentence is not punishment enough for what he did to Maddie. However, it gives me comfort to know that he will spend the rest of his miserable life in prison. I hope he lives a long and healthy life so he suffers every single day. Therefore, I ask the court to not take any mercy on this poor excuse of a human when imposing his sentence because he does not deserve it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you let the court know your names?
My name is Tyler Wallace.
Tatiana Wallace.
Tyler, what's your relationship to Madeline Soto?
Madeline Soto was my daughter.
Go ahead.
Madeline Soto was my daughter. She was happiness. She was a joy to be around. She was quirky and intelligent. She was curious. A little forgetful like me too. That happens sometimes, but I just loved her so much. And I was not able to be in her life as much as I would like to, due to circumstances and choices I'd made, due to the way finances worked. I was strained in my relationship with my daughter, and that was finally getting better. The last time I saw her was in October of 2023, and she had come to visit for a few days. And when I took her back to the airport, I said, you know, you're turning 13 soon. When you turn 13, you have a choice of which guardian you're interested in staying with. Would you like to stay with me and talk to you? And she said yes, that she would. And so I was this close to having my little girl, sir. Because of the actions of this depraved man, I will never meet the woman she was becoming. And I can't grasp it. I can't grasp the selfishness of you, the deplorability of your actions. You're depraved. You're weak. You're a coward. You're a sneak thief. You crept into a family and took advantage and exploited them when they were weak. It's torn my family apart. It's led to arguments about who can go where and who can get what and who can help who, but we're all on edge because it doesn't heal with time. This isn't like other deaths that I've experienced. This just gets worse. It just gets worse every time I rethink about it and the true horror of what this man visited upon her. And I can only hope that he lives a long time in prison and has those same horrors revisited upon him by his fellow inmates. Thank you.
Poor family. Poor daddy.
Defense, any input prior to sentencing? If you have additional input.
Can you please tell the court your name?
Okay, my name is Leslie Bajalta.
And how are you related to?
I'm a close friend of Maddie's family. Most people only know Maddie as the victim of a heinous crime, but I'd like to talk about Maddie today, and I'd like to share some things that I really loved about her. I loved how fearless Maddie was. She was an amazing swimmer. She was a fast learner. The moment she set her mind to something, she did it. That's how she was about everything. She dove into everything head first, and she was so resilient. She had the most beautiful smile. It lit up our entire life. Every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, I was so excited to see her, to talk to her about her life. She was so curious. She was so smart. She could sing. She loved to perform for us. I enjoyed watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Bob's Burgers. She even dressed up as Louise one year for Halloween. And I loved her witty, outspoken personality. She's so funny. And that's how I want everyone to leave here thinking about her, remembering her. She lost a lot of privacy towards the end of her life. And I want her to be remembered by her amazing qualities, not the abuse she endured and the exploitation she endured by her abuser. There's not 1 second of my life that I don't think about Maddie. I'll forever celebrate her in my heart and out loud. Maddie was too good for the world, and she did not deserve any of this. Ever since she's been gone, our family, our joy, everything is destroyed. No one smiles anymore. No one laughs. Most days I can't even leave my house. I feel like I can't breathe. And I'm not even her blood relative. I was just so lucky to be a part of life. He took Maddie away from us. He took away her whole childhood. He took away all her potential that we saw in her, and he took everything from us. And now it's time for him to reap what he sows. This disgusting parasite stole Maddie's youth, her innocence, her life, her joy. He has stolen our sense of safety. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see his disgusting face. I can imagine what he did to her. I know every detail. I've read everything. I will never bring children into this world because of people like him, depraved, disgusting maggots just like him. He's not the only one. May God forgive him because I definitely do not. I please ask the court to prosecute him to the fullest extent. Show no mercy, exactly how he did Maddie. Justice for Maddie. Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Any input?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to thank the State Attorney's Office for sparing Mr. Stearns' life. And we do sincerely hope that this will bring closure and help to start the healing process for Ms. Soto's.
Yeah, now it's not going to bring a whole lot of closure, in my humble opinion. Okay, can you speak up, Your Honor? I have it 100% gained. I can't do anything else.
Madeline Soto, his plea of guilty to 8 counts of sexual battery on Madeline Soto under the age of 12, sexual battery upon Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18 in a familial custodial role and lewd or lascivious molestation. Counts 14.
We'll have to read the captioning.
You have an announcement as to notice of intent to seek the penalty of death.
Your Honor, we will waive the notice of intent to seek death. We will file an electronic null pros for counts 21 through 60. And we are also asking that you inquire about waiving a PSI, just in abundance of caution.
Based on the announcement from the state of Florida, the maximum potential sentence in these cases is life in prison without the possibility of parole, as the notice of intent to seek the penalty of death has been waived. Ms. Smith, as to
Really, get on a microphone.
F6320, is there a waiver of an entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation? Yes, Judge. As to the remaining case 2024 CF1293, is there a waiver of entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, he is not entitled to a PSI on this.
The court has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of shattered families. Everyone in the gallery has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of community mourning and permanently diminished. Folks joining us around the state and the country remotely have heard the opportunity to hear the anguish and fury of a meaningful future that was stolen, and a beautiful promise of Madeline Soto's life extinguished permanently. Stephen Stearns, you have had the opportunity to hear that anguish and fury from your actions. As to first-degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to the capital sexual battery of Madeline Soto while she was under the age of 12, for each count you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the lewd and lascivious molestation of Madeline Soto, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. These sentences will run concurrently, meaning at the same time. The state of Florida has withdrawn their notice of intent to seek the penalty of death. These are the maximum sentences permitted to the court. Each case will have court costs that will be reduced to a civil judgment.
For 2024 CF632, court costs are $11,163. As to 24 CF1293, $666.
Court incorporates the addendum to the plea form as to each plea in 2024 CF632 and 2024 CF 1293. Not announced. You are adjudicated guilty as counts 1 through 8, 24 CF 632. State any further sentencing considerations?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to count 14 through count 20 and 24 CF 632, the court sentenced to life in prison. There is a 25-year minimum mandatory with that as well. The state also provided the court with a score sheet which encompasses counts 9 through 20. It includes penetration and contact points as well. A copy of that has been provided to defense as well and the court. I haven't been made aware of any corrections or additions or subtractions.
Do not have a copy of the score sheet.
Should be with the plea form, Your Honor.
It's not. I'm going to need a copy of the score sheet, please. Ms. Smith, Ms. Borden, the total sentence points pursuant to the Criminal Punishment Code score sheet are 1,278 with a lowest permissible prison sentence in months of 937.5 months. That doesn't include sexual penetration points of 80 times 5 and sex contact points of 40 times 7. Any errors, corrections, or omissions to the score sheet? Ms. Smith? Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
25-year minimum mandatory sentence as to the counts requiring a minimum mandatory sentence are imposed. Mr. Stearns, you will have the right to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court. If you wish to do so, you must do so in writing within the next 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. The appeal will be limited to the jurisdiction of the court to impose the sentence, legality of the sentence itself. As a condition of your agreement with the state of Florida, you are agreeing not to appeal the pretrial rulings of the court. State anything else? That's anything else? Thank you. Let's place Mr. Stearns under, he's been previously placed under oath.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a brief statement. I agree that it's not fair that Madeline is not here anymore. I still have a hard time contemplating a world where she's not around, a world which feels less vibrant and less colorful than it did before. I've prayed to God countless times to trade places with her, to take me instead. And unfortunately, that's just not how he works. I have nothing but sorrow for her loss, and I miss her all the time. Her passing has torn me and my family apart as well. And she truly was a joy.
Ah!
I pray to God that she is in heaven and that he's taking good care of her. And I hope she gets to join the choir because she had a beautiful voice. I will miss her all the time. I will never not honor her memory. And I apologize for all the pain.
Anything further, defense? Conclude our plea and sentencing hearing. We'll be in recess.
Uh, I'm a little floored at that comment. Thank you, Tinkitude. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Just wait till he gets in general population. I don't think they will put him in general pop. He'll be in isolation for quite a while. Yes, you did. Yeah. The thing is, it's depending on where he's at. Some of the prisons actually have groups. Part of the cells, they'll have a cell bay or whatever you call them, quad, whatever they call them, depending on the prison, where they house nothing but ex-offenders. Nothing but ex-offenders
Get started in about 5 minutes.
are in that one section, so they're not so isolated. But even ex-offenders will ex somebody if the offense of the ex-offending is extremely bad, like this one. He may not even be safe in the ex-offender unit. I think if she's afraid to say anything because it can and will be used against her in a court of laws, in my humble opinion. Okay, I think we're done with that. Hello and welcome, everybody. Thank you all for joining. We appreciate you. I think this is the end of this. Yep, that's the end of that. He's goner, but we've got something I need to show you. And I'm not looking forward to doing this. One of my favorite actors when I was young, Malcolm Jamal Warner, rest in peace. He passed away yesterday. His remains were found. He was, bring it over here. Malcolm Jamal Warner was an actor best known for his role as Theodore Huxtable in The Cosby Show. Died at the age of 54, my age. The Emmy-nominated actor drowned off the coast of Costa Rica on Sunday, July 20th. Costa Rican National Police confirmed to ABC's News that he died after being caught by a high current in the water while swimming near Colas. I don't know. It's a beach in Limon, Costa Rica. So he passed away via a drowning. Rest in peace, sir. Died too young. Too young. Anyway. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. All right, let's get back to this.
So we'll have you step down. We'll have you back on the stand after our break. Okay, thank you. Yes, not that door, that, thank you.
Oh, look at the gun. Oh, man, that's one hellacious gun on her side. That was a big lead shooter.
Mr. Larry, go ahead and make your objection, please.
Your Honor,
Big lead shooter.
As to commenting on, my client has a right not to say anything, and the fact that she didn't really offer additional information is shifting the burden to her and infringing on our Fifth Amendment right, and also rights under the court rules.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not accurate. Miss Ali, Zahraa Ali specifically approached with Timmy and Ali because they wanted law enforcement to know what their position was. Those statements have already come in. They were not in custody. They're not custodial statements. Notably, the case law also is very clear that the state can identify when statements are made, that right to not speak has been waived, and what has not said is equally as important as what is said. So there is no basis for the objection in either what has occurred in terms of the testimony here, in fact, or in case law to support that.
Mr. Larry? Right. So, Ms. Stone, since we're going to have a break, my understanding of the law is consistent with what Mr. Larry just argued as it relates to Ms. Ali's right to remain silent, and the fact that she remains silent ultimately cannot be used against her during the trial. If you have a case that you would like to refer me to, you don't have to give it to me the second. You can look for that. I certainly would like to review additional authority, as you indicated that there is. And once we take our recess, you can provide that information. I know also the parties will be discussing the video as well. So we'll take a 15-minute recess, and then we will reconvene. And we'll first discuss the video when we reconvene. And then if there's additional authority, I will take it at that time and take a brief recess to review that before I ultimately rule on the objection. The court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
We're zooming.
And State versus Young. Which is a 1978 case, 89 Washington 2nd, 613. Mr. Larry, did Ms. Stone provide you with those cases or cites to those cases?
I received copies of Young, Hager, and Clark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you wish to offer any further argument?
I do.
Go ahead.
So I think the difference here is, so in Clark, the court holds that when he provided conflicting accounts as to why he didn't follow Lieutenant Heggie's instructions to meet with the detective at the Dolphin House, the key was that he had offered a conflicting account in response to specific questions. And I'm just throwing out, this is on page 28 of 38.
Yep.
Our copy. And so then I'm looking at, looks like head note 26. With respect to Hager, I'm looking on page 7 of 10, just above head note 3. Again,
Like I said,
kind of spoke to the police on 2 occasions.
I did say they could still come after him too. They would.
Prior to his arrest, gave conflicting accounts as to why he failed to meet with officers at the crime scene as he had promised. And then Young, it was a question as to whether
We will in a minute.
or not he had specific
In a minute.
knowledge of the crime, and his questions around specific knowledge. Here, the state, I think, is trying to elicit the fact that she did not provide questions or statements or inquire about her daughter. Factually, we know there's an incident. My client runs to the school. I anticipate that the testimony tomorrow from a witness is going to say that my client ran into the school, was told to leave, and was then said, "You cannot see your daughter." The officers who were in the parking lot talking to my client specifically, this witness never went to the school, never saw Fatima, told my client that she could not return to the school, and never asked her questions. And that's the key thing, is she didn't ask her questions, tell me what happened, tell me about your daughter. What did you see about your daughter? Do you want to share with me about your daughter? And so I think that is where it would get into Hager and Clark if there were questions. I mean, this is essentially saying you didn't provide a statement when you weren't asked. And so it's not relevant. I don't think it's fair. I mean, the witness said, I didn't interview her. There was a request to see the daughter, which she was shut down by the officer. So there's not a conflicting, like, we asked you what happened, and now you're saying, I saw, a gun. Well, how come you never told us you saw a gun? That's a relevant question where there's a serious breach of, you're now offering some really different testimony, and that's just not here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plainly, that's not the requirement of the case law. Clark says that there could be a number of different circumstances, but specifically that when you are talking about when a defendant does not remain silent, and I'm looking at head note 25, which is at page 765 of the opinion. When a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police, the state may comment on what he does not say. Then it cites to Young, it cites to Osborne, which is vacated on other grounds. Hager is also addressed as well. I let law enforcement, I let defense counsel know of an unpublished case as of recently as 2021, State versus Johnson, which restates the same thing. There is no infringement on a defendant's right to remain silent when they make statements to law enforcement, when they provide a version of events to law enforcement, and they actively do not provide other events to law enforcement. They don't make other statements to law enforcement, especially when one might expect them to make those statements. The rule does not require that questions are asked. The rule does not require that there are, and the case law does not require that there are conflicting statements. Plainly, that is not part of the analysis. It is simply once they have waived their right to remain silent, that opens the door for what the parties can inquire about what was said, how it was said, and plainly what was not said. So in this case, you're right. I believe counsel is right. Officer Chavez did not specifically inquire about the status of Fatima, but what the officers did do is consistently ask everyone present, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what's going on? And the only information provided by Mrs. Ali as to those events was what Isaiah was doing to her husband. And she was adamant, and it was repeated over and over again. Not once does she mention what her husband is doing to her daughter. That is relevant, that is significant, and it specifically goes to the interest of Miss Ali during the course of these events. It is notable, too, I would say for the state, that when we are talking about, it's not unfair, it is Mrs. Ali's statements. Mrs. Ali actively engaged, voluntarily engaged. She's not arrested. She is not in custody. It is not any part of any pre-arrest silence. She is voluntarily providing that information because she wants law enforcement to act in a certain way. When counsel argues, well, she was told she couldn't go to the school. She was also told that she couldn't go see her husband, and law enforcement had to continually intervene. She consistently declined to follow their directives. So it is absolutely relevant when we are talking, one, about where Ms. Ali's interests were at the time of these events, that is inconsistent with what I anticipate the argument has been or is going to be at closing by defense counsel. It's also inconsistent with the cross-examination questions that counsel has presented during the course of this trial about Mrs. Ali saying, my daughter, as if that was her primary concern. Her interaction with law enforcement says otherwise. Additionally, we have gone through this trial having defense counsel arguing that Mrs. Ali doesn't understand English, that her ability to understand, let's say, the substance of no contact orders and trespass orders is impacted by her ability to understand English. These interactions with law enforcement specifically speak to contrary information to that knowledge, and that she's able to offer the information when she wants to offer information, and she chooses not to when she chooses not to, when that is of import to her. So the inquiries that she actually made about her daughter are relevant. The inquiries that she didn't make about her daughter, and specifically as on direct examination, the state elicited, there was no objection, presumably because defense counsel believes it's helpful to them, that did Mrs. Ali say anything about her daughter? Yes, she asked to speak with her for just 1 minute. She asked me a number of times to speak with her daughter, and for just 1 minute, and then sat down. What she never asks, and what we've elicited throughout this trial, is about the condition or welfare of her daughter. Instead, her attention is focused throughout on her husband. So that is not a comment on her right to remain silent. She has waived it, and plainly a pre-arrest silence in this case does not apply. She's not in custody. She's not arrested until days later, and she is voluntarily engaging in offering up information that she believes is important to law enforcement in their investigation in this case. So I would ask the court to deny the objection.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Larry?
I'm just struggling with is the issue in Hager and Young is there's specific questions that they provided misleading answers to, and thus they're then cross-examined. They say, well, you had an opportunity to say this to this specific question, and you refused or provided a conflicting answer. This witness didn't interview my client and didn't say, I want a detailed description of what happened. She describes, that her husband was struck, but there was no discussion. There was no interview with this officer who was just beginning on the force. And so I think it's misleading to the jury to somehow say that it was incumbent upon my client to provide a narrative when not asked by Officer Chavez. And there's body-worn video, and they're not choosing to use it. That would, they're not pointing to a specific point. At this section, this is when she provided a misleading or conflicting answer or an incomplete answer. It's just that somehow she was supposed to volunteer information. And I think that's a problem.
All right, thank you. There were 3 questions where there were objections. The first question was, and during the course of that, did she, and this were questions to Officer Chavez related to interactions with Mrs. Ali, did she provide you a statement? Meaning, did she come to give you a statement? Objection sustained. I continue to sustain that objection. The next question was, during the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you? Response, yes. Mr. Larry objected. I sustain the objection. I no longer sustain that objection. I overrule that objection. And that question should be re-asked of the witness, and she will be able to answer that question, whether or not Mrs. Ali voluntarily spoke with her. If and we already actually know that she did because the officer has already testified to some of their interactions and some of the statements that Mrs. Ali made voluntarily to Officer Chavez. And these cases talk about when a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police. It doesn't say answers questions asked by the police. It says when they talk to the police, the state may comment on what the person does not say. And that by asking those questions, it is not commenting on a right to remain silent because the person has chosen not to remain silent, and instead has chosen to voluntarily speak with law enforcement. And so in that way, I am going to be overruling the objection and allowing the witness to answer questions. I do not find that that violates Mrs. Ali's constitutional right to remain silent, does not violate really the argument is the state commenting on a right to remain silent because she did not remain silent. Let's address the video if there is an issue as it relates to the video at this point. First, I'll ask, was there an opportunity to review the exhibit that's been referenced this morning? Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor, I provided all three of those exhibits from Officer Bell's body camera to defense counsel. My understanding from Mr. Leary is that he is objecting to one of them. I'm not sure entirely of the base, but it may, the basis for that objection in terms of what evidence rule. But it may be that he wants to play it for the court first, and I suppose I would ask for clarification from Mr. Leary. That conversation happened literally just before the court. The review of the videos happened while the court was off the bench. The conversation about where Mr. Leary's objections might land happened just a bit before the court came in. So I'd ask Mr. Leary for clarification.
So actually, I'm gonna stop you there, Mr. Leary, because I want to bring Officer Chavez back and conclude. We're at 11:20 and the jury's been in recess for quite a while. Now that I know that it's going to be a lengthier issue and that it could require me to review the video that is being objected to, that's going to take longer. So I prefer to conclude this witness, then I can let the jury go for lunch and we can deal with the video issue at that time. And then I will fully hear from you at that time.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you like me to tell you what she told
You
me?
can ask questions.
I see.
That's okay.
When she initially made contact with me, she asked if I recognized her, confirmed that I knew who she was, and then stated that there had been people punching her husband.
Okay. And did she describe details about what that looked like?
She made the punching motions with her hand.
Okay. And throughout that interaction with her, who, if anyone, throughout the course of the entire interaction, who, if anyone, did she express primary concern for?
Could you restate the question?
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
rephrase that. When you interacted with Mrs. Ali, did she express concern for her husband?
Yes.
Did that seem important to her?
Yes.
During your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ask about the specific health of Fatima?
No.
Did she ever discuss the actions of her husband on Fatima during that period of time?
No.
And how much of your interaction with her was focused on her husband's condition and what Isaiah had done to her husband?
I would say that was her primary focus.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
I can't get over her looks. I'm sorry. Not her, the witness.
Officer Chavez. So you got
I
to
know.
the scene, you talked to the kids
Good
that were
year.
out front at the bus stop, right?
Correct.
You never went.
That was
into
1
the store?
hour.
I did not.
1 year.
And you said you didn't know where Fatima had come from, right?
Correct.
Did you talk to any of the kids about when Zahraa arrived on scene?
How do you mean?
Sorry. You can indicate you can't answer, you don't understand, but you can't ask
I
questions.
understand.
Did
I
you-
don't understand the question.
Okay, when the kids you were talking to about what happened, did they tell you when Zahraa got there?
Not specifically.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
What was that?
Thank you.
His lawyer's not doing the best of jobs, in my humblest opinion.
So, just to follow up, you had no information about Fatima, correct? In terms of her condition, correct?
Correct.
Couldn't see her, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see what was going on inside the school, correct?
Correct.
Whether she had been seen by the fire department, correct?
Not initially, correct.
What's that?
I did not initially know her condition.
Okay. And so, and you never told Zahra that you had information about her daughter, correct?
At one point I did, yes.
Okay. As to her condition?
As to her being seen by the fire department.
Okay. Did you have information as to what the results were of that?
I did not.
And did you make efforts on the radio to inquire how she was doing?
I did not.
Okay. So, but in front of her is her husband who's been handcuffed and detained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you told her that she couldn't go to the school to check on her daughter, correct?
Correct. I told her she could not go to the school.
Right. So couldn't go to see what the fire department was doing, correct?
Correct.
You ordered her to stay away from the school.
Correct.
And she followed your directive, right?
She did.
Okay. So then her husband has been, from the outward appearance, arrested, right?
Correct.
Right. So he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
Put in the back of a squad car,
Correct.
correct? And she is concerned for him, right? She appears to be concerned for him, correct?
Correct.
And describing how he had been punched repeatedly in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was information that she wanted you to have to understand, you meaning collectively the police, about her husband, right?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, you interviewed the 4 students you talked about, correct?
I interviewed 3 of them, yes.
Okay. You attempted to interview 4, you were able to interview 3 of them, correct?
Correct.
You did not conduct an interview of my client, correct?
Correct.
You didn't attempt to do an interview of her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there were other officers present who said, we will let you talk to your husband in due course, right?
Correct.
And she said, I really want to talk to my husband. I want to know what's going on, correct?
I don't remember her exact words.
Okay. But that was what she appeared. She wanted to communicate with him, correct? All right. Who had just been detained after what she described as an incident where he was punched, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever tell her that she could talk to her daughter?
I said at some point she would be allowed to.
Did you tell her when?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. When you told Mrs. Ali that fire and medics were checking out her daughter, what was her reaction?
She didn't have any specific reaction.
And but she said she was present when she saw the punches happening, is correct?
She described her husband being punched, yes.
And at the time, her husband was in a police car. He wasn't being dragged through the street or something like that. Is that fair?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination? Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, but yes, please.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I know that this seems a little bit like a habit because I told you we go until noon, but you are done right now for your morning time, and I'm going to have the bailiff lead you back, and you will be in recess until we reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention. As always, please remember all of more.
Just wait right there for right now. I know, and I'm asking you, you're gonna go to jail. You are gonna go to jail. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. Right here. That's fine, but right now, he's being detained for a criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay? That's for us to determine. That's for us to stop. Stop. Is in the office, correct? Yes. Okay. Is she with the boy? No way leaving. That's where, can we keep Fatima in the until we get additional?
Ugh, that tickled my ear in a bad way. God, I'm happy that's done.
Ms. Stone, response to Mr. Larry's argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
There's a couple
right?
of things that this addresses in terms of relevance. First of all, she's not being charged with obstruction, so while I appreciate the site that Mr. Leary has provided, it's not applicable to the question that is before the court. I would note too, in that case, EJJ, at least as I recall it, and in my quick recall of it, that sister is yelling at officer as well. The defendant is being detained, and then ultimately the sister is obstructed, is charged with obstruction. And the question was whether that was actual obstruction in that case, and whether essentially there was a sufficiency of the evidence argument as to that behavior. That is not what is presented here. When we talk about this case, first of all, at the time, Ms. Ali was not arrested for that behavior. The officer informed her she potentially could be, but she certainly was not. The officers were trying to engage with her, and you saw Officer Dawes, who was the officer observed on body cam, stepping in front of the women. Mrs. Zahraa Ali, Ali, saying, "Can you tell me what happened?" and trying to engage with them, and just the constant yelling, "This is my husband, leave him alone, leave him alone." Notably, in terms of relevance, that demeanor and the expression of that demeanor and the expression of how Mrs. Ali prioritized the people in her family on this day specifically was very different for Fatima than it was for her husband. We are going to, I anticipate, see the videos tomorrow from the burglary, for the burglary charge from the Timberline High School. This behavior scene, as it relates to Mr. Ali, is grossly different from the state's perspective than the behavior presented when she goes to get a hold of her child. There is a concern, there is almost a panic here when we observe State's Exhibit 96. That does not appear to be present when she is trying to make contact with her child. So the relevance specifically to demeanor and how she presents here is fair for the state to inquire about. Additionally, throughout the course of the trial thus far, Mr. Leary, and understandably so, but his questions have been focused with witnesses upon how what Mrs. Ali has said to demonstrate caring for her daughter and who she was worried about during those events. So he has presented that as part of the defense. This is, from the state's perspective, in contrast with that, not just the demeanor, but the forcefulness in which that is expressed. Additionally, there has been consistent argument there's been consistent questioning, and I anticipate argument at the end of this as to how much English Mrs. Ali understands, how she engages with people in English, and whether she can be held essentially accountable for understanding the orders that she has been given. This is a very good demonstration from the state's perspective as to how she engages with English, when she engages, and when she does it for the purposes that suit her. Additionally, during the course of that, certainly she does not come back from being turned away at the office and start demanding that law enforcement tell her about the condition of her daughter. She is only demanding for her husband to be let go. So there's a lot of contrasting things that are happening during the course of this video, and I think it gives the jury a much more fair view of when officers are describing she's upset, she's screaming, she's demonstrating how she's engaging with English. This is a fair representation of that, and it directly speaks in contrast or in rebuttal to the questions that have been elicited by defense counsel. Is not unfairly prejudicial, more than it is probative of what she understands of English and how she is prioritizing the individuals at the scene in rebuttal to what I anticipate defense counsel is going to argue at closing and continue to ask witnesses on cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry?
I think to some extent, we're talking about apples and oranges. One, she knows that her daughter is under the care of the firefighters, and the school has directly told her you cannot be here. And I anticipate a witness tomorrow going to reference that I referenced the trespass order that she couldn't legally be there. So her daughter wasn't being arrested. Her daughter was under the care of medical. She had been turned away at the school. She asked Officer Chavez, at some point, can I go see my daughter? Thank you, Ada. Versus her husband being detained after being assaulted, placed into handcuffs, and then taken to a patrol car by law enforcement. And the panic that generates, the two don't equate to each other in terms of she knows her daughter's being cared for. She knows her daughter stood up, ran away, was conscious, and the testimony of the condition that Dr. Kim talked about this morning, there's nothing that would outwardly, she wasn't shot, she wasn't bleeding, she was conscious, breathing, running away. So, and then in terms of this as evidence of her English, we have the body-worn video from Officer Hang, who talked about, we saw what the interaction was, the question with respect to the no contact order. Her own daughter said that she doesn't read English. So to hear her wailing, saying, my husband, release my husband, release my husband, I don't see how that somehow furthers or calls into question as to whether or not she understands more English than was represented in Officer Hang or in other portions of the videos that I'm not objecting to.
Mr. Larry, what is prejudicial about this video to your client?
I think it's just, I'm not sure what it's relevant to. And then, her basically, it's prejudicial because the officer says you're going to jail at the outset, right? And so in terms of when she is approaching and says, I want to see my husband, and he tells her, his response is, you're going to jail. And then her continued, wailing and just basically saying, release my husband, release my husband. I think it's unfairly prejudicial in terms of that, you know, that somehow she wasn't taking this seriously, or that, you know, that she felt, I mean, I just don't see what it's relevant of. And then just the wailing over and over and over again, you know, she's incredibly emotional and upset. And I just don't see, I mean, my concern is that the state's going to say, you know, that she is somehow behaving inappropriately by being upset that her husband has been detained. I think there's also maybe some cultural overtones that she's kind of swaying back and forth. I can't hear what she's saying. It sounds like she's saying something in Arabic. And so I just think I have concerns about the jury taking untoward assumptions about how she's supposed to react, and how somehow she's acting outside the norm as she appears here, you know, in a hijab, as her law enforcement has arrested her husband after he was assaulted. I don't think it's relevant, and I'm worried that it's somehow going to be construed that my client is not acting in a way that she's supposed to, which I'm not sure how anyone is supposed to.
You cited to the EJJ case and indicated that that was a case regarding a juvenile who was, I think, being arrested or with law enforcement, and then another person who was present was yelling at law enforcement, and then it sounds like, after I heard from Ms. Stone as well, that that person was arrested for obstruction, and then this was the appeal associated with that obstruction charge, and that the Supreme Court said that that person had the right to freedom of speech as long as it really wasn't interfering with what law enforcement was doing with the other individual.
So EJJ is the bystander who is
Right.
yelling, who is then arrested for obstructing. And my concern is that the jury is going to somehow think that she is interfering, or somehow, even though she's not charged with obstructing, but somehow that she is doing something improper, when EJJ says what she was doing isn't a crime, and you can express your displeasure to law enforcement, and that is entirely permissible under the First Amendment.
All right, thank you. And I would just indicate that is what I understood from.
Rod, I totally agree. I got this gained 100%. In the soundboard, in the computer, on their end, I can't gain it anymore. I am so sorry.
What you
Horrible.
argued and what Ms. Stone argued as well. All right, so as to Exhibit 96 and the objection as to relevance and unduly probative value. Just a moment here.
That's a well-loved book.
And argument that if it is relevant, that the evidence, its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I think there was also an argument that this somehow potentially was a comment on Mrs. Ali's First Amendment rights at the same. First of all, as it relates to somehow impacting her First Amendment rights, that would not be a basis for this to be admissible if it were relevant and not unduly prejudicial. And so I don't find that that's an argument that I would adopt as it relates to excluding Exhibit 96. The first issue as it relates to my inquiry is whether or not this is relevant. And Mr. Leary has argued that it is not relevant. And the state has argued that this is being offered. The relevance from the state's perspective is that it is evidence as it relates to Mrs. Ali's ability to communicate in English and understand English, and also her demeanor as it relates to her demeanor with concern related to Mr. Ali versus demeanor related to Fatima, which the state has argued is a form of rebuttal to evidence elicited that Mrs. Ali was very, very concerned about Fatima, had called out my daughter, and the like. Clearly there, and relevance is not a high standard, as the parties know. I like to actually read from the rules instead of just trying to paraphrase them. And evidence rule 401 indicates that relevant evidence means evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I do find that based upon the state's argument as to why this is relevant, that it is relevant under that standard. And so then the court must balance, if relevant, whether or not the evidence should still be excluded, if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I asked Mr. Larry about the issue of the unfair prejudice. And before I talk about that, Mr. Kading, I did not ask if you had any argument as it relates to the issues that are being raised.
No, Your Honor. I would note that my client was in the middle of the video being walked through. I didn't see any handcuffs, but certainly he was being detained at the time. I don't know how much we can edit, but I don't think that that's an appropriate scene to have in the middle of the video.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
Thank you. Mr. Leary indicated in part that it was unfairly prejudicial. Mrs. Ali was very emotional and upset. He indicated that there is a concern that potentially this could be perceived as something cultural in the way that she was responding to Mr. Ali being arrested and detained, and that there could be untoward assumptions that somehow this was outside the norms. I would just indicate that from the court's perspective, I didn't see anything cultural that was, as far as I'm aware, that was happening. Mrs. Ali was extremely upset. Mr. Ali was being arrested. She had viewed him being significantly assaulted, and she was very, very upset. And she was yelling about that. The court has seen many individuals through the different body cams now that it's available, who have very extreme reactions to what they are experiencing. And so I would just indicate that I don't think it's outside the norm of how a person can react when their spouse is being arrested and they either don't understand why they're being arrested or don't agree with it. And so I don't find that this is, that the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm not saying that there's not the potential of some prejudice, but it is not any unfair prejudice. It does not substantially outweigh I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So I deny the objection. However, there's one thing that I do find is prejudicial, and I don't know how, and overly prejudicial as to any probative value, and that is the statement of the law enforcement officer telling Mrs. Ali that she could be arrested for, I think he said obstruction. He said something that she could be arrested.
You're going to jail.
Whatever that language is, needs to be, I know that there's an ability to redact that. That needs to be redacted. I know that there's already been testimony from Officer Chavez that Mr. Ali was placed in handcuffs and placed in the back of the patrol car. I believe that came out on cross-examination, but it could have been on direct examination. So I want to hear from Ms. Stone as it relates to Mr. Keating's concern that he raised as to Exhibit 96, when we see that at the start of the video, Mr. Ali, actually don't know that we can see him, but he's clearly on the ground because I see the witness, Mr. Wagner, is kind of in the very corner and he's still on the ground. And then we see ultimately Mr. Ali up and walks through the video briefly. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Stone on that issue.
Your Honor, before we go on, I'm going to go ahead and unobject.
Okay, withdraw your objection.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my objection, Your Honor. I actually, after upon further review, I do not have an objection to that.
Okay, then I won't address that issue. So the only thing I'm ordering as it relates to Exhibit 96 is removing that portion of the video or redacting that as it relates to the officer telling Mrs. Ali that she's going to jail or that she could be arrested, whatever that wording is. And then, then 96 ultimately will not be admitted because we will need a new exhibit that has the redacted information. So it will have a different number, which we will identify when we come back at 1:30. And I want the parties to actually watch the new exhibit once it's been redacted to ensure that there are no issues to the redacting. And I say that only because in a different trial that I had, not with any of these lawyers in the courtroom, something was supposed to be redacted and they thought it was redacted and it wasn't. So I just want to make sure.
Is the court coming back on at 1:30? Is that the intent? I just want to make sure that the parties are in the room timely to be able to do that.
Yes, it's a little bit afternoon. It's 12:02. So we'll recess for lunch. We will resume at 1:30. And what I would like to do is if Dr. Gilbert is here, we'll take Dr. Gilbert's testimony. Is that what you anticipate?
I need to ask Officer Bell, Your Honor, I apologize. I thought Officer Bell would be done this morning. And so I need to deconflict Officer Bell with Dr. Gilbert. We had anticipated taking Dr. Gilbert right at 1:30. If I can get Officer Bell done shorter and or scheduling allows, I may ask to start with him, but I need to go have that conversation.
All right. So if it's Dr. Gilbert, I just want to bring her in and then we'll deal with the video, the new exhibit after Dr. Gilbert is done. But if Officer Bell will be called first, then obviously we'll verify the new exhibit with the redaction.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have to watch it. I just need to know that you watched it to ensure it's correct. All right. All right. Court will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
Okay, guys, I have to run and pick up my prescription. So we're going to put this on a quick break. I will be back about 15 minutes. Everybody stretch, get you some nourishment. Everybody, do the lunch breaky thing. Bathroom, food, drink, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back in a few. Well, hello. I told you I'd be quick. What? Oh, that's new? Hold on, guys. Oh my gosh, that is new. Got to get it in my ears. Well, guys, hold on. Are y'all there? Hello, testing. Okay, I'm paired. Let's see. Got it. Okay. Wow, that was new. Wow. I can see my mic volume. Oh, that's helpful. Oh, wow. That is very helpful. Yay. So maybe I won't be too loud. How's the mic volume right now, guys? Hello, Chrissy. Hello, Frankie. Leroy. Hello, Ronnie. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm still hot. Okay, guys, I have some very bad news. If anybody follows Dog the Bounty Hunter, Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter, his stepson accidentally shot and unalived his own child over the weekend. Her family representative. Police confirmed that they responded to a call regarding an alleged shooting at 8 p.m. local time Saturday, calling a tragedy and isolated incidents. They have not made any arrests as they are investigating it. We are grieved as a family over this incomprehensible tragic accident and would ask for continued prayers as we grieve the loss of a beloved grandson, Anthony. Chapman and his wife, Francie, said in a statement. Oh, Lord, y'all. What is up with all this tragedy? That's awful. All right. Judge orders new trial for Pedro Hernandez, a man convicted of killing Ethan Palaz in 1979. Really? Pedro Hernandez, a man convicted of kidnapping and ransom of Ethan Palaz in 1979, should be retried or released, and federal appeals ruled on Monday. Hernandez, 64, is currently in state prison serving a sentence of 25 years to life after he was convicted in 2017 for the kidnapping in a red room of Pat's age 6 boy who was found, whose face was first placed on a milk carton to seek public help in finding missing children. Hernandez, who has documented history of mental illness and low IQ, initially confessed after several hours of questioning by 3 police officers. Immediately after Hernandez's confession, the police administered the Miranda warnings, began a video recording, and had him repeat the confession on tape. He did sign again, and several hours later, the district attorney stepped in. And anyway, so they are going to retry his case. Maybe we should look at this one. That would be interesting because it's an old one and it's a retrial. Thank you, June. Thank you for that. Also, I want to welcome all new members to Discord. I'm double checking. Oh, low IQ, but you're nice. Sorry, I'm going to get a bite. So I wanted to know, what are you, oh, sounds good, Ada. I want to know, what are you guys thinking about this case? I'm kind of perplexed. I'm going to kind of go back and look at that ruling. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not on stage. Why are you glitching? Why are you not glitch? Why are you glitching? Sorry, guys. I was listening to him so I could recap. Okay, so here's the deal. This lawyer does not want the video showed where she is. Let's recap this. It's hard to hear, guys. It's very hard to hear.
Bystanders have a right to yell and project.
So he's wanting part of the video redacted.
At an appropriate distance, and that can't constitute obstructing. Not directly on point, but, so my concern here is what the relevance is of her yelling and essentially exercising her First Amendment right to the officers to release her husband. Now, I do appreciate the flip side of the coin, which is the state is going to argue that she was somehow not concerned about her daughter at the time where she's yelling for them to release her husband. The distinction I would make here is that you can do both, and she can still be.
So he does not want that part of the judge is going to go on a little break. Okay, she comes back. I'm going to listen to her ruling at the end of this. So basically, I think what's happening is that he does not want that part of the video being shown or played with her reacting and screaming hysterically and going nuts. He says that basically is not a good representation. Cat buzz. So then the judge comes in and says that she has heard
Impacting her First Amendment
Let's
rights.
listen.
That would not be a basis for this to be admissible if it were relevant and not unduly prejudicial. And so I don't find that that's an argument that I would adopt as it relates to excluding Exhibit 96. The first issue as it relates to my inquiry is whether or not this is relevant. And Mr. Leary has argued that it is not relevant. And the state has argued that this is being offered. And the relevance from the state's perspective is that it is evidence as it relates to Mrs. Ali's ability to communicate in English and understand English, and also her demeanor as it relates to her demeanor with concern related to Mr. Ali versus demeanor related to Fatima, which the state has argued is a form of rebuttal to evidence elicited that Mrs. Ali was very, very concerned about Fatima, had called out my daughter, and the like. Clearly there, and relevance is not a high standard, as the parties know.
Leroy. We can't say that word red room backwards. We get in trouble. We can't say that word backwards or we get in trouble. So we say it backwards, red room, instead of got it? Okay. And then got to get it back on media. I'm checking my volumes. I got this new thing, and the Discord put up a new thing where I can look at my volume and everything. So, but what she's talking about here, I think, are two things. One is allowing that video to come into evidence. Christy, you think it's relevant to the state of mind at the time? I do too. She cared more about her husband getting beat on than him getting arrested, and then she did about her daughter at all. And I don't disagree with you on that. In fact, but I think the judge is ruling a totally different way, and I'm not sure I agree with her. I want to hear it again.
Instead of just trying to paraphrase them. And evidence rule 401 indicates that relevant evidence means evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I do find that based upon the state's argument as to why this is relevant, that it is relevant under that standard. And so then the court must balance, if relevant, whether or not the evidence should still be excluded, if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I asked Mr. Larry about the issue of the unfair prejudice. And before I talk about that, Mr. Kading, I did not ask if you had any argument as it relates to the issues that are being raised.
No, Your Honor. I would note that my client was in the middle of the video being walked through. I didn't see any handcuffs, but certainly he was being detained at the time. I don't know how much we can edit, but I don't think that that's an appropriate scene to have in the middle of the video.
Thank you. Mr. Leary indicated in part that it was unfairly prejudicial. Mrs. Ali was very emotional and upset. He indicated that there is a concern that potentially this could be perceived as something cultural in the way that she was responding to Mr. Ali being arrested and detained, and that there could be untoward assumptions that somehow this was outside the norms. I would just indicate that from the court's perspective, I didn't see anything cultural that was, as far as I'm aware, that was happening. Mrs. Ali was extremely upset. Mr. Ali was being arrested. She had viewed him being significantly assaulted, and she was very, very upset. And she was yelling about that. Court has seen many individuals through the different body cams now that it's available, who have very extreme reactions to what they are experiencing. And so I would just indicate that I don't think it's outside the norm of how a person can react when their spouse is being arrested and they either don't understand why they're being arrested or don't agree with it. And so I don't find that this is, that the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm not saying that there's not the potential of some prejudice, but it is not any unfair prejudice. It does not substantially outweigh the
What's the sign for prejudiced?
I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So I deny the objection. However, there's one thing that I do find is prejudicial, and I don't know how, and overly prejudicial as to any probative value, and that is the statement of the law enforcement officer telling Mrs. Ali that she could be arrested for, I think he said obstruction. He said something that she could be arrested.
You're going to jail.
Whatever that language is, needs to be, I know that there's an ability to redact that. That needs to be redacted. I know that there's already been testimony from Officer Chavez that Mr. Ali was placed in handcuffs and placed in the back of the patrol car. I believe that came out on cross-examination, but it could have been on direct examination. So I want to hear from Ms. Stone as it relates to Mr. Keating's.
Okay. So they're allowing the video, but they're going to have to redact where the officer said that she could be arrested. Why? I do not know.
Concern that he raised as to Exhibit 96, when we see that at the start of the video, Mr. Ali, actually don't know that we can see him, but he's clearly on the ground because I see the witness, Mr. Wagner, is kind of in the very corner and he's still on the ground. And then we see ultimately Mr. Ali up and walks through the video briefly. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Stone on that issue.
Your Honor, before we go on, I'm going to go ahead and unobject.
Okay, withdraw your objection.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my objection, Your Honor. I actually, after upon further review, I don't have an objection to that.
Okay, then I won't address that issue. So the only thing I'm ordering as it relates to Exhibit 96 is removing that portion of the video, or redacting that as it relates to the officer telling Mrs. Ali that she's going to jail or that she could be arrested, whatever that wording is. And then, then 96 ultimately will not be admitted because we will need a new exhibit that has the redacted information. So it will have a different number, which we will identify when we come back at 1:30. And I want the parties to actually watch the new exhibit once it's been redacted to ensure that there are no issues to the redacting. And I say that only because in a different trial that I had, not with any of these lawyers in the courtroom, something was supposed to be redacted and they thought it was redacted and it wasn't. So I just want to make sure.
Okay, so now we're waiting for all that. Let's go over the bingo card. Hello, Star Melody, Elizabeth B. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. I need someone to give me a sound check and see how my volume is at this point. I know sometimes some people think it's getting loud, so I'm just trying to gauge that a little bit. How are you doing, Diane?
Back for a little bit. I have another appointment at 4:45 my time, 3:45 your time.
That's fine. I appreciate you when I can get you. You know that.
Yep. And I'm almost seeing my kitchen floor. It's really dirty. I'm working on it. In and out, in and out.
Okay, so this is what I have left. Soft spoken. I have mentioned that. I've talked about the soft spoken, so that can be crossed off. Counselors, she did mention counselors. I need you guys to go through and watch that. Height and weight. To be fair, the high school name, referring to the teachers. Review your reports. You testified earlier. Those are the only ones that I have left. Tinkitude wants an update on sister.
Well, my sister is surpassing all of the doctors and nurses' expectations because they told me she was going to die. And there's this song that says, "Whose report are you going to believe?" And I know the doctor is brilliant. He's smart. And he told me she's going to die. God says she's going to live. So guess who won that one? God said she's going to live. She's going to live. And she
Well, right now,
wonderful. And she's supposed to move to rehab today, but they're still waiting on paperwork. So it may be tomorrow, but it's a paperwork issue. But they're just walking around like this.
Now, how's her blood sugar?
139.
It was over 700, y'all. When she went into the hospital, it was over 700, and she had a heart attack that blew a hole in her heart. And she had 3 stents put in.
Yep. 2 surgeries. Finally, 3 stents. Took them 4-5 days to get her blood sugar down. And guess what she said to me? When I come home, no sugar in the house, no candy in the house, no nothing in the house that's got sugar in it. That is a miracle in itself. So
Well, you can get sugar-free candy that's really good.
I know. So
it's just expensive.
And it makes your tooth really bad.
Oh, come on, Diane.
Serious. Anyway, thank you for asking. Thank everyone for their prayers. And that is the only thing that kept her alive. Really. They basically told me to plan her funeral.
We only have 9 liked, and we are at almost near 200 views.
I have it.
I want to go see how many views we've got. How come we're at 236 views and we have only gotten...
Nah, I'm guilty. I did that.
I want to say this because somebody's watching and has been giving me thumbs down every day on the, don't like every day.
They don't like
thank you for your click. That helped the algorithm. But you don't have to go through every one of my videos in the past, all 550 odd of them, and put a thumbs down on them. In one day, somebody went through all my videos and put a thumbs down.
Would you like to
I'm like,
guess who?
No. Yeah, I don't know who. It could be one of several people. You never know. Be one of several people. But
once in my life, I'm not guilty. I like that sign.
I have 500. This is my 555th video.
Woo!
In 1 year.
1 year. That's a lot of video.
Yeah. I know, isn't that crazy?
Guys, I need...
Uh-oh, helicopter. What?
I need y'all to pray about another thing. I have done some work, and this company owes me a substantial amount of money, and they are not paying me. They are sitting.
It's called lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. I need the money more than I need the lawsuit, but I'm going to tell him that I'm going to sue if he doesn't. I really.
Why do I looked yellow all of a sudden? I couldn't figure out why. Why am I so yellow? My light went yellow. And I remember, oh yeah, when I had a migraine, I changed.
How's the head?
I couldn't figure out why I was so yellow and you're so pale. This is my this is my normal color. I had a nice tan for a while.
Is this the mother? Ada.
Yes.
She looks like I'm not being ugly, but she looks like a frog. I apologize if that offends anybody. Just my humble opinion.
Well, let's just say a little makeup and a little hairstyling won't hurt.
Every barn needs a coat. Every old barn needs a coat of paint.
Yeah. I know. Oh,
what?
We got some new memes. Let me see.
I've got to change my.
Okay, genius. Break it down for me.
I like these.
A lie is something you make up. The truth is what actually happened.
If I told you this was an elephant, would that be the truth or a lie?
Is that Judge voice?
Now, why don't you look over at
Judge
this
Judy.
handsome gentleman over here? If I told you my court officer was a short, fat, fall guy, would that be the truth or a lie?
Oh, you've seen this one.
Definitely a lie.
Sorry. Now, if I told you that the judge in this case is a young, beautiful woman, would that be the truth or a lie?
That's the truth.
Very smart, boy.
Have
you been selling candy? That's either a yes or a no.
No.
Why?
Unfortunately, since he maliciously slandered me on social media with the video he put up, all orders have completely ceased. I have lost thousands of dollars in projected profits.
Well, listen, you weren't making thousands of dollars because if you were making were making thousands of dollars, you wouldn't have needed a loan for rent. Where is the ATV?
I sold it to a friend.
The name of the friend. And the phone number of this friend?
I don't have that on me.
That's too bad. Where do you live?
Omaha, Nebraska.
You want to get home?
Yeah.
Then get me the name of the friend. Do you understand? Easy. I don't believe that you sold it. Do you really understand? I sort of resent it, Mr. Humphrey, when somebody writes in an answer. She's just bitter that she no longer has a boy toy. I don't know her anything. I look at you. And if I had to put a picture in the dictionary next to what a boy toy looked like, you would be an antonym. That's kind of a fancy word out there. You have to know what an antonym is. It means just the opposite of what the word is.
Your Honor.
What?
Not to interrupt you, but me and Jeffrey have had a on
Jeffrey
and Jeffrey and I have had an ongoing relationship since 2013. That year.
Well, Miss Williams, that would be foolish of you because since 2013, he's made 2 children with the defendant. And Jeffrey's very fast. I mean, he goes to college here, he goes to online school, then he goes to Indiana State University. So actually, you don't want to tell me that you would have an ongoing on and off relationship with him since 2013 because he and the defendant were clearly involved in a relationship that you should have known about. At that time, senior management team gathered to discuss and determine it was necessary based upon employee protocol to place the employee on administrative unpaid leave. Do you understand what your daughter did?
Nope.
Do you understand what your daughter did?
Yes, but she didn't do that.
You mean somebody took her phone?
No, it's been
do you mean
copied.
somebody took her phone?
No.
Just coincident? Is that what you want me to believe?
No.
You want this brain to believe that somebody took her phone. That's a cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Somebody took her cell phone and called the employment of her ex-boyfriend and stated to them that he had numerous criminal charges pending against him, and then returned a cell phone to her? Is that what you want me to believe, Mr. Massaro?
No.
Is this what you want this person? Look
No.
at this face. Tell me why your disability benefits were cut off last year.
That has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, it has everything to do with this case. It has everything to do with your last answer. Because when I ask you, well, you paid money to GC, and you start dancing around because if you were paid $25,000 to GC a project, even though you paid other people, then you committed fraud on the federal government. They're going to come looking for you. It has everything to do with this case. You want to tell me why your disability was stopped, if it was?
It had nothing to do with my case with him.
Really? Your case is dismissed. You may be hustling for a long time, Ms. Smith, but you don't hustle me. Great. I knew I would find out quickly who I was dealing with.
Love the
Who are
hair.
you?
His girlfriend.
His girlfriend? You have another girlfriend. You people must be idiots. He has a felony domestic violence where he got $50,000 bail. What are you doing? Are you people out of your mind? Are you just dull-witted? $50,000 bail. Do you know how badly it must have been alleged that he hurt his former girlfriend? Do you have any clue? You see the person who's standing to your right?
Yes.
Who is that?
My mom.
10 years from now, you think she's still going to be your mother?
Yes.
You see the guy sitting to your left?
Yes.
10 years from now, you won't remember his face. So what makes you think you're not responsible for the vet bill?
Because I don't believe I am. I mean, my cat wasn't on a leash. There is no leash law in California.
No, you choose to let your cat outside, and cat doesn't have to be on a leash. That doesn't mean you're not responsible.
But doesn't she?
That just means if you choose to let your cat outside, and if you choose to let it walk without a leash, if it goes over to a baby in a carriage,
Correct.
jumps up on a carriage,
Correct.
and scratches the baby's eyes out, you're
Of
going to
course
be
not.
responsible.
Absolutely.
You're going to be responsible, even though there's no cat leash law. You're responsible. Your responsibility.
I respectfully don't agree.
Well, I don't
because
care what you
her-
agree with. I mean, did you go to an accredited law school?
No, I didn't.
Did you go to any law school?
No.
Then I'm telling you what the law is. Okay, I am going to give your sister 5 days from today's date. She can come to the house with a moving container and pick up her property with a police escort.
Yes, ma'am.
I will prepare the order.
There's nothing left there.
Well, if there's nothing left, then get a small container. That's my order. Everything else is dismissed. Thank you.
You won't be in that house either. You won't be in the house.
Whatever, Stacy.
Ma'am, step out this way, ma'am.
Where's the contractor at? I bust you, dude, yeah.
Ma'am, step out,
Where's the
ma'am.
contractor at? And I will be out there.
Step out, step out.
Bye,
Yeah.
Stacy.
Bye. You won't be in there.
Have a good life.
Nobody can live in that house.
I would like to know why you thought that it was appropriate to dock his pay for her accident.
No, my agreement was, as I walked away, is if you want to pay off Kaylin's balance, which was $600 and some at that point, then you can continue to drive. So I left. Then he started taking runs. He kept driving. So that was our agreement.
How much did you withhold from his pay?
Nothing. He's been paid in full.
Okay.
He did. I mean, I was taking 50%, but he called me and threatened me, said it was illegal.
It is.
Well,
it's a larceny.
Well,
I don't care. It's a well.
I didn't larceny
You're not a
anything.
lawyer. Are
I
you a
cleaned up
lawyer?
my yard.
I don't. Are you a lawyer?
No, ma'am.
I'm telling you, it's a larceny. It's the same thing. Let's say it wasn't a basketball and it was a 4-carat engagement ring that you found on your lawn.
Yes, ma'am.
And you took it inside. And the person said, gee, I know I dropped it. It had to be here. Came up, knocked at your door and said, do you have my 4-carat engagement ring? And you said, yes, I do. It was on my lawn and you can't have it back.
But I had several balls.
I don't care.
I mean, a 4-carat ring is totally different than several balls.
You're playing with me.
You have a driver's license?
Suspended.
Did you have a good license on that day that you drove the car?
I did not.
Why was it suspended?
I have unpaid parking tickets, and I failed to appear port.
On whose car?
Oh, sorry.
Which car did you have unpaid parking tickets?
And Laura was be able to drive.
What?
Yeah, I had a license before when I was trying.
I asked you on what car did you have parking tickets?
On my mom's car.
That's a lie. They wouldn't suspend your license if you had parking tickets on your mother's car.
Yeah, because I failed to appeal court.
What difference does it make? They were parking tickets. It goes to the car, not to the driver.
Well, that's
Yeah.
Did you receive any rent? This is all crossed out. This is all crossed. This is not a check.
It's the carbon copy of the check, Your Honor.
No, it isn't.
I love the makeup on these babies.
No, it isn't at all. It's a carbon copy of nothing. It's a carbon copy of something that you wrote yesterday. What's next? February.
Okay, well, I have a carbon copy also for $375 that I wrote to
That
Ryan
you
for
wrote
rent.
yesterday. Go ahead. I want to see a canceled check. You know what a canceled check is from a bank?
I do not.
How old are you?
32.
Well, if you're 32 years old, you should know what a canceled check is from a bank. Go.
Is that the same as
Next.
Boyd
Next.
check? Okay.
Next. What do you do for a living?
I do security at Kaiser.
Who do you live with?
I live by myself.
And you were arrested
Yes.
when?
May 2017.
It was a serious charge.
Yes.
Had you ever been arrested before?
No.
Have you ever been arrested since May of 17?
No.
But the charge in May of 17 was murder.
It was attempted murder.
When you were arrested, everybody sort of rallied around you because you were a good kid,
Yeah.
including your brother.
Yes.
How much was your bail?
It was 1.2 million. Then it was dropped down to 300,000, then 250,000. And the charges were dropped down to assault with a firearm.
What happened with that case?
It was dismissed.
It was an outright dismissal.
Well, I'm not clear what that means exactly.
That means that you didn't plead guilty to something. The district attorney dismissed all the charges.
Yes.
And when you were arrested in May, how long were you held?
For a week.
Must have been frightening.
Well, yeah.
Not?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Must have been. I want you to tell me how the stone got in that diamond.
It was from my ex-husband, who's now deceased, God rest his soul, and I took it from this diamond.
I see it.
Yeah. The other diamond is my mother's diamond.
And was that in 2011?
Yes. My daughter was the jeweler at the time.
It's a slightly larger stone. So it came out of this ring.
Correct. Yes.
Put in this setting.
Yes.
That he paid for.
Yes.
He paid for the setting.
The setting only.
Right. He didn't pay for the diamond. Do you understand?
No.
Well, I'm telling you, he didn't pay for the diamond.
I
He paid
received the
for-
diamond
he
12 New Year's. I received the diamond. I'm in the middle of this.
Well, let him buy you his own diamond. This is her diamond. The dog didn't make it. Sit down, sir. So you were in a big rush that day. You lied to the police. Either you lied to the police or you lied to me, Ms. Clemens. Either you lied to the police or you lied to me. Which one?
I lied to the police.
Oh,
I
that was the wrong. That was the wrong answer. The police aren't going to like to hear that. That you gave a false statement to the police. The police aren't going to like to hear that.
I know that this is a dog and you're not particularly attached to. You may like it, you may like animals, but this is a dog. I assume you like your 5-year-old.
Of course.
I assume you like your 5-year-old.
I love my kids. Yeah,
I'm sure
absolutely.
I'm sure you do. I have a whole bunch of things that are plastered here about dogs on that list that have killed children, little children, 3, 4, 5 years old, 1 4-year-old in Michigan last week that have never been violent before, never just turned down and dying. And what I said to somebody yesterday, and I want to repeat it to you because you don't look like a bad person. You make a choice with regard to what kind of animal you select to have as a pet. Your children do not have that choice.
Who was late coming to court today?
It wasn't
Who was
me.
late?
It was Gabby.
I was late.
Why?
I was confused on the times that I was supposed to be here. It's
How
a new
could you be
city,
confused?
so it's a different time zone.
I'm just curious. You flew here from where?
From New York.
Well, of course, if it's a different time zone.
I've never flown to the West Coast in my life.
So what?
I'm sorry. I apologize, Yana.
She's always confused.
I thought you said you'd never been arrested before.
I haven't. I just had a warrant. I didn't know I had a warrant. Then it got brought up when I got arrested out here.
What was the warrant for?
Residential house burglary.
What do you do?
I'm a server. I've worked in food service since I was 16 years old.
What are you doing with him?
Sorry, I'm not trying to get emotional. I was really vulnerable when I met him. That's all I can really tell you. Because I realize I don't realize why I was with him at all.
You told him that you were terminating your lease to own arrangement. This is what I read in your complaint. And they had been paying rent of how much, sir?
$950 a month.
And you told him, according to you, this is your complaint, that you were raising their rent to $1,200 a month, effective immediately, correct?
Yes.
And if they didn't like that, you were also modifying the purchase price of the house to $175,000, which was the going rate for the house at the time.
Correct.
Are you out of your mind?
No.
Are you nuts? I mean, I read it and I said, what is wrong with this woman?
How many times did you go into Mr. Bauer's basement?
Once.
Oh, I should think real hard. How many times did you go into Mr. Bauer's basement?
Once.
You understand that it's easier if you don't make up the story, because if you make up the story, you have to have a good memory, because you have to keep it in your mind. If you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory, because it's just what happened. Do you understand?
Yes.
How many times were you in the basement?
At least 5.
It was only one.
I gotta take a break. I want to see this.
Join the army, be all you can be, and sleep with Blanche Devereaux. The Marines are looking for a few good men who have not slept with Blanche
Devereaux. Just what are you trying to imply?
Slut trash.
Now, girls, settle down before you say something you'll both regret.
Bruce, what the hell are you listening to?
Relaxation tape. The rain is supposed to relax me.
Is it working?
Not really. I keep worrying that I left my car windows down.
Now, Ma, remember, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I think I crossed that line when I got a date. Dorothy, you're the smart one, and Blanche, you're the sexy one, and Sophia, you're the old one, and I'm the nice one. Everybody always likes me. The old one isn't so crazy about you. I'm gonna have to meet men lying down. I thought you did. What I can't understand is how in the world she managed to wait 15 years.
How long did you wait after George died?
Till the paramedics came.
Bruce, what the hell are you listening to?
Relaxation tape. The rain is supposed to relax me.
Is it working?
Not really. I keep worrying that I left my car windows down.
Is the TV remote control?
No, I've just been talking.
You try it, I'll have you on your back so fast you'll think you're out on a date.
Well, you're not going to believe this. I've just been talking on the phone for a half hour, and guess what? You forgot to dial first? No.
You held the receiver upside down. It wasn't even the phone, it was the TV remote control.
No. A shoe. Blanche, please, I'm not an idiot. The TV has a remote control?
You know, Sophia, this birthday thing kind of has me depressed as well. You think you could help me too?
Sure. No matter how bad things get, remember these sage words. You're old, you're sad, get over it.
My mistake. I thought since you looked like Yoda, you were also wise.
This is the best apple juice I've ever tasted. It should be. It's $430 a bottle.
I can't afford that.
Well, you did say the best.
Rose, for heaven's sake, you should have told me what it was.
Just calm down. What am I going to do? Just calm down. I'll show you an old Sicilian trick. This is how I grew up poor and managed to eat in the best restaurants in all of Italy. Watch. Look, learn. It's awful. Swill.
Is there a problem?
You're supposed to take off your socks before you step on the grapes. Taste this.
Oh, dear. Ladies, I'm terribly sorry. I'll get you a new bottle.
No, it lingers on the palate.
Well, at least let us pay for your meal.
If you insist.
Dorothy, you're the smart one, and Blanche, you're the sexy one, and Sophia, you're the old one.
That's what you're saying.
I'm the nice one. Everybody always likes me.
The old one isn't so crazy about you.
Different
That's
clothes.
superstitious nonsense. You know, step on a crack, break your mother's back. It doesn't work. I know. I tried.
How many boyfriends could a naive farmer's daughter possibly have had?
56.
Excuse me?
I had about 56 boyfriends. Of course, that was before I knew Charlie. I probably would have had more, but I wasn't allowed to start dating till I was a senior.
56. 56?
Oh, God, stand back. She's going to blow. I know if he got to know me, he'd like me.
Why? I got to know you. I don't like you. You just say that.
Repeatedly. That's superstitious nonsense. You know, step on a crack, break your mother's back. It doesn't work. I know. I tried.
When I think of my father, I always picture him pulling a giant tuna up Main Street. Well, who doesn't, Rose?
It wasn't a real tuna. It was made of chrysanthemums. It was the float in the Founders Day parade. You probably don't know this, but my hometown was founded by Heinrich von Anderdörnen.
Anderdörnen.
The first man to ever can tuna in its own natural juices. Anyway, it was the 50th anniversary celebration of the founding of our town. My father was chosen to pull the float. He thought
Uh-oh, something's going on in court. We just came in.
With him about the weekend and weather.
Sorry, guys. Court hopped in.
Bowl, I could look back into where they congregate, the security. And on the computer screen was, attempted honor killing trial with a picture of Mr. Ali and Ms. Ali. I raised my concern to him and he said, "Oh, it says attempted." And I said, "That's not my concern." While I was upstairs.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to have you back up for just a moment and explain to me again where you saw this
So I
in
walk through
security.
security, take off my belt, everything, and the tray goes through the rollers. As I'm bending down at the rollers, I'm looking to my left, and there's the workstation where the marshals, whatever the term they use, but essentially marshals running the security. They have their desk, they have the monitors that monitor the courtrooms, and then on the large computer screen, it appeared that they were tuned into Court TV or YouTube, and it was a still shot on the screen from Court TV that said, basically the description of this trial, which is, State versus Ali, attempted honor killing trial in very large print with a still photo of the two defendants, presumably from public disclosure, screen captures from their pictures on scene. I expressed my concern, and he did not appear to share the concern that I had and said, that it was attempted. And I said, well, the term honor killing is not part of the trial and has specifically been excluded. He kind of pushed back on me. I did speak with a wonderful, helpful bailiff whose name I don't have, who's standing up in court, asking her to follow up with him. It was down by the time she had come, she is reported. When I was speaking to Heather and Olivia, and we're all sharing the concern about what this has, her staff, Michelle Wall, indicated that she had seen it once before. My concern, I think, in terms of talking with the bailiffs, is not when they proceed from the law library to court, because I think there's kind of a front and back and they're kind of watching. It's when they individually came in at varying times, getting stuff out of the bowl. We know now of at least two occasions where that description is on the screen, and my concern is just what the jurors may have been exposed to. I spoke with Heather primarily. Olivia was there as well. It probably makes sense to do an individual inquiry of jurors. Not that I really want to, and I don't necessarily know what the language would be, but I do have concerns that, you know, one floor down, there's a big screen that talks about stuff that's been excluded from this trial.
All right. So first of all, I'm going to take a brief recess to address this issue to ensure that after we do the questioning of the jurors individually, that nothing like this could or would happen again. I don't go in through the front in that area. I certainly do not condone this. And it's upsetting for me to hear that this is something that could impede a fair trial in this case, which of course is what we are all working towards. And so I'd like to take a brief recess to address that issue, and then I will come out. I would appreciate it if, while I'm on this recess, if you would like to confer about some particular questions you might want me to ask. I will be thinking about that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
Guys, Adam Lally, okay, this is new. In the Miles King, I don't know anything about this case in Norfolk County, Adam Lally took the stand and he's not done. Proctor and Tully may testify as well. Oh, snap. Let's see what this has to give us today.
Good morning, Mr. Lally. In a loud, clear voice, could you please?
Okay. I have no idea what's going on here, so if anybody wants to fill me in, go for it.
You state your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Sure. Adam Lally, A-D-A-M, last name L-A-L-L-Y.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Lally?
Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Since 2005.
20 years?
Yes, almost.
What did you do before you worked for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Started with the District Attorney's Office straight out of law school. Worked a couple warehouse jobs, things like that during.
Sorry,
I worked a few warehouse jobs, things like that during law school. Went to school at night.
Okay. And what school did you go to?
Suffolk.
Suffolk Law?
Yes.
And undergrad?
Undergrad, I went to the University of Southern California.
Okay. And what was your trip? Well, at some point, how long were you in the office before you got assigned to the homicide squad? Oh, homicide unit, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that it's an assignment to the homicide unit. I would say the first homicide that I had outside of the realm of motor vehicle homicide was probably 20.
Okay, let's get to this so y'all understand what's happening. Case overview. Miles King, 21-year-old local rap artist known as Mizzy Cash, is accused of fatally unaliving Marquise Simmons outside Simmons' home in Milton. The lead shooting occurred while Simmons was on his scooter. When first responders arrived, Simmons was still conscious and reportedly identified the shooter as Mizzy Cash before losing consciousness. Adam Lally's role in this is he's assistant district attorney who was prosecuting the case. During the court proceedings, Lally presented evidence including Simmons' dying declaration, King's prior arrest in 2019 outside the same victim's home where he was found to have stolen a car with a loaded weapon, a lead shooter. Lally recently testified in related case involving the Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, who credibility is under scrutiny. Lawyers for Miles King have requested full discovery evidence, possibly in response and concerns about the investigation's integrity. King is scheduled to appear in court August 11 for both the Red Room charges and the earlier weapons charge. That is what this is about.
2015, somewhere in there.
Okay. And let me
But they're not showing his face.
back up a little. What type of training did the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office offer you in order for you to be able to comply with Rule 14 discovery?
Objection. Sustained.
So when you started at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, you sat in district court?
Yes.
Okay. And how many district court cases would you say you tried?
I have no idea. A lot.
More than 100?
Probably.
Okay. And in all of those cases, were you able to comply with Rule 14 discovery and turn over the discovery that was required under Rule 14?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. The hundreds of cases that you tried in district court, was there ever any allegation that you didn't turn over information?
Objection. Overruled.
No.
Okay.
He didn't even look up. He didn't even look up. He's overruled.
And then at some point you moved to Superior Court. When was that?
Began working on Superior Court cases probably in 2006, full-time assigned to Superior Court in 2012.
Okay. When you say full-time assigned to Superior Court, what does that mean?
So what that means is during the interim period from 2006 to 2012, I had cases in Superior Court, but I was primarily assigned to the District Court.
So you were trying cases in the Superior Court, but you were still trying cases in the District Court?
Correct. Actually, I still do that to this day.
You still try cases in the District Court as well?
I do.
Okay. But you said at sometime in 2012, you were assigned to the Superior Court. Does that
Correct.
mean you came here every day?
Correct.
Okay. And what type of cases were you assigned in 2012 when you became a Superior Court DA?
Variety, pretty much ran the whole gamut. Narcotics cases, sexual assault cases, child abuse cases, breaking and entering, armed robbery, whatever I was assigned, that's what I did.
How long after you got to the DA's office did you start trying
Karen
what they call light
Reed.
felonies?
I don't understand the line of inquiry. Everybody who is in the DA's office is responsible for complying with Rule 14 and is expected to know the confines of Rule 14 and to comply with it. So the backstory here is not particularly useful. What I want to know is what ADA Lally did in this instance.
Understood, Judge. In any event, when were you assigned to the Miles King case? Brianna Gardner, I'm sorry.
Probably within a day or two.
A day or two of what?
Of the shooting and the murder occurring.
Okay. And how do you get assigned in the district attorney's office? Do they email you? Do they call you? How do they do that?
Objection. Overruled.
I received a call from the first assistant.
And who would that have been at the time?
At the time, that would have been ADA Lynn Beelan.
Okay. And did she tell you were assigned to this homicide case?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you, being assigned to a homicide case? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, at that point, it was an investigation. So
I'm gonna make
as far as
coffee.
assisting with the investigation, should charges arise, handling the prosecution from there out.
Okay. So once you get assigned to the Miles King, Brianna Gardner case, is there a policy within the Assistant District Attorney's Office in Norfolk County on how to gather information that's required under Rule 14?
Objection. Overruled.
A specific policy, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so there's no policy that you're aware of in the DA's office that that details how to gather information. Is that what you're saying?
Not that specific to that, no, not that I know of.
So how do you gather information, and how did you gather information in the King Gardner case that was required under Rule 14? What did you do?
Objection. Just specify what is. It's too vague. Overruled. Question is, what did you do?
So what I
And I think we can take it in chronological order. We'll start at the beginning and then we'll have follow-up questions.
Sure. So what I do is what I do in every case, depending on how many different departments are involved. In this case, there was a local department and state police involvement. So I would make appropriate requests for any and all information that they had, any information that, you know, specifically I could outline or delineate as far as what I felt was relevant. And
Stop right there. How would you make those requests?
Typically what I would do is write out a formal discovery request, submit the form to any involved departments, and communicate either via phone or email to whoever the relevant party was that I was requesting discovery from.
When you say discovery forms, what do you put on? What did you put on the form in this case for Gardner and King?
Initially, it would be for any and all police reports, any and all photographs, any and all information as to who was present, lab reports, if they had access to fire department, run reports, any lab personnel that responded to the scene, so that I would have an idea as to whether or not there was testing that was going to be conducted or items had been recovered from the scene, copies of any and all search warrants, including applications, affidavits, copy of the warrants, any returns.
And let me stop you there. Do you have a memory in this case of asking for all the information that you just told you normally ask? Did you do that in the Brianna Gardner and Miles King case? Did you ask for all of that information?
Yes, and just for clarity purposes, when I'm initially doing this, it's not the Miles King and Brianna Gardner case.
It's just an investigation.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and more to that point, Ms. Gardner didn't become a focus of the investigation until later on.
Okay. So while you were investigating without a defendant being a suspect, at least not initially, you asked which departments for this information?
The State Police, Norfolk County Detective Unit, as well as the Milton Police.
I can't hear you. What was the last one?
Milton Police.
Milton Police. Okay. So you asked Milton Police, you asked the State Police. Who in Milton Police did you ask, and who in the State Police did you ask to send information?
The Milton Police would have been, at that time, Lieutenant Michael Collins. The State Police would have been Trooper Michael Proctor, as he was a case officer, and Lieutenant Brian Tully.
Oh,
and so you
all
have
of
emails
them
going
have
to
been
all
in the
three of
Karen
them
Reed trial.
asking for all of the information that you just listed.
That's the Karen Reed trial trifecta right there.
Which would be normal information that you'd ask in any case after a homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And did let's just take Mr. Proctor, Trooper Proctor, did he respond to you?
Yes.
And what did he provide you?
At varying...
No, to the extent he recalls, he can testify.
So at varying times, there were different productions of material, whether it was what was available at that time. So initially it would have been just whatever reports were available at that time. Later on would have been photographs, video.
So how often would you say you emailed or communicated with the State Police, and specifically Trooper Proctor or Trooper Tully, regarding discovery in this case?
I cannot tell you how many times via email, but I mean, it was a constant conversation, particularly throughout the grand jury process as far as discovery was concerned.
Okay. So when you say a constant process,
they learned not to put anything in writing, text, email, anything. Everything was verbal from the Karen Reed trial, LOL.
Was there a time period where you asked for stuff and you didn't get it, so you were re-asking for it, or is it always new information that you're getting from the State Police?
I think it would vary. I think there were certainly items that I probably had to ask for more than once, but there were definitely items that I had asked for and was provided promptly, and then moved on from there to either additional information or that avenue was complete.
So do you keep records of, I asked for search warrants, I asked for crime lab stuff, I asked for witness statements? Do you keep records when you receive that information to be able to check off to say, I got these things, they're no longer outstanding, and the rest of this is?
I mean, I keep records in the sense of a list of items I'm looking for. And obviously when I receive something, then yeah, that would get checked off the list as far as I'm not looking for that anymore because I have it.
Okay. So if you got a set of grand jury minutes from a witness that you know testified in front of the grand jury, you'd check that off your list?
Well, as far as yes, I mean, I was at the grand jury, so I know who testified at the grand jury. But as far as receiving the minutes, yes, I'm aware of the dates. And when I receive the minutes, then that would check that off the list.
I missed, I think, a question and answer, one question earlier. I think the question was, do you keep records of what you requested? What was your answer to that question?
So records as far as what was requested, I would always have, at least in some form, some sort of running list of items I was looking for. And then if I received an item, then that would be something that would be off the list. Now that list would be obviously added to as information develops, and there might be additional items that I'm looking for.
And presumably because it's on the list, you've made the request?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you'd have whatever's on the list, you'd have emails requesting that information. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if they emailed back, you'd have checks off of your list that you got whatever it was. Maybe you were asking for 10 things and you got 5. You'd check those 5 things off your list. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there any other mechanism you used to document what you got from, just right now we're talking about the state police, Trooper Tully and Trooper Proctor?
I'm sorry, any other mechanism of doing what again?
Keeping track of what they're producing for you. Is it all just emails and check marks on a list? Or is there some other way that you keep track as well?
No, I mean, it would be something that I would have a list of items that are outstanding that would be, followed up on if they hadn't been received at that point, and then I would follow up with whoever the appropriate person was to get copies of those.
And these lists remain in the file? Your lists with the check marks remain in the file?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed any of them before you testified here today?
No,
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't review the file before you testified here today?
I don't have the file.
You work for the DA's office, right?
I do.
And it's in the DA's office, right?
Yes.
And you knew you were going to be asked questions about this case, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do anything to educate yourself about what you did initially on the case?
Objection. This is her witness.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that as an objection, but I'm going to sustain the objection as to the relevance. He did not review the file. Next question.
So what did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
I reviewed portions of the file. I reviewed some of the items that have been produced by ADA Hickman. I reviewed search warrants. I reviewed police reports. I reviewed, you were asking me specifically as far as checklists or notations. I didn't review those, but I did review, I have portions of the file. I have access to the file, and I did review portions of the file.
Okay. So you did review portions of the file?
Yes. Oh, yes.
You just didn't review your checklist?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Milton Police Department, do you also have emails going back and forth to the Milton Police Department asking for certain documents?
Yes.
And who in the police, would that be Lieutenant Collins?
Yes.
Anyone else in the Milton Police Department were you looking for documents from?
On this case, I don't believe so, no.
And did you keep the same type of list that you kept for the state police of outstanding things that you were looking for the Milton Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you get back from the Milton Police Department? Do you remember?
Items of a similar nature that they had access to as far as police reports, photographs. I don't believe Milton did any of the...
Okay, we'll finish this on the break. We got Ali is come back in. Well, there it is. They just sat down. Here we go. I got a ton of coffee grinds in my coffee. Don't mind a little, but not that much. Okay.
Certainly not confuse the question with the media that is present within the courtroom itself.
Oh, Carmen. Hello, beloved. Oh, that's like, yeah. I mean, it was a lot of coffee grinds in this for some reason. What do you call lazy kangaroo? A pouch potato. That's all. Carry on. Auntie Candy, thank you so much for coming in. And Carmen's fun of AJ. Love you, doll.
Has been presented to me. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. All right, so I would like the bailiff to inform the jury that we are going to bring them in individually to ask them.
Uh-oh. This was going great. This trial was going on. I want to do this. I want to do this. This trial was going swimmingly until today. Now all hell is breaking loose. I want to watch it again.
Downstairs. It is what forward. Do we want to be more direct in what they've been exposed to or not? There's arguments on both sides. I just wanted to raise that question.
I mean, I could ask them whether or not they have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse?
Well, at this point, I don't think we should limit it. I think we should just say.
Well, there's no information to suggest that they have been exposed to information from any other place, and we've been specifically talking about a potential exposure here at the courthouse. So I think it makes sense to actually talk about whether or not they've seen anything here at the courthouse. Outside this courtroom, because obviously there's media coverage within the courtroom.
Right, that was my only, I guess, clarification. Is certainly I don't want to confuse the question with the media that is present within the courtroom itself.
It's only 87 here, Ronnie. Just saying. Ronnie, is my volume okay? Because I can't hear anything.
Okay. So I'm suggesting using what has been presented to me. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to
I was supposed to be getting married on August 9th, but the guy turned out to be, I don't even know what you call it. He lied about everything. He lied about his military experience. He wasn't a Green Beret Ranger. He never done any of that. He lied about his marriages. He lied about his job. He lied about his income. He lied about everything. So I kicked his ass to the curb.
any media coverage?
Hey, if I fall in love with you and you're a poor man, that's fine. It's not about the money, but what it is about is integrity. And that had less integrity than a gnat has a leg.
Associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom. Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and or news stories. All right, so I would like the bailiff to inform the jury that we are going to bring them in individually.
It's okay.
Ask them some questions so that they know that that is what's going to be happening. And then, of course, once.
Better find out now than after getting married. That's for damn sure.
I'm done with questioning. I will advise the juror who's in here not to discuss it. All right. Thank you.
Stand for them individually, or do this like we did with individual questions while we stay seated?
I think we'll stay seated.
Okay, thank you.
Number one.
So now they're going to have to go through the jury and find out who knows what, who saw what, who did what. Hey, Carmen, when are you and your honey bun going to come see me? Mm-hmm. Hi, Adair. How are you? I know. And why? What excuse do you have that's good enough that I will forgive you for? Yeah, we've been busy here in Kerrville. I don't know if you know I live in Kerrville. For those of you who don't know, hi, I'm AdaKay. I live in Kerrville, Texas. And thank you so much for joining us today. What did you just give him?
Juror number 1, we are bringing in each juror to ask everyone the same question. Okay?
How about how about men picking up gold diggers?
Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Thank you. I'll have the bailiff take you back to the jury room. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. I apologize. Please don't discuss with anyone else the question that I asked you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh, let's talk, my dear. Carmen, will you be staying where you are? Or will you be moving? Please tell me you're staying put, because I still have to come see you.
Juror number 2, we are bringing in each juror to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
Maybe.
All right, can you tell me what you mean by maybe?
We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was watching the dishes and it switched over to I wasn't really paying attention, switched over to local news. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial, and then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds. But I did hear it on the local.
What did you hear?
Interpreters cannot hear the juror. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to read back what you said.
Did you hear what it was called?
We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was washing the dishes and it switched over to I wasn't really paying attention. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial. And then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds, but I did hear it on the news.
Are you talking Texas border? Are you talking Texas border?
Is that correct? You have to verbally respond.
Yes.
All
Sorry.
right.
I should know that by now.
As you sit here knowing that you heard 3 seconds of some sort of report, and that was at your home? Okay.
Yes.
Are you able to separate out whatever it is that you might have heard as it relates to ultimately deciding this case based only on the facts presented during the trial and evidence presented during the trial, and then my instruction on the law?
Absolutely.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Has this impacted your ability to be fair and impartial in this case in any way?
No.
Thank you. No, you aren't. Nothing further.
Mr. Kading?
Call me later, Carmen.
Mr. Larry? All right. I'll have you go back to the jury room. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Gosh, I apologize. I do have it written down. Jury number 2, you are not to discuss what we've been talking about here in this courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. You understand?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Your Honor, wait, I do have a question, I guess.
Okay.
How did you know it was about this case? It was, I really wasn't paying attention, but it was something like the jury in the trial in Thurston County of the couple that's pretty much all I heard. And then I switched the channel. I was headed toward the clicker when it came up because I knew we were on the local news as opposed to national news. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone, anything as it relates to number 2?
No, Your Honor. He indicated he'd be fair and impartial. It has not impacted, and based on what he relayed, it doesn't appear to be anything different than the facts that he has heard in this case.
Mr. Katie?
No, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Not yet. Not yet. No, nothing?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Juror number 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial,
I don't know where you're getting that information, but nope.
have you been exposed to any media
My father was a military veteran for over 22 years, so I was a veteran's daughter.
coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am ordering you not to discuss that question or anything else that we've been talking about since we brought you in with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Okay? Thank you.
I do not put up with stolen valor in the least. You know, I can forgive. Oh, and he was cheating on me with another woman. He was texting a woman and told her he wasn't in a relationship and he had a job and all this, and every bit of it was a lie. And that was the same day we went and put a deposit down on the church. Yeah, that was a lie. So, but anyway, I don't put up with stolen valor. I don't care. I can forgive a lot of things more than I can forgive stolen valor. I know, isn't he always a sweetheart? A little flirty, but doesn't hurt. That don't hurt no thing.
Juror number 4, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
The only exposure I've had is like a clip came on the TV, and as soon as I saw that it was one of our witnesses, I turned it off. So I did not.
All right, and was that at your home?
Yeah.
All right, and when was that?
Oh gosh, it was last week, like right Tuesday. That's when I realized that, oh crap, like I shouldn't be watching this. All this is going on.
And why did you not bring this to the court's attention like you're supposed to?
All right, and about how long do you think it was on for?
Oh, like 2 seconds.
And how did you know that it was related to this trial?
I recognized one of the witnesses.
And who was it?
Okay, I might have been wrong about Tuesday, but it was Fatima.
Okay.
So the day after she.
And did you hear any commentary or anything that, any clip with her where she was speaking?
No.
All right. Do you believe that despite having seen this, you described about 2 seconds of news coverage related to this case, that you can put out of your mind whatever it is that you saw and still decide this case based only on the evidence presented during the trial and the instruction on the law?
Yes.
And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides?
Yes.
Ms. Stone, any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry?
Just one quick thing. So any graphics with the clip or anything else other than just that you saw with potentially Fatima?
I did not see any other graphics.
Okay. Thank you.
I instruct you that you are not to discuss what we have been talking about here with anyone else, including any of your fellow jurors, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Can you shut the door, please? Ms. Stone, any issues with number 4?
No, based on the record you made, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can bring in 5. Juror number 5, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am instructing you that you are not to discuss that question or anything else associated with you coming here in the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
I'm bringing number 6. Juror number 6, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. No? Okay. I am instructing you not to discuss this question or anything that's happened here since you've come into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Okay. Juror number 7, we are bringing the jurors in individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am instructing you not to discuss that question or anything that's happening here in the courtroom while I'm asking you these questions with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Juror number 8, we're bringing in each juror individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I have not seen
All right. I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming here into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Juror number 9, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Juror number 9, I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
Juror number 10, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom now with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Juror number 11, we are having each juror come in individually so that we can ask each of you the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I've asked or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 12, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
There was one day coming in last week where the security guard had an image up behind his desk of one of the witnesses sitting in the stands. But I got one quick look and looked away.
Oh!
Didn't see a headline.
Ruh-roh!
Did you recognize the image of the witness?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Isaiah's picture.
Oh, that's a no.
Do you
That's a no,
recall
no,
what
no,
day
no.
that was? About how long
No.
do you think that you saw that image?
Enough to register his face, so a second or two.
Was there anything else on the screen that you saw besides the image of Isaiah's father?
Not that I saw, it was enough to recognize where it was, and that there might have been people next to him, but not enough to see things.
So it was not while he was testifying, it was a gallery shot?
Correct.
That's interesting.
Was it a still
Very
photo or was it something that appeared to you to be moving?
It was still.
Uh-oh.
And so then other than seeing Isaiah, recognizing Isaiah's dad in a still shot with potentially having some people around him, was there anything else that you recall from the image?
No.
Was there any audio that was going on? Was there
I don't-
anyone else that you recognized in the shot besides Isaiah's dad? Ultimately, the job of a juror is to decide the case only on the evidence presented during the trial here in the courtroom, but during the trial and the court's instruction on the law. Do you believe that you can put out of your mind that image that you saw of Isaiah's dad sitting in the gallery, potentially with some other people, and decide the case based only on the evidence presented during the trial? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides?
That didn't sound very convincing.
Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
I don't have any additional, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry?
Thank you.
Juror number 12, I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or your responses or anything associated with coming into the courtroom now with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. We're going to have the door closed for a moment. Ms. Stone, anything as it relates to juror number 12?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry?
Just makes me appreciative that
Thank you. Go ahead and before we bring in the next person, for the clerk, although this person is now our number 1 alternate, they are still alternate number 2. Okay, bring in alternate number 2, please.
I lost my thumbnail, my pinky nail. That sucks.
Alternate juror number 2, we are bringing in all of the jurors to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I went on Facebook like several days after and I saw Como's news, but I just looked at it and I had close. Basically, I didn't go and read it. I just saw it.
I need you to speak up just a little bit.
I saw the news, but I didn't read it. I didn't look at the picture. I recognized.
Carmen, I'm making your wedding cake. You go. No, I'm kidding. I am also a cake designer, but Ronnie's pretty damn good.
Who was in the picture?
The 2 defendants.
And were there any captions?
Hey, Carmen, I'm a minister. I can actually marry you. I'll do the ceremony.
I only looked at pictures. I recognized the picture and then I knew this is, I don't know why I went on Facebook. So.
Did you go on to Facebook to look for information related to this case?
No, it's like the daily thing I do, read my stuff, but not looking for about it.
Oh, shit.
How was it that this information from Como News came up on
I
Facebook?
follow most of the news station around here, Cairo, Como, Fox, CNN. I just scroll through the news just to watch the news. And I happened to scroll and saw the picture and I immediately just turned it on. So there's no information I got from there. It's basically just the pictures.
Did you click on, can you click, as you scroll through, if there's something you want to look at, can you click into it and see more detail?
It's the new article. Any of those is a link, basically.
Okay. Did you click on the link?
No.
After you saw the Como News information on Facebook, where you saw the pictures of Mr. and Mrs. Ali, Have you gone back to Facebook since that time?
I don't go to that station. I went back on Facebook, but I don't see anything else.
But doesn't the news feed come up on your Facebook page every day?
Sure, but that's the only one that I saw.
He's not, they're going to dismiss him. Dismiss him. I'm not comfortable with him.
Ultimately, the job of the jury will be to decide this case based only on evidence presented during the trial. Do you believe that you can exclude from your mind or consideration the photograph that you saw of Mr. and
I know,
Mrs.
right?
Ali from any consideration in this case? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial? And if I instruct you so, will you abide by not going back on Facebook between now and the ultimate conclusion and discharge of the jury?
Yes, I will.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Leary?
Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
So right now I will instruct you that you are not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything that's happened in the courtroom since you've come in. You may not discuss that with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand that? And unless and until you are discharged from this case, I am ordering you not to be looking on social media at all and to ensure that you are not exposed to outside information, and you're willing to abide by that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would not put up with that. If I was the attorney for either side, I'd say no, thank you.
Ms. Stone?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, based on the court's questions and instruction.
Mr. Kading?
Nothing further.
Mr. Leary?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I would ask he be stricken. I wouldn't want him.
Alternate juror number 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. Thank you. Go ahead. And sorry, go ahead and have a seat. I am instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or anything that's happened since you came into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you. Anything further before
Taking them all.
we bring the jury in? Ms. Stone?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? All right.
Apologies, Your Honor. I believe that there is, Ms. Stone wants to put something on the record as to agreement about the parameters of Dr. Gilbert's testimony, and it might make sense to do that now if the court's willing to do that.
How long is Officer Bell's testimony going to be?
I think it's less than an hour.
Okay, well, we'll probably take a recess, but go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I just want to let the court know that I spoke with Mr. Leary and also Mr. Kading with regards to Dr. Gilbert's testimony. The concern was that whether her testimony would in essence open the door to some of Miss Ali's previous history. And I think the parameters we've worked out, and defense can correct me if I'm wrong, but in essence, the state will be asking Dr. Gilbert to testify about her training and experience and the effects on the body with strangulation in general, and then to ask her questions specifically about the injuries that is attributed to this incident that is based on the strangulation exam that was done by Miss Rivas, and then also the photos of the injuries, and that the state is now going to ask her to give any opinion or opine in any way about what injuries Miss Ali could have could have in the future as it related due to this specific incident, so not to open the door.
All right, and when you're referring to Miss Ali, you're talking about Fatima Ali?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor, that sounds what we discussed.
All right, Mr. Larry?
In agreement.
All right, and Dr. Gilbert has been so advised?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Bring in the jury. Go ahead and have the officer come into the courtroom.
Thank you.
They could have lost like 4 or 5 jurors today. That would have been a mistrial. I don't know why they were not honest and told the judge upright the day that these things happened. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm popping my nails off. Once I lose 2 nails, that's it. I'm done. They're coming off too easily, which means it's time for me to get them totally replaced and not filled.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, we're now going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Stone, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today we'll call Officer Bell.
Officer Bell, come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire.
Thank you.
Feels weird.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sean Bell, Bell.
Officer Bell, are you employed?
I am.
How so, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Lacey.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
In law enforcement, 23 years.
Is all of that with the city of Lacey?
It is.
Can you describe your training and experience with law enforcement, please?
In 2002, I was hired as a community service officer. My primary responsibilities was the transportation of offenders from the field to correctional facilities or correctional facilities back for judicial processes. Shortly after being hired in 2002, I was also hired as a reserve police officer. In 2003, I attended the Thurston County Reserve Police Officer Academy and was certified as a reserve officer. Through that time, I carried both commissions as a CSO, community service officer, and a reserve officer. So I was paid as a CSO, but I was a volunteer police officer. In the summer of 2004, I was hired as a provisional police officer and I was assigned to the patrol division, and I worked there through the beginning of 2005. In 2005, I was hired as a commissioned police officer and would attend the Criminal Justice Training Center and obtain my basic law enforcement credentials. Returning from the academy, I went through a field training process, and after successful completion, I've been a police officer ever since.
And as a police officer, what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the patrol division. Primary responsibilities handling calls for service via 911. Those include anything that really can come up, to include Really, you could think of anything and we get it. It also includes traffic enforcement as well as being a visual deterrent for criminal acts.
And so were you employed by Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
And were you working with anyone at that time or working by yourself?
At that time, I was a field training officer, and my student officer was Officer Chavez.
In what phase was Officer Chavez in at that time?
Phase 3.
Is that the field training officer program you previously testified about or previously referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the field training officer for Officer Chavez at that time?
At that time, yes.
Did you become aware of an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington on that day at about that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to that location?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at that location?
I believe we arrived at 2:20 p.m.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
Once I arrived on scene, there was a person that was detained in handcuffs that was on their stomach. Officer Hang was with that person. And then there were students would be to the right near the inner city transit sign.
And when you say person detained, was that a child, an adult, or something else?
An adult male.
And you described Officer Hang as being present. Were there any other adults present at that scene?
There was a male that was, I believe, kneeling down next to the detained person, white male with a beard is what I remember.
Okay. And was that individual an officer or a civilian?
Civilian.
And you described there also being other individuals. I don't remember if you said kids or students present, but where were they present? About how many?
They were to my right. There was a handful.
Okay. When you say to your right as you're facing the location of Officer Hang?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a landmark or feature near the location Officer Hang was present at?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Is there a bus stop in that area?
Yes, the
Okay.
inner city transit sign.
Okay. And where was Officer Hang and the civilian male and the other male that was on his stomach on the ground? Where were they in location to that bus stop?
If where I was I was in the middle of the street, Mullen. If you look to my left, that's where they were. To the right would be where the IT bus stop sign or bus sign.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your time on scene, did you have any opportunity to observe the male who was down on the ground at some point be relocated from that location? Meaning, throughout the time you were there, did the male stay on his stomach on the ground?
No, he was moved.
Okay. Where did he go to?
I believe Officer Hang took him to a patrol car.
Okay. At any point, did you have an observation or an opportunity to observe him speaking with anyone? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what did you do upon arrival?
Initially, I checked in with Officer Hang. Want to make sure I just needed to know what he needed from us. And that's when things started getting delegated.
Okay. And so you said Officer Chavez was with you. Is that correct?
That is.
Did you take statements from anyone at the scene or did someone else do that?
I did not. Officer Chavez did.
Okay. What did you do next?
About this time is when somebody was beginning to enter the scene.
And what do you mean by that, enter the scene?
With where we were, things were right there off of Mullen. There was a woman that was walking in from the parking lot of the Timberline High School.
And how did that woman appear to you?
She appeared to be upset.
Okay. How was she dressed in appearance?
It was either a dark colored, like a green or an olive drab. I can't think of the term off the top of my head, but the head covering.
Okay.
And then she had a black style gown or dress.
And you said she was walking in from the parking lot. The parking lot for what?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is in the direction behind where she was coming from?
From the direction she was coming from would be the main hub of Timberline. So that would be near the basketball, the swimming pool, the administrative office, and then kind of the front of the school would be the parking lot that we were at.
Okay. And you indicated she was upset. Did she make contact with you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe that contact, please?
So initially, I was trying to get her to wait where she was. And ultimately, I had to stop her from entering and going past me. And then she was yelling.
Okay. Do you recall what she was yelling?
Initially, she was saying things to the effect of my husband or something to the effect of this is my husband.
Okay. And you said initially, was there something else she was yelling or that you can recall?
It eventually would change from that to, I think it was something similar to leave him alone.
Did she say that once, more than once, or something else?
It was pretty much those two things, and it was said more than once.
How would you describe her demeanor while she was making these statements?
She was upset.
And do you recall during your contact with mom if she ever said or acknowledged anything about someone named Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recall during your contact, with that female, if she ever said or indicated?
Carmen, I don't know why you're not doing undercover work because, girl, you could do a lot of good. You can pass for a girl. You can pass for a young man. I mean, come on now, girl. Why don't you go into undercover work? You would freaking rock it. Don't be offended, boo.
Anything about to you that indicated where Isaiah went to school?
She made a motion pointing to the front of the school.
Okay.
This is a spicy cinnamon.
We'll strike that. Do you recall if she made any other statements about Isaiah specifically that you recall?
There was something about changing of mind or changing her mind or something to that effect.
And when you say changing her mind or changing of her mind, was she referring to herself or something else based on your interaction with her?
I believe she was referring to somebody else.
Warning.
You said
Hi,
at one
Brooklyn.
point you had to intervene to prohibit her from coming into the area where things were occurring. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interaction with this female, well, let me ask you a different question. I apologize. Was she an adult female or younger female or something else?
The particular one I'm speaking of is an adult female.
Is there another female that you are distinguishing her from?
Yes.
Who are you distinguishing her from?
There was a younger female as well.
Okay. And how are you, how did that other female present to you in terms of physical appearance?
Younger.
What was she wearing?
I believe she had a blue something, a blue shirt or a blue, there was something blue.
Okay. Did she have any head covering as you described the older female, if you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
Ain't
And
that
so did those two females appear to be connected to each other in any way?
Yes.
Did they appear to communicate with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your interaction with the older female, how often or did you ever have to repeat any of your directives or instructions to her?
I did.
And can you describe what that looks like, please? How did that go?
I had to provide more than once to not enter where now the person had been taken to,
Okay, and when you say the person, who are you referring to?
the adult male that had been detained.
Okay. How would you describe the older female's compliance with those directions?
It appeared as if she was working left to right to find a path or a way to get past. And at that point, I had a second officer with me as well. That's what I was kind of observing.
And Officer Bell, did you write a report about these events?
I did not.
How did you prepare for today then?
I reviewed my body-worn camera.
Officer Bell, you described having a body-worn camera. Where do you hold that body-worn camera? How was that attached to you?
So at the City of Lacey, we're using external vest, at least most of us are. And those with external vests have straps that are referred to as molly. And so mine is specifically weaved through that fabric. And then the camera goes on, and there's a locking mechanism that when you put it on and rotate it. So give or take, it's right about here on my right rib. It's about where it's at.
And the witness used his hands to describe physically his verbal testimony.
Thank you.
By the way, girls, these are for, well, yeah, I guess a guy could care about this. If you want to plump your lips before going on a date naturally, get yourself a cinnamon lollipop. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that pucker. Yeah, it does. But my mouth is on fire, y'all. A natural lip pucker.
It's okay. And you described, you pointed to your right rib. How does that body camera work? Meaning, is that something that you manually turn on and off? Is it something that records 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, something else? What does that look like?
So there's a couple different ways that it works. The simplest and like the way that normally an officer would activate it is a double click of a large circular button on the front. And as soon as you double click that, that'll activate it. But for this particular event, our cameras were on. And so when we activated our lights for the code run to get to the school, the camera began running as soon as we activated our lights. And so Officer Chavez was driving. And again, once those lights were activated, there's a few other pieces of equipment that we own that also could like activate it as well electronically. But this particular event, it was activated when the lights were on.
Okay. And when your camera records those events, where are those events stored?
So the company that we use is Ihsan. The simplest way I can explain it is the cloud. We plug them in and then they upload through the data center or however that works, but it's going to be above me. But that's where it goes, is the company is Ihsan.
And if you have to download that camera footage for some reason, do you have the ability to edit it in the sense of removing people, adding people in, doing anything with that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. If you do, would you be capable of doing that?
No.
Okay. And you indicated prior to today, you reviewed your body-worn camera in preparation for testimony. Is that correct?
I did.
And based on your review of that body-worn camera and your recollection, that appeared to be a true and accurate reflection of those events as they occurred.
Yes.
Prior to coming in today to this courtroom, did you have an opportunity to review a copy of that body-worn camera?
Yes.
And well, how long was that incident? How long were you on scene for?
Oh, I think the recording for me was 52 minutes and something. So for my cam, I know we left right after that.
Okay. And for part of that 52 minutes, does that include sitting in your vehicle, talking to other officers, other non-investigatory events, for lack of a better word?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review portions of that body cam video specifically as it relates to your testimony today?
Yes.
Did that video appear to be true and accurate based on your review?
Yes.
May I approach on it?
You may.
Officer Bell, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 97, 98, and 104. I'm going to ask that you review those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Bell, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are electronic jump drives that contain things that I looked at this morning.
Okay. And when you say looked at this morning, looked at where this morning?
In prosecutor's office.
Okay. And how do you know that those are the same ones?
On the back, the green tabs, my initial SB and the date 7/21, 2025 is listed on all three.
Okay. And based on your review of those exhibits, did those appear to be true and accurate copies of the events about which you've been testifying and the body camera footage you've also testified as to reviewing on your own system prior to coming to today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 97, 98, and 104.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? 97, 98, and 104 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Honor?
You may.
Nope.
Officer Bell.
Nope.
The same markings still indicated at the top as it relates to your body cam specifically? Meaning, are these going to be on the top right-hand corner of this photo, are these going to be on every still shot essentially from your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 87. What is depicted in States Exhibit 87?
So at this point, I'm starting to turn my body to the right. You can see the male that I described that's kneeled over there to my left, on the left lower corner of the screen. I am now looking directionally. I'm looking east so that would be Mullen Road is the road right behind us. East, you can see the IT bus stop logoed sign there in that photo. And then we have a handful of students there.
Okay. And who is pictured? So you've identified the logo on the just center of the photograph, but to the right. Who is depicted on the very right-hand side of this photograph, if you know?
That's going to be Officer Chavez.
Okay. And the individual in blue and black in the very middle center of the photograph, just towards the bottom, is that the same female that we observed earlier?
Yes.
States Exhibit 88. What is depicted in this photograph, sir?
So I believe I've moved just a few feet to the east. So I'm a little bit closer to the IT sign. You can see me right in front of the woman that's got the blue on, and then Officer Chavez is starting to do investigative work.
Okay. And are those the students that you were referring to earlier as observing upon your arrival?
Yes.
Okay. What time are we at in terms of elapsed time from your camera notated at the bottom with that runner?
We're at 5:35.
Okay. I'm showing you States Exhibit 89. What are we looking at here at States Exhibit 89?
So now I'm going to be to the left or to the slight west of the initial photo that you'd saw of the person that was down on the ground. And what I'm seeing now for the scene is there's a light colored pickup truck, I would say lower left, and there's a person walking towards me.
Is that the same individual that we just observed on States Exhibit 104 in that very first body camera we watched you engage with?
It is.
Okay. And there's a tree trunk about center of this photograph. Do you agree?
Yes.
How would you describe the right-hand side of the photograph? What is depicted in that right-hand side of the photograph?
I would say more of the sidewalk that we've described. And then you also have the Timberline High School reader board, the electronic thing. That's going to be slightly to the right of the trunk, to the left of the person wearing red shorts and a dark colored top.
Okay. And going back quickly to the left-hand side with Zahraa depicted, what kind of vehicle? You described a light-colored vehicle. What kind of vehicle is that?
That appears to be a Dodge Ram, one of the heavy-duty rigs.
Okay. What time is elapsed in this photograph?
We're at 5:58.
State's Exhibit 90. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 90?
These are faculty and administration from Timberline. Specifically, I believe that's going to be Mr. Dean, the principal, that's a dead center or middle center. To my left, I believe that's another faculty member, Mr. Bush.
Okay. And when you say Mr. Dean in the green shirt with white sleeves, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What time has elapsed at this time?
We're at 9:17.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 91. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 91?
I'm now inside the office of Timberline High School. This is just inside the main door or the main entry door for the office. What we're seeing is some of our personnel from Lacey Fire. And then I don't know who the person wearing the blazer shirt is. I'm unfamiliar with them. And then I can't tell there's a firefighter on the left. I know him because they're wearing the jumper pants.
Sure.
But to the right, I don't know who that is.
Okay. And you said, do you recall if you went back and walked back towards the back side of the office area?
I did.
Okay. And when you initially indicated that you had observed or believed you had observed who you thought was Fatima, where, if you recall, in terms of this photograph, was that?
In the terms of this photograph, there's a door that is propped open that you can see behind the two people that are in the, I would say, to the left middle. There's a prop door open that leads to another area of the office, and that's where I believed I saw the gurney initially.
Okay. And what time are we at elapsed in terms of your body camera time at this point?
Elapsed right now is 46:33.
Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit 92. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 92, sir?
It's going to be one of our Lacey firefighters, and that's looking back at the door that I'd entered. So that's the door I was describing just a moment ago. Specifically, I had handed off what I believe to be property for Fatima. So if you look at the bears, to the bottom of that, you can see some blue, I think it was like a reusable shopping bag, I think was one of them. And I think the other one was a backpack, I think. So I brought those, and that's where I'd put those on that lower left underneath the bears on the bookcase.
Are you familiar with the interior of Timberline High School?
A little bit of it.
Okay. And this area here, what area is depicted on the right-hand side of the photograph? Where does that lead? Where does that go to?
So Timberline has an open concept. So with looking through the area that you're seeing, that is their main cafeteria is what I think they're using it for. And then if you make a right, that'll take you back to the student classrooms. It's a 2-story building now. So they have classes, they have one and a 2-story. There's a stairwell, I think, right about there in that area, the cafeteria as well.
Okay, thank you. And State's Exhibit 93. What is that a photograph of, sir?
It's going to be the same office with no personnel.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, is there a window depicted?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that window lead to? Does it lead to the interior or the exterior of that building?
That I'm uncertain of.
Okay. And is this still the same doorway you were referring to on the left-hand side of the photograph that is propped open?
Yes.
What time has elapsed at this point?
Time on the lower left is 47:34.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 94. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 94?
So I've now moved to the said described propped open door. As you look down, it kind of looks like a hallway, and you see some fire personnel. You can see, I'm going to describe the bookcase that's on the left. Just past that, you can see what you can make out what's going to be the foot of a gurney. Then you can see some other personnel.
And just to be clear, in terms of this photograph, you say the bookcase is on the left. It's on the left-hand side of the hallway in the photo, but actually the center of the photo in this case. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
Is this a single door entry, or are there two doors there for this entry into that back hallway?
I am not certain.
Okay, well, what is this picture here on the right-hand side?
It looks like another push door.
Okay, so it looks like two push doors for this entrance.
It appears to be that way.
And State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize any of these individuals?
Yes.
And who is anyone that you recognize in this photograph?
Specifically, the taller officer wearing a pink badge is going to be Sergeant Landworld. To the right of him, depicted with the blue gloves, it's going to be Officer Dawes. I'm assuming a Timberline faculty member that I'm unfamiliar with, and then we've got two of the Lacey firefighters to the right-hand side. So if you're looking left to right, first officer with the pink badge, Sergeant Landworld, blue gloves, Officer Dawes, I believe to be a faculty member, and then to the right, the two firefighters.
And is then Mr. Dean, who you previously identified, located all the way on the left-hand side of that photo?
It appears that way, yes.
And in this photo on the right-hand side, is that ambulance still present?
Yeah, you can, if you look to the right, you can see my gloved hand underneath what would be my palm. You could see something red. That's going to be one of the doors.
Okay, and your palm is that blue glove all the way on the top right-hand corner, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what time are we looking at this at on your body camera?
Elapsed
Time elapsed, yes, sir.
is 50 minutes, 3 seconds.
Okay, and the total video itself is 52:36, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer Bell, at any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ever indicate to you or anyone else that you would have personally heard the fact that her husband had been choking her daughter?
No.
At any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali that you would have, or with anyone else that you would have personally heard, did you hear Mrs. Ali indicate that her daughter had been unconscious at any point?
No.
Did Mrs. Ali ever ask you or anyone else that you would have personally heard specifically about the health and welfare of her daughter, Fatima?
No.
How long into your investigation on this scene did you, until you found out that there had been an injury to Fatima?
Towards the very end.
My mouth is on fire. This thing is
Did that come
hot.
from anyone in her family?
No.
Look how puffy my upper
Thank
lip
you.
has
I have
gotten.
no further questions.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I know that you came into the courtroom well past 1:30, but we started at 1:30 this afternoon. So it is 3:05 and time for our afternoon recess. I'm going to ask the bailiff to come forward and take you back for a 15-minute recess, and then we will continue with this officer's testimony.
Y'all, my mouth is on fire. This thing is spicy. It's almost numb. My mouth is almost numb. So true. So true. We're going to go back over to this other trial that we started earlier. That Lolly from Canton, Mass, or Norfolk is testifying. We're going to go back over here.
But other items of discovery, video that they recovered, that there's a litany of different items.
A litany of different items? Did you
Yes.
say? Okay. And those would all be memorialized by email? Is that how you did it?
Yes, that's, I think, what Mr. McGee attached as Exhibit 1. It's about 137 pages.
Of emails back and forth between the Milton Police Department and you?
Correct.
And so at what point do you know that you have all of, so other than, strike that, Milton Police, State Police, any other person or entity that you sought information for in this case?
Certainly.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Who's that?
Be the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, be the State Police Crime Lab. There were some items that were outsourced to Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia, where they did some additional forensic testing pursuant to DNA. They have different methods that our lab does not. Milton Fire Department, I believe Fallon paramedics were involved in the transport of the victim, Mr. Simmons. That's all I can think of at this point.
Okay. And would you communicate with those agencies the same way you communicated with the State Police and the Milton Police via email?
For the most part, could have been a phone call on some of those
All right, so let's stop there. If there was a phone call, how did you memorialize what you requested and what they said in a phone call?
Notes.
You have individual notes?
Yes.
And where would those notes be right now?
In the file.
Okay. So do you keep like a running page of all the notes that you've taken in the case with communications that you had with all of the other entities and officers in State Police in this case?
Not all in one location, but it would be sort of divided up by different entities as far as what I was requesting from that specific entity and what I was looking for, what I was still waiting for, what was still outstanding, things of that nature.
Okay. So what happens when you ask for something, let's just say from the State Police, and they don't give it to you? What's the next thing you do?
The next thing I do would be to ask for it again.
Okay. How many times do you ask for it before you have a meeting with the State Police to look at their file?
Objection. The biggest objection I have here is that we're not speaking about any individual document, any individual date, vague questions about
Yeah, this is general practice, generally Mr. Lally's practice. I think part of the issue here is we don't have very specific items that are being referred to. Right. But I think I'm going to overrule the objection and give Attorney Scapiccio a little bit of leeway here in terms of general practice.
So in general, how many times do you email for the same document before you go to the State Police and start to have a sit down with them?
I think it varies. I think it would be depending on a lot of different factors as far as what the item is, what the explanation is for why I don't have it yet, whether it's not available or whether it's something that they're currently working on, or if it's something that I know has been completed and I've asked for it multiple times and I still don't have it. I'm not saying that even happened in this case, but if in a general practice, if that were something that were going on, then yes, I would want to sit down with somebody and figure out exactly what's going on.
Okay. So let me ask specific questions about this case. When you reached out, let's start with Trooper Proctor. In this case, looking for information, and there were emails back and forth. Were there any occasions where you did not get the documents or the information that you were seeking from Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall anything specific other than if it was a situation where I'm looking for a report about something and that report hasn't been completed yet, or that item hasn't been obtained yet for whatever reason. But I don't recall in this case ever asking for something and just not getting it.
Do you remember asking Trooper Proctor for the search warrants that he did in this case?
Yes.
And the affidavits accompanying the search warrants?
Yes.
And did he provide them to you?
What I received was a partial affidavit for search warrant.
Did he provide them to you, yes or no?
Some.
How many search warrants do you recall there being in the King Gardner case?
In 2021 or beyond?
Let's start with 2021. How many search warrants? You guys pulled the search warrants?
6.
6 search warrants. When you asked, and he signed all 6 search warrants, is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And so when did you ask Trooper Proctor for the search warrant?
In July or August of 2021 when they were filed for.
Okay, and when did you get?
This is a discovery hearing in a trial where a guy, oh my gosh, I have to look it up again. Let me look it up again. I'll get it for you. Hold on.
Get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor?
I didn't get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay, so did you get 1 search warrant from him?
From him specifically, I received a portion of the affidavit for search warrant 306 and the entire affidavit for search warrant 348.
Okay, so you got portions of 2 search warrants, and you knew there were 6 search warrants, is that right?
Yes.
Did you make notes somewhere in your file? Geez, I asked Trooper Proctor for these 6 search warrants. You haven't given them to me yet?
I believe, yes.
Okay, those notes are in your file?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then when you didn't get search warrants from Trooper Proctor, did you meet with him?
Yes, I mean, specific to that, I don't recall any specific meeting related to search.
Seba, this is Lally, the assistant DA. Proctor, about 4 other people's names have been mentioned in this hearing. All were involved in the Karen Reed trial. That's why I'm looking at this, baby. Because Proctor and Tully may testify in this as well. And I'm wondering if the Reed trial is going to come up. That's why I kind of, my ears kind of glued to it.
We did meet several times in relation to this investigation in this case.
But you understand that search warrants are Rule 14 automatic discovery, right? And you knew there were 6 search warrants, right?
I did.
And so when do you realize that you don't have all 6 search warrants? How long into the process? Do you know right away you don't have them all? Or do you not know for a long time you don't have them all?
Like this attorney.
I don't think I realized at that time that I didn't have them all.
So how, then I guess I'm confused about how your system works. You said you had a system where if you asked for something and you didn't get it, you would then follow up with the police officer asking again and again. Did you do that with Trooper Proctor in this case with the 6 search warrants?
Yes, I believe so.
How many times did you email Trooper Proctor asking for the 6 search warrants?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. How far in between each email? Did you wait a month and email him again? Did you wait a week? Did you wait a day? How long in between your requests to Trooper Proctor to produce the 6 search warrants in this case?
I don't know.
You don't?
No.
Did you review your emails before you came here today?
Some of them, yes.
Did you see any emails to and from Trooper Proctor regarding the search warrants?
Yes.
How many did you see?
I don't recall.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
I don't know.
What are the dates of the first time you asked Trooper Proctor for the search warrant?
Specific date, I don't know.
How long before the next time you asked him for a 6 search warrant?
Specifically, I don't know.
Was it months or weeks?
Weeks.
Weeks later. Okay,
Yes.
so that's 2 times you asked him. What about the 3rd time? How much time went by?
I don't know.
Months or weeks?
I don't know.
What about the 4th time?
Again, I don't know how many times and I don't know specific dates.
So I guess my question is, how does your system work if you're not getting the discovery that you're asking a police officer for, and you're asked for it, let's just say 5 times? What do? Do you go to the office and you sit down and say, give me these search warrants, I have to turn them over?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
You go to Trooper Proctor and say, give me the search warrants because I have to turn them over.
Yes.
When did you do that?
Sometime prior to the defendant's arraignment in December of 21.
November of 21, did you say?
December of 21.
December of 21. So when you get to his office, do you go there or do you tell him to come to your office? I don't know how that works.
Either way, I don't
Remember how you met about the search warrants the first time? In other words, did he come to you or you go to him?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have a sit down.
Yes.
and you ask him for the 6 search warrants, and what does he say?
He will get them to me.
He will get them to you.
Yes.
Okay. If you tell him I have an obligation to turn this over because it's Rule 14 discovery, I need it right away, I've asked for it 5 times, what's the deal?
Those specific words, no, but the gist, yes.
Well, tell me what you said specifically.
I don't know.
Well, give me a best estimate of what you said to Trooper Proctor after you asked 5 times
Objection.
search warrants that he didn't turn over.
Sustained.
So, did you keep any notes of your conversations with Trooper Proctor when you were asking for these 6 search warrants that he didn't give you?
No.
Why not?
It was something that I knew that was outstanding. It was something that I had asked for in written form numerous times. I didn't.
Tinkitude, I didn't mean to delete your comment. I was trying to pin it. Forgive me. Do it again. I'm sorry, babe. I didn't mean to do that. Here we go.
Feel the need to write a note that I asked for it again.
I'm sorry, babe.
So that's the first sit down. Did you send emails after the first sit down saying, hey, you promised me you're going to send these 6 search warrants, I still don't have them?
Objection, assuming facts.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
Did you
question?
send another email to Trooper Proctor after you had this sit down at sometime in December of 2021 saying, hey, you still didn't send those 6 search warrants, can you send them over?
Yes.
How far after Mr. King's arraignment in December of 2021 did you send that email to Trooper Proctor?
I don't know.
Who is his
Was it a
attorney?
year?
I like her.
I don't think so, no.
What do you
Means
think? What's your
business.
best estimate of when you sent that email after you sat down with Trooper Proctor?
I would say probably a few months later.
All right, a few months.
Yes.
So February, March of 2022, is that what you're thinking?
I don't recall specifically.
So when you're in this room with Trooper Proctor asking about the 6 search warrants, do you ask him for his file? Like, give me your whole file so I can go through it and figure out what's in it?
No.
Why not? You're there. There's outstanding discovery. You have the obligation, not the police officer. Why don't you ask?
I entrusted that whatever discovery I was requesting, I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
But you didn't get it. You asked for it 5 times. You didn't get it. You had to go see him. You have them right there now, and you still don't say, give me your file? Let me go through it?
No, I did not.
And when he says you'll get the search warrants, I'll send them to you. Did he have them? Did he have copies of the search warrants? He just wasn't giving them to you?
That I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
You don't get the search warrants in any event after that sit down, and you send another email. What's Trooper Proctor's response to that email?
Again, I don't know that I sent another email, but I know that there were subsequent conversations about it. Whether it was what format it was in, I don't know.
Okay, and at this point, you have to be getting a little upset with Trooper Proctor that you're asking for information that he's not giving you, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, your question again?
You have to be getting a little upset at Trooper Proctor that you're asking him for information that he's not giving you, right?
I wouldn't say upset, frustrated probably.
I'm sorry?
Frustrated probably.
Oh. Judge, can we approach sidebar just briefly?
Uh,
I know.
sure.
In any event, ADA Lally, a couple of months goes by, you still don't have the 6 search warrants. What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm specific to the 6 search warrants. I don't recall as far as there was a topic that was discussed repeatedly. Obviously, I never received them because I never provided them to you or to Ms. Costa.
Ronnie, what was the trial for? Who was that about? I think I started watching them, but I don't remember. Who was that about? Can you tell me?
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is you knew they existed and you knew that, let me just say this, you knew that all six search warrants existed, is that right?
Yes, we went through all six of the search warrants on the last day of the grand jury presentation on November 19th, 2021. That's in the grand jury minutes as far as going through each of the materials, each of the search warrants, that there were search warrants, how that material was obtained, and the material that was returned in response to 3 of the search warrants was marked as grand jury exhibits 33, 34, and 35.
Right, but not the search warrant.
Correct. Well, no, actually, I'm sorry.
Information in front of the grand jury about 6 search warrants that you hadn't seen, and you put returns or information that had been returned in front of the grand jury on search warrants you had never seen.
So with
Answer that
the,
question.
and I'm trying to, so
Okay.
with regard to those 3 search warrants, that was 306, 307, and 329, which were the call detail records for your client, the victim, Mr. Simmons, and Mr. Jeanette. The materials that came back from the cell phone providers also contained a copy of the warrant, as well as the addendum to the warrant, which was then also provided to you and Ms. Costa in discovery.
But not the warrants themselves.
No, the warrants themselves and the addendums, not the application and not the affidavit.
Right, so you understand that in order to make a determination as to whether or not you're going to suppress certain information, you actually need what you asked for and what you, in the affidavit that told the clerk magistrate why you had probable cause, right?
Objection.
I can take judicial notice of that, and I'm sure Mr. Lally knows that.
Okay, so you get in front of the grand jury. When do you present this case to the grand jury?
Began in July of 2021. That grand jury sat in July, August, and September. The presentation had not been completed at that point, so there was a motion to extend the grand jury. And I believe there was one subsequent date that we went before them on November 19th, 2021.
November what?
19th, 2021, that's when indictments were returned.
In 2021?
Correct.
Okay. So at some point when Mr. King is arraigned, you understand at that point, Rule 14 kicks in, right?
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking,
right?
I'm thinking about Rule 14 well before that.
Okay. And you know, when you arraign Mr. King, you still don't have the search warrant. You have another conversation with Trooper Proctor about, hey, where are these search warrants? I have to turn them over.
I'm sure I did.
And do you know when that would have been?
I don't.
Okay. And then remember at some point in December of 2021, receiving a discovery notice from me. Hey, Prosecutor Toronto.
Yes.
This is just my discovery.
Oh, that is her. That's her. She's freaking awesome. Love her.
Is that a discovery motion or what is
Motion,
that?
I'm sorry, motion, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, after having filed this motion, you asked the time to go through and make sure that you can comply with all the requests, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have any specific objections to anything that I was asking for, right?
At that time, no.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is that an exhibit?
She's a
Is that
big,
a
beautiful
docket
woman.
entry?
It is a docket entry, Judge.
Do you know what it is?
I think it
Or we can mark that just so that there's a record of what you're showing the witness?
has my writing on it, Judge. So
All right,
Fireball.
so-
That's my mouth. My mouth is a fireball right now, Seba. That's the spiciest cinnamon lollipop I think I've ever had. My lips are like tingling and they're swollen. Look, you know, instant filler. No, my tongue's on fire. She's a firecracker.
But I'll do it after the hearing. I'll find the exhibit and I'll make a clean copy and send it to the court, Judge. So once you get the discovery notice, you know for sure that there are certain categories of information that we're looking for, right?
Yes.
And number one is all automatic mandatory discovery under Rule 14, right?
Correct.
Would you consider those search warrants automatic mandatory discovery under Rule 14? Okay. And we were looking for any and all statements of witnesses, is that right?
Yes.
And we were looking for all exculpatory information.
She may not have a husband. She may have a wife. She may not have either.
Whether tangible,
documents.
Sure, whatever she has, even if it's a dog, it's kept on a good leash.
Speaks for itself.
Okay, that's fine, Judge. So after I filed this motion to December of 2021, you have another conversation with Trooper Proctor saying, give me the 6 search warrants.
I'm sure I did. My general practice is if there is any discovery motion that's filed by counsel, what I'll do is I'll send that to the appropriate police personnel as far as making requests and making sure that they're apprised of what's been at least asked for.
Excuse me. And did you do that in this case? Did you send my motion for discovery to Trooper Proctor, to the Milton Police, to the crime lab, to the medical examiner's office? Did you send it to all of those entities?
Every motion that you filed, yes.
Okay. And then what do you do to follow up with each of those entities? Let's start with the state police. They get a copy of my discovery motion. You're looking for all of the evidence that they have, and specifically these 6 search warrants that, for whatever reason, Trooper Proctor hasn't given you. When you follow up, how long does it take you to follow up from the time that you give them the motion until you get an answer from them?
Specifically, I don't know. Typically, I would give it a couple of weeks or so.
And after a couple, and in this case, did you give it a couple of weeks, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I'll follow up again.
When you say follow up, do you send another email, or do you get in your car and drive down there and say, we got to end this, give me this stuff?
I email or a phone call.
Okay. And so did you email or phone call, or make a phone call to Trooper Proctor in this case?
I'm sure I did.
And what was his response?
I don't
when
recall.
you asked for the 6 search warrants?
I don't recall.
Well, do you have any notes of your conversation with him? Remember you taking notes?
I don't believe so, no.
Is there a reason that you didn't take notes when you spoke to Trooper Proctor after these search warrants had become an issue? That you wouldn't take notes of what Trooper Proctor told you about the search warrants?
So you're asking me about a conversation that I don't recall specifically when it happened or exactly what was said. So whether or not I
have a lawyer crush on her.
Took notes for that conversation, I don't know. What I would do typically in my general practice is to follow up with whoever I had outstanding discovery requests in relation to try to get whatever information that I was seeking.
Okay, and so did you follow up with Trooper Proctor about the 6 search warrants?
I'm sure I did, amongst probably a number of other items.
Okay, and then you knew this case was going in for another date on discovery, right?
Yes.
And you knew you'd have to answer to the court what you've provided and what's outstanding. Isn't that typically how it goes on discovery dates?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the court, geez, I have these 6 search warrants that Trooper Proctor has, I can't get my hands on them, can you issue an order or can you help me out here?
Did I do that? No.
So when you went to court,
We're going to pause that here. I'm going to scoot back so we get back into that. They just came back in. Okay, now we're back in the Ali. I know, I kind of have fun saying that. I shouldn't, but I do.
An issue that I need to address with those recording our proceeding.
Oh, snap. Another recording issue.
If I could have the representative from Court TV come forward, please.
Okay, so somebody's Court TV's in trouble. Oh, no. What did they do? What did Court TV do?
I'll just have you come up to the podium. A law student from the University of Kentucky is apparently watching the live stream on Court TV, indicating that she is able to see the rules of evidence being applied in real trials. She's taking the bar exam next week, so this proceeding is educational. She indicated that the names of minors are not being redacted in the live stream, and that's what needs to be addressed because I specifically indicated that they could not be used.
Yes, ma'am. This has come to my attention too. I thought that the names are being redacted. We have done everything possible to ensure that that doesn't happen real time in the courtroom. But there are some times that the testimony is coming so fast that we can't capture all of the names. So we use our safeguard of with a delayed broadcast. But unfortunately, I'm trying to get more information about what's happening with our live stream. So that's what I was in the process of sending an email to our folks back in Atlanta to figure that out.
Love her.
So
Thank you,
I'm not
Ronnie.
going to allow you to live stream if this is violated again. And so specifically, minors are to be protected. And there's a strong public policy in favor of protecting minors and their names. They can't be photographed. None of the exhibits that have the minors in it, because they deserve a right to privacy, despite the fact that this is a public trial. And so I do not believe that our current witness, other than potentially referencing the alleged.
No, witnesses have said the first names of the victim of the minors, and they should be doing the. Oh, not that one. Come on. They should. Yeah. But when they talk so fast and then they say, Leslie, you can't catch it. I understand, but they are being redacted in the final production.
Victim with the initials FA, and potentially a reference to another minor IW, that there should be a reference to any youth. But if you can't ensure that the names are redacted in real time, and however you're recording this and live streaming it, then I have to revoke the permission because those rules have to be
followed.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we are going to follow the rules, and I'm going to ensure that this doesn't happen going forward.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is, I mean, oh.
Ms. Stone, anything on this issue?
Nothing additionally, Your Honor. Thank you. I wasn't aware, so I appreciate the court's bringing that to our attention.
Mr. Kading, anything further?
How many of us believe that
Mr.
woman
Larry?
is really watching this as
Go
a
ahead
part
and bring
of
the
her
jury in, and if
education?
you could bring the witness back in to return to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know if I believe that. Wow. All their names are all over the internet anyway. I think you're right. Their names are everywhere, y'all. What do y'all think about that? I mean, the names are so many different places now. It's kind of like. They are protected in the courtroom. I understand that. I get it. But I'm just. That's a toughie.
Thank you.
This has been an interesting day.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Officer Bell.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated you were a field training officer, right?
I am.
And you're an experienced officer, been around for, it sounds like 22 years doing police work?
Been in law enforcement for 23, yes.
Okay. And during that time, you've investigated many cases, right?
I have.
Okay. And just
That's
so we're
right.
clear, in
Here's-
this case, Officer Chavez is under your
do I not have
supervision
sound?
essentially this day?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
And did it occur to you to tell her to maybe separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
Why do I not have sound?
Overruled.
Could you please repeat the question?
Did it occur to you
That's
to
why.
tell her to separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
No.
Okay. And do you typically then interview witnesses in a group?
No.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned any particular duties?
No.
Okay. And so you were kind of, it looks like from the videos and things, you were kind of walking around the parking lot
Yes.
and up to the school
Yes.
and talking to all the other officers there?
Yes.
Okay.
You were
And
just
during
hanging
that
out.
time,
You didn't
was
do
Officer
anything.
with you, or was she off doing other things?
She was off doing other things.
Okay. And so, did you know that she was out of paper to write witness statements?
No, I was not.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony there was a truck parked there right near where everything was happening, right? You
Yes.
described it. It was a silver truck, I believe.
Light colored?
Yeah, light colored. Okay. And did you
They do.
eventually determine or find out that that was Mr. Ali?
I don't remember.
Did you ever take a witness statement that day?
No.
And did you see Mr. Ali when he was transported to the patrol car?
Could you re-clarify that question?
Mr. Ali, did you see him get transported to the patrol car when he was taken away?
I don't understand the question.
Did you see him walk past you?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, had you talked to any officers about what had happened at the scene?
At that time, no.
All right. And did you eventually come to know that Mr. Ali had been kicked and hit in the head?
Towards the end.
Towards the end, okay. And when you say towards the end, you mean of the 52 minutes you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of those 52 minutes, was he still there in the patrol car, or was he gone by that point?
I'm not aware.
All right. And you went up to the school office at some point, we saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were up there, did you talk to any witnesses up there?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. So clarify if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like you did any independent investigation in this case, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And was Officer Chavez, were you riding in the same car as her?
I was.
Okay. And so did you leave at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Like I had a choice.
All day, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
I appreciate it. Did you work last night?
No, I did not.
All right. So you and Officer Chavez, second and third officer at the scene, approximately?
I don't understand the second and the third.
Officer Hang first?
Yes.
And I'm just talking about in order. So you saw Officer Hang when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And he had Mr. Ali detained on the ground.
Yes.
Did you see any other officers in the near vicinity when you arrived with Officer Chavez?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so that's what I mean by second and third. And so when you on direct, you said that Officer Chavez was in phase 3.
Yes.
And so phase 3 of 3?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
So with the program that we use, we have 3 phases. We have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And throughout every week is a new week. And so those weeks count through the training. So this particular area of her training, she would have been several weeks in.
Okay. And so, just so the jury understands, so you get hired as an officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's after going all through the physical, psychological, background check, all of that, correct?
Yes.
And then you wait for a slot at the academy, correct?
Yes.
Graduate from the academy, correct?
Yes.
And then go to your department and then have a field training session, correct? Or not session, but time with a field training officer.
Yes.
And so you are then teaching the officer and making sure that he or she knows how to apply the lessons from the academy and the specific rules and regulations of Lacey PD. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that duration, depending on how they do, ranges from how long, short to long?
I'm uncertain with the short part of your question.
So, I mean, it can be as short as 3 weeks and as long as however long it takes. So kind of what is the expectation as far as how long somebody is with a field training officer?
I think it's over 10 weeks. I don't remember the exact number of weeks, but phase 1 is 4 weeks, phase 2 is 4 weeks, and phase 3, I believe, is 3 weeks.
Okay, so she is well past the beginning, past the middle, and is towards the tail end of her time with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the difference between a patrol officer and a detective would be patrol officer kind of secures the scene, identifies witnesses, identifies suspects, and kind of does that initial contact. Is that fair?
Yes.
Whereas the detective then takes the case in the hours, days, weeks, months after and does follow-up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So Officer Hang had Mr. Ali detained, correct?
Yes.
And so you checked in with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so then the next piece is, okay, who here knows who should we contact, correct?
Yes.
And so did Officer Chavez contact the students on her own, or did you direct her to do that?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so in terms of training and what your expectation is as her supervisor or training officer would be is she's contacting people who potentially were witnesses to what actually happened. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that she identified, 4, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And so at this point, are you on her shoulder or are you just kind of in the background at this point in the training process?
I'm more in the background at this process.
Okay. And so it comes to your attention, the state showed you Exhibit 89, which showed the older woman, later identified as Zahraa, approaching the scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you are talking to her and basically keeping her away from her husband initially, correct?
Yes.
And that's what we saw in the first clip, which was
104.
Thank you, Your Honor. Admitted Exhibit 104, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a subsequent exhibit where you're having a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opinion at that point as to whether she had information pertaining to this investigation?
At that time, no.
Okay, why not?
The statements she was making were specific.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was present when it happened?
No.
Did you ask her what she saw?
No.
Did you ask her what happened to her daughter?
No.
What happened to her husband?
No.
And so
we have 2 defendants to put on their cases. This is just the prosecution. We got 2 defendants. Unless they partner up on witnesses, some of them may be called back. I don't know how they're going to do that
In
one.
Exhibit 97, which we heard, there's some, you talked about, that ma'am, your husband is being detained. We're doing an investigation. Do you recall saying something to that effect?
Yes.
And, they're going to figure out what's going on, correct? You said something to that effect.
Yes, something
And,
to
and,
that effect.
and I will be the first to confess, this is not a verbatim transcript from my head. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay. And she says something about my daughter is missing, correct? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Tell you what, how about we play it?
Yes,
May
please.
I?
You may.
Thank you.
Now, this has been redacted, y'all.
Which exhibit, Mr. Keating? I'm sorry, Mr. Larry.
This is, thank you, 97, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I may publish.
Yes.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean.
Okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 97. I'm going to roll it back to the start. So we just heard you introduce yourself by your first name, correct?
Yes.
And de-escalation is something you guys are trained on, correct?
Yes.
You're correct. Me if I'm wrong, you're trying to humanize yourself, right? You're sharing your first name, right?
Yes.
Trying to put her at ease with you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So hitting play. And so we know this is at 14:27:53, and this clip lasts a total of 1:22. Is that correct? Testing your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. And we know 14:27:53 from the axon timestamp at the top, right?
Correct. I'm trying to look at the lower right. I think, is that the number you're talking about? The lower right?
And the lower right tells us the duration of the clip, which is a 1:22.
Okay.
Okay. Hitting play.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean. I'm a police officer, Lacey PD. Okay, well, so here's what's going on. We need to figure out what happened out here. And I know it's Fatima, right?
I'm trying to
so
listen.
I'm hitting pause at 13 seconds on the 122 clip, right? And
Yep.
so, you're using your hands in front of you. We can see that, right? And you're like, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yes.
After you've introduced yourself. And she says, my daughter. And then you say, Fatima. You say that. And so, hitting play.
The office. She's safe. She's safe. Okay, guys, so here's what's going on. Something happened out here that could potentially be a crime. So with it potentially being a crime right now,
Okay, so hitting pause at 32 seconds into this clip. So there's a conversation with you like, hey, there's potentially a crime here. We're trying to investigate it. Correct?
Yes.
And she talks about her daughter and Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hitting play.
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Hello? Is this redaction?
So she did say
Yep.
something about her daughter, and you said she's in the office safe. Did you hear yourself say that?
I did.
Okay. And, you talked about we're going to get to the bottom of this. And so, how did you know at this point that she was in the office?
I believe
If you know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's fair. I'm not trying to beat you up about it. So, but you communicated to her that that she was safe in the office. That's what we just heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. As a first responder with 20 plus years, starting out as a CSO and then as a reserve officer and then as a fully commissioned officer, safe to say that in an average year, you respond to 1,000 calls or more?
I don't like to ever put a number on something, sir.
A lot of calls.
I work patrol.
A lot of calls.
Yes, sir.
And it could be everything from this dog's barking too much, my neighbor, and it's I hate my neighbor. Correct? As you kind of grimace.
Yes.
Those are probably hard calls to deal with. To homicides.
Yes.
Okay. And safe to say that no two calls are the same, correct?
I agree with that statement.
And everybody's reaction can be different, correct?
Yes.
Some people can be stoic in the most horrific of circumstances, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And people can also be very outwardly upset and crying, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And there's no right or wrong way to respond. Would you agree?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. So you and other officers were talking with Zahraa and her daughter, correct?
Can you repeat that one for me, please?
Yes. Just so the record, there was a little radio traffic in the courtroom. So you and your other officers were talking with Zahraa and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated that she wished to be able to talk to her husband, correct? Do you recall that?
I recall it happening later.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the husband was within the detention of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And so you guys were in a position to control access.
Yes.
And if she was going to walk up to the car to go talk to him without getting permission, that wasn't going to be acceptable. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. And from your understanding, her daughter was not in the custody of law enforcement. Fair? Her father.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you didn't tell her that she was in police custody in the school, correct? Just that she was in the school.
I don't remember saying that specifically.
Okay. And you guys accommodated the request. You let her talk to her husband for a period of time, correct?
Eventually, yes.
And then eventually you walked the backpack and the bags to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I guess I should say, did you watch the entire 15 to 2-minute of your body worn video, or did you just watch the clips that were introduced this morning?
Well, for my review, I've watched it.
The whole thing?
Mhm.
Okay. So you recall, grabbing the bags and walking into the school, correct?
Yes.
And you did that by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Officer Chavez remained in the parking lot with Zahraa, correct? And her daughter?
I don't remember who she'd be specifically with.
Okay, but there were multiple officers who were there with her, correct? In the
Yes.
parking lot. And she was not invited to go into the school with you, correct?
From me?
Yes.
No, she was not.
Okay. So she wasn't, afforded the opportunity by you to see her before she went in to the ambulance. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stone finished up direct by saying that at no time did my client say that her husband had strangled her daughter, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you ask her to describe what her husband did, correct?
Correct.
She never said that her daughter had lost consciousness, correct? To you?
Correct.
And at no time did you ever ask her what happened to her daughter, correct?
Correct.
She said that she was a runaway to you, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow up as to when that had occurred? When she had run away? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever ask her if her daughter was injured?
No.
Now, you didn't write a report, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take anybody's statement.
Correct.
And you didn't direct Officer Chavez to interview my client, correct?
I don't know who your client is.
Fair enough, fair enough. Zahraa.
Oh, okay.
You never told Officer Chavez to interview Zahraa, correct?
I did not.
Or to interview Haneen, the older, the woman in the blue wearing the headscarf.
I did not.
And you talked about her kind of walking back and forth in the initial video, which I believe is 104. Let me confirm.
That's correct.
Thank you. You described her kind of pacing back and forth on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
When she was very outwardly upset, correct?
Yes.
At no point did she make a break for her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you had multiple officers there, and you just said, you can't go over there. And she's wailing and crying, but she never, made a break for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Officer Bell, what was your role on scene? Meaning like in primary investigating officer, investigator, or something else? How would you describe your role on scene?
I would say my role became a safety.
And what do you mean by that?
We had a very dynamic scene and we still needed more people and we didn't have enough people yet.
And so would it have been, at that stage, would it have been your role to specifically instruct Officer Chavez to go do something or specific tasks to other individuals? Were you in charge of that scene?
If I wasn't completing the safety aspect, I would have been more direct with Chavez.
Okay. And I believe it was Mr. Leary asked you about whether you specifically asked Zahraa what she saw for injuries to her daughter. Is that correct? You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Was she asked by Officer Dawes, based on the video we watched, to tell him what happened? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's replay. May I publish, Your Honor, 104?
You may.
First of all, before I start it, Officer Bell, what does Officer Dawes look like? How would you describe him physically in terms of presentation?
Be a white male and he wears gloves.
Did you say a white male that wears gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Is he tall, short, something else?
I honestly can't describe him right now. He's got darker hair.
Okay. I'm going to publish 104.
There's an issue with the stream.
I will republish 104.
Hey, ma'am.
That is.
Did he ask her to tell him what happened?
Yes.
Okay. At any point during that exchange, do you recall her telling anything about Fatima's injuries or how Fatima was physically, her physical condition?
I do not.
During the course of that, as we just watched, Mr. O'Leary asked you specifically whether they made a break for it, and you said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have to physically use your body to stop them from going towards Mr. Ali, having given them verbal directives not to?
That is correct.
Thank you. And in fact, an officer does also have to move his body in front of them to stop them from going forward despite those directives.
He did.
And from where Miss Ali was, where you were, where Miss Ali was, or Mrs. Ali, excuse me, Zahra, and the younger female in blue, where is Mr. Ali? Where is that individual being taken or located? Meaning, is it somewhere out of sight? Is it somewhere relatively close by? Is it still within view, essentially, of where you guys all are collected, or something else?
I would say it was close within view. Specifically, I believe it's going to be over my back in the parking lot of Timberline is where I think they were.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. And officer, we were just watching Exhibit 104 again.
Yes.
And we saw in there again where Mr. Ali was being walked from point A through the screen, presumably towards the patrol car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the officers with him was Officer Hank.
Yes.
Right? And the guy that was with him, that was hanging on to him and walking with him to the car, you don't know who that guy was?
From my knowledge, it was a civilian.
Okay, so not a trained police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not an undercover police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not any sort of volunteer officer?
Show across or redirect.
Overall.
Not a voluntary officer or anything?
I'm sorry, could you re-ask? I may have missed more than one question.
No, I think we're up to whether or not he was a voluntary officer. You indicated at one point you had been voluntary police officer?
Yes.
This guy, you don't have any idea who he is?
Not, yeah, I do not.
Okay. And by the time that walk occurred, there were other officers on scene?
Objection to relevance.
Well, I'm trying to establish what he's doing.
Yeah, overruled.
There were other officers there. We saw Officer Dawes, for
yeah,
example.
yes.
Okay. And so this civilian guy participating in transporting
Objection
Mr. Ali.
to relevance.
Do you wish to be heard on that?
Your Honor, I
No, I
just,
don't want you to argue right now, but do you wish to be heard on that?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask the bailiffs to come forward and bring the jury back to the jury room.
Of course. Sidebar. We have a late sidebar, y'all. This is an interesting line of questioning. I'm having to read the captioning, so don't think I'm ignoring y'all. I'm reading the captioning. My hearing aids are kind of giving me feedback, and I don't know why.
Please be seated. Mr. Kading, if you could address whether or not this is beyond the scope of the redirect and then relevance.
Well, Your Honor, we resaw her bring up Exhibit 104, and we saw him walking through the scene. I had asked him earlier if he had remembered seeing him walk through the scene during cross, and he had said he wasn't quite sure if he remembered. So at this point, once it was replayed and his memory was refreshed to that, I was going to ask him questions about that fellow.
That's only fair.
Your Honor, I was going to ask him where I was going. He's a field training officer, and I'm asking him if This is one of the things they train their officers to do, is to transport with civilians prisoners.
That's fair.
Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not the scope of the question. The state's replaying of 104 was in direct response to the questions asked on cross by Mr. Leary. If Mr. Kading wanted to ask further questions in his own cross-examination as to something associated with Mr.
I
Wagner,
bet it
he
did.
done that during his cross. The state's redirect
it
was in
did.
direct response to Mr. Leary and only on those issues. It doesn't open up so that now Mr. Kading can restart a new cross-examination about everything associated with Exhibit 104. Additionally, it's not relevant. What purpose does that serve? What fact at issue does that relate to? Now Mr.
I'm
Kading
sorry.
wants to go into an entirely new line of questioning regarding
He is.
procedure, and that is not part of
He
the
is. He's
redirect
switching his
from the
questioning.
state's, redirect by the state.
Mr. Kading, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. First, it is beyond the scope of redirect. And second,
you.
I find that it is not only is it beyond, well, and it is not relevant. Bring the jury back in.
Snap, Judge. You're getting a little snappy today. She is. She's not having it today. I mean, she's not in a bad mood per se, but she's definitely not playing around. And I can respect that. I definitely can respect that. So we got a bingo. So to be fair, June, I need your help on this. I could have sworn to be fair may have been said, but I don't see anything else. Right now, this is what we've got. We've got height and weight still out to be fair. Timberline High School's not been said directly. Teacher who testified earlier. Now that may be, I need to catch up with June on that and review your reports. That was said. So I'm going to click that because he did review his reports. He did review his notes. So that was been said. So we're back over here again. Let's get ready to rumble. Come on, guys. In strong.
Please be seated. I've sustained the objection. Mr. Kading, you may continue.
Thank you. And then just finally, officer, you indicated that you needed more people at the scene. Was that your statement on redirect?
Yes.
Okay. How many officers would you estimate were at that scene?
I couldn't give you an accurate number.
And why not, Your Honor? Why could you not give me an accurate number? You should have a log.
Larry Recross.
There should be a log of who was where, what, when, how, why. You should know how many officers was on scene, how many investigators
Ms.
were on
Stone
scene, how many of
played
everything
Exhibit
was on scene.
104, and you heard Officer Dawes say, "Can you tell us what happened?"
Man.
Do you recall that? I talked over you. Sorry.
Yes.
And he's asking Zahraa that question, correct?
It appeared to be that way, yes.
And she's crying at that point, correct?
It appeared to be that way.
And did she appear to respond to that question in any way?
Not that I could see on that.
And that question was asked a singular time by Officer Dawes, correct?
I'm unaware.
That you saw a single time, correct? That you personally saw
on that particular video?
Yes.
I believe that was, I don't, it's hard to say for the rest of the video because it was stopped.
Okay. But to your recollection from what you saw was that single time, correct?
At least that moment, yes.
Okay. And 104 is when you're first arriving. It's the first video, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, You are trained both at the academy and follow-up training in terms of how to interview people, correct?
Yes.
How to interview suspects, correct?
Yes.
How to interview witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if somebody is asked a single question, kind of the expectation would be is that if you want the information, you would then follow up with them, correct?
I'm not understanding
Well, if
that
somebody,
portion.
if you ask a question one time and they don't respond, are you done?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. Wasn't necessarily a very conducive time to sit down for an interview with her. Fair? At that point in this whole incident, correct?
I'd agree with that statement.
So her husband is being led away after being detained, correct?
Yes.
She is emotionally distraught.
Correct.
Okay. Didn't appear to be in a position to listen, correct?
I don't agree with that.
Didn't appear to be in a position where she wanted to sit down and talk. Fair?
I disagree with that.
Okay. She was wailing and crying at that point, correct?
She was.
Okay. Now, you were there for 52 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And the scene was significantly calmer after you went up to the school. Fair?
Yes.
Less dynamic, correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Ali had calmed down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you could have then walked up to her and had a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Same with your trainee, Officer Chavez, correct?
Correct.
Where you would sit down and have an extended conversation with her, correct?
Correct.
And that would be something that would generally be expected if you're going to investigate what happened. Fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. But that didn't happen, right?
Yes, it did not happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further direct examination?
Super briefly, Your Honor. Officer Bell, you did in fact have a conversation with Mrs. Ali, correct? You did have a conversation with Mrs. Ali. She did tell you her concerns about the scene. Is that fair?
At some point, yes.
And did you observe a conversation between her and Officer Chavez?
Yes.
And was that another attempt at the apple to get information from Mrs. Ali?
Yes, it was.
And did she engage in that conversation with Haneen and Officer Chavez?
She did.
Did she provide details during that?
Yes.
And so you've spoken with her, if I understand your testimony. Officer Dawes has spoken with her, and Officer Chavez has spoken with her. Is that fair?
Yes.
And she has provided information to all of you in each of those cases, except for Officer Dawes. Is that fair?
I would agree with that
Thank you.
statement.
No further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
You recall the specific questions that Officer Chavez asked Mrs. Ali?
In this particular part that I remember, I was further away, and Officer Chavez was primary.
And Officer Chavez has a body on video, correct?
Yes.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Ms. Zoe, call your next witness, please.
Another witness? We should be done.
Yes. If you'd like to stand, please feel free.
All right, let's hurry up. We should be done
Undergraduate
soon.
School at the University of Iowa.
Yes. And were you claiming that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. You can pull that seat forward. and
Yeah, I
adjust the
know, right?
microphone as you need.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, you may inquire. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joyce Gilbert, Gilbert.
What is your
Hey, Joyce.
I'm a pediatrician.
and are you licensed to practice your profession in Washington State?
Yes, I am.
And when were you licensed?
In 2014 for the state of Washington.
Okay. And were you licensed anywhere else prior to that?
Yes.
And which other states?
The state of Iowa, where I attended my residency program, and the state of Idaho, where I practiced medicine.
Okay. And how long did you practice medicine in Idaho?
For 30 years.
Okay. And what was your profession in Idaho?
I was a pediatrician in a community, small community in Idaho.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
Yes, I attended undergraduate school at the University of Iowa. I attended my medical school also at the University of Iowa, and then I completed a 3-year pediatric residency training program at the University of Iowa.
Okay. And are you
Iowa
also
proud.
board certified pediatrician?
Yes, I am.
And what does board certification mean?
It's a rigorous system where the American Academy of Pediatrics make sure that your training has been appropriate and that you followed all the educational requirements. And then on a yearly basis, you have to have a certain amount of continuing education within your profession, and you have to pass board examinations to continue to be board certified.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, what is a pediatrician?
A pediatrician is a person who specializes in the care
He
of
does.
children
He seems like a
from
sweet
the moment of birth,
Like
generally
her.
until their 18th birthday, although in some situations we go even up until their 21st birthday. As a general pediatrician, we take care of every aspect of care. We go to deliveries, we'll resuscitate a baby who isn't breathing well, we'll take care of the babies in the hospital, we take care of babies and children who come in for routine well child checkups and any minor illnesses or injuries. We'll hospitalize children for minor infections or anything that needs a general hospitalization. As a pediatrician, we can also take care of children in a higher acuity setting. So, for instance, if a child is very sick and needs to go to Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital, those are also pediatricians taking care of those children.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you talk a little bit fast, so if you could slow down just a little so the court reporter can capture everything you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you have a subspecialty as when it comes to pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that subspecialty?
I am also
Strangulation.
a child abuse pediatrician. So I specialize in taking care of children who have been injured or maltreated in any way.
Okay. And with regards to your subspecialty being in child abuse pediatrician, how long have you practiced that subspecialty?
Really, essentially, since I was a primary care pediatrician in Sandpoint, in the first week that I was there as a brand new pediatrician, the family doctors sent me the children who had been injured in any way or who they were concerned about any injuries for me to give them an opinion. At that time in 1985, there was no subspecialty on child abuse pediatrics. So as a general pediatrician, I was sent those children to confer and to give recommendations for treatment. Over the years, the subspecialty of child abuse pediatrics grew into a board certification process within the department or the American Academy of Pediatrics. By the time that happened in 2009, I was well entrenched as a primary care pediatrician and did not choose to go back for additional 3 years of training to
Why
then
would
be
you?
able to become board certified in child abuse pediatrics. So currently, there are about 400 pediatricians like me around the country who are well trained in child abuse pediatrics, but not board certified. And there are another 350 board certified child abuse pediatricians who actually went through that additional training and have sat for those boards.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you indicated that you're not board certified in child abuse pediatrics. During the course of your career, have you attended seminars or trainings when it comes to child abuse pediatrics?
Yes, extensively.
And have you also presented at those trainings?
Why do my ears keep disconnecting?
And
Where
where
are
are
you-
you currently employed?
I'm employed by Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what is your position at Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
I have two positions there. I am the medical director of the Providence Abuse Intervention Center. And I am also employed by Seattle Children's Hospital to be a pediatric-based hospital doctor at Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your
Like an old sweet
responsibilities
grandma
as
doctor.
a hospitalist with Seattle Children's Hospital?
We attend deliveries for babies, and especially babies that there is concern that they may need to have assistance with breathing and respiratory effort at birth. Our hospital does 2,500 deliveries a year, so we will go anywhere from 5 to 10 deliveries in a 24-hour shift to support those babies. We take care of all the babies who are born at Providence St. Peter Hospital, both in the
Can happen.
postpartum area where they stay with their parents, and also in a level 2 nursery where the sick babies come. It's a 13-bed nursery, and we will take care of any babies who are born 32 weeks, which is 2 months early and up. We will transfer babies who have serious medical conditions or are younger than 32 weeks. We will hospitalize pediatric patients up until their 18th birthday for any sort of infectious process or injury that they have. We will transfer children who require a higher level of care than our hospital can do. And we will do consultations in the emergency room for patients that have more complex health issues, and the emergency doctor would like our assistance in taking care of those children.
Okay. And are you also associated or have any affiliations with the University of Washington Department of Pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that association or affiliation?
I am considered an associate professor at the University of Washington. The medical students who are in their third year and doing rotations will rotate in Providence St. Peter Hospital, and we are in charge of teaching them pediatrics while they're with us.
Okay. And you indicated that you are also the medical director for Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
Providence Abuse Intervention Center is a freestanding clinic in Lacey. Our clinic takes care of children in 5 counties of Thurston, Mason, Lewis, Grays Harbor, and Pacific counties. The referrals to our clinic come from medical professionals who are concerned about something that may have been occurring in that child's life. Also law enforcement and DCYF, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, or CPS, will refer children to our clinic. We get referrals about physical abuse, sexual abuse, or any maltreatment to a child at all. And we will see those children in clinic or in the emergency room, or we will hospitalize those children at St. Peter Hospital. If they need a higher level of care, we will send them to either Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as the medical director?
As the medical director, I oversee all of the aspects of the Abuse Intervention Center. We have nurse practitioners who work and see patients. I have another lead nurse practitioner within the clinic who oversees the forensic nurse examiner program that provides services to children and adults in the emergency room who have been the victims of sexual assault. I oversee a nurse and front office staff and back office staff. So we have a complete staff of 8 to 9 people in our clinic, depending on the day. We are in charge of, again, running the program in the 5 counties. So we also are part of what's called a multidisciplinary team in each county. And we have meetings with law enforcement, CPS, prosecutors, mental health professionals, anybody who's involved in the ongoing care of a child after the abuse has occurred is going to be part of a multidisciplinary team to be sure that we're giving the best care to these children going forward.
Okay. And as the medical director of the Abuse Intervention Center, do you also see patients that are minors yourself?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And how often do you see patients?
I see patients every day that I work. I will be the primary caretaker for, or the primary medical provider for patients about once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the schedule. I am the person who does all the consultations at the hospital, and I am the person who does what's called medical consultations through the Seattle Children's Program, where we will give the CPS workers information and answer questions about the cases that they are investigating.
Okay. And as part of your role as the as part of your role as a medical director at the Abuse Intervention Center, and then also with your subspecialty in child abuse pediatrics, have you ever examined patients yourself who may have suffered strangulation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are those patients under the age of 18?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, do you have any training in recognizing the physical signs of strangulation?
Yes.
And what is that training?
Through the conferences that we attend on a yearly basis, there's always an option to do a seminar or a training session on strangulation. I would say for roughly the past 10 to 15 years, each time I go to a conference, I'm either presenting or attending seminars. And so I am going to estimate that I've probably been to about 10 different presentations or seminars at these conferences. I also support and co-present.
I apologize. It was green on my end. Ronnie, I said, would you have harbored the woman? That may have been two, but would you have done what they were concerned about?
With Heather, our nurse practitioner who runs the forensic nurse examiner program, and we do outreach education to law enforcement and CPS about strangulation, how to recognize it, and what type of medical care is necessary.
Okay. And do you also have training in recognizing the effects of strangulation on the human body?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you also have training in recognizing
that puts you in grave danger sometimes, just saying.
Injuries to the human body as a result of strangulation?
Yes.
And in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is external pressure or force on the neck that involves the arteries, the veins, and the airway. That external force is different than choking, where something gets caught inside the throat and causes obstruction of airway. This is an external process.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testify that in the medical context, strangulation means external force applied to the neck. You also testified when you're giving the description of strangulation that it's different than the medical definition of choking. My question to you is, based on your experience in seeing patients who indicate they may have been strangled, have you ever had patients, when describing being strangled, use the term that they were being choked?
Yes, frequently.
Okay. And what are some ways that strangulation in the medical context can occur?
There's a number of ways that this can occur. It can be with a ligature, such as hanging or string or something around the neck. It can be a force by another person causing pressure on the airway and the blood vessels with a arm or a hand or both hands. It can be a knee applied to the neck structures and obstructing airway and blood. There are many ways that a strangulation episode can occur.
Okay. And based on your training experience, Dr. Gilbert, is the neck vulnerable to external injuries?
Yes.
And why is it vulnerable to external injuries?
Again, the neck is our area that allows blood flow to and from the head and air to enter from the mouth down to the lungs and the chest. So being a vulnerable area means that if there is obstruction to either blood flow or air, then that is a life-threatening injury or issue for that patient.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this may actually be a good stopping point. All right.
Yep, I thought so.
Members of the jury, at this time, the bailiffs will come forward and lead you back. We're at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I remind you of all the instructions that I had given you and request that you continue to be vigilant to ensure that you are not exposed to any outside information related to this case.
Like
See you
we were
tomorrow
today,
morning.
y'all. Oh, yeah. Nope, I couldn't do that. Y'all start getting your bingos in. Start getting your shared. If you shared this live, comment I shared, just like that. If you subscribed, put I sub. If you liked, put I liked. And don't forget, we are playing bingo. So get your bingos in.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone or Ms. Zoe, any issues before?
She didn't
we
have a
recess?
bra on. What? That woman don't have a bra on. What? What? Record without a bra?
Stone or Ms. Zoe, any
How
issues
goes the
before
court?
we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Can you tell me the
He's an old
receipt of
hippie.
potential witnesses?
I may not have one on, but they ain't showing. I do, but you know what I mean. Wow. Okay. So we will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock for this one. Okay. Dr. Gilbert is a free-spirited woman. Yeah, they are. But still, when you're in court, cover that up if you ain't going to have a bra on, boo-boo. I'm just saying, just cover the girls a wee bit if you're going to be
Recess for the day?
in court.
Mr. Leary, any issues before we recess?
Just to forecast, I'm going to speak to the state about Celeste Walter Myers.
I'm going to speak to the state about Celeste Walter Myers. Who's that? Oh, that was no bra, honey boo. That was not that was no bra, honey boo. That was no bra.
Thank you. We will be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All rise. Court's in recess.
11 our time.
Thank you, Ada.
Oh, why, you're welcome, cell phone. Okay, y'all. Let's watch the good old doc walk out, and we watch for her tata. Look,
Ms. Stone or Ms. Zoe, any issues before we recess?
They're wide.
Can you tell me the
Ronnie, they split like the ocean. When Jesus parted the Red Sea, I'm sorry, this is tired. Okay, y'all, we need to get ready for the giveaway.
We begin this hour continuing coverage of the attempted honor killing trial of Ihsan Zahraa Ali. Dash cam video.
We ain't doing that. We're going to cover. I don't know why my music has been getting in trouble. I'm gonna do this one. Oh, we do have the taser. Y'all remember the taser? We only had 2 to fill for a coverall. If we get a coverall, everybody who's playing, if we get a coverall, everybody types in I bingo, but we didn't get a coverall. Oh, that feels good on my headache. I've had a mild headache all day. Congrats to everyone. Thank you so much for playing along with us as we have been on the bingo journey for this trial. This trial has been a little interesting, I will have to say. I am a little bit shocked. Let me see if someone is still live, because if they are still live, we're going to teleport over to them. We're going to do a raid, y'all. I want to do a raid. Let me see if she's still live. She is alive. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to do a live. Everybody go to alternate juror. You are going to teleport over to the alternate juror. I promise you. I will be watching to see who teleports, but she is live watching a trial, and she's got 7 watchers. So let's all go over there, teleport, drop in, and say hello. All right. So let me get this set up. It is good to go. All right. Y'all have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go get me something to eat. I've got a homework I got to do for college. I got a lot of stuff going on, so I got to get going. With that, though, thank you, everybody, for joining. We will be live here at 10:30 in the morning to do recaps of today, catch you up on what's happening in the trials and news. If you don't teleport, there is the link. Go click on that link. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Until tomorrow morning at 10:30, Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.